Hey, what's up, Blaze? How's it going? Is there starting new season? Nope. No new season yet. I think we got about a month, maybe 5 weeks until the new season. So we still got a ways to go. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. I'm doing well, Blaze. How are you? I am bored, so we are doing a fun little challenge. There's this, someone made a website that, like, kind of, like, randomizes you build challenges, so, that's what we're doing. Actually, just link it and get it pinned in both chats, so I'm sure it's gonna pop up a bit. Hey, what's up, James? How you doing? God, you have to catch me live. So yeah, I am doing a little challenge. This website, it's called Randomancer. Someone posted it to the PoE. The guy who made it posted it to the PoE2 build subreddit, and I don't know, I'm bored. I want to do little fun little challenges. It sounded interesting. This is the challenge that I randomized. Let me find it. There we go. So this is the challenge that I randomized. It's called the Bloodbound Decree. It said choose Druid and wield a bow, and I can only use one damaging active skill. So I can use like a bunch of heralds, I can use, you know, a bunch of support skills and stuff. I can get a companion maybe to buff myself. But I can only have one active like on use skill that does DPS. So we're going to be trying to make a build work with that. We're either going Oracle or Shaman. I'm not 100% sure on what we're doing yet. I could see Shaman working because of the Rage. I could see Oracle working as well, just because Oracle's really good. And I'm also doing it in solo self-found. And this is a fresh solo self-found. I wiped my entire solo self-found save, so it is a, it's a fresh character, fresh solo self-found start. My goal is killing Arbiter with the character. I just want to kill Arbiter with the character. Solo self will make this a lot harder. So the reason I'm doing solo self-found is because if I did this in Trade League last one, like it would be easy. Like I could, like, I feel like if I did this, I did any challenge in Trade League, I could do it. Like that doesn't seem like a challenge to me. Like maybe if I was like, I had a divine limit of like 10 divines or something, but I feel like any challenge gets trivialized just because I know how to trade. And like, there's just so many good items on trade at this point in the league. So, you know, maybe for the next challenge, if this one's just way too hard and I'm not good enough at solo self-found, we do hardcore trade instead. And maybe that's where the challenge comes from, is we're also doing it hardcore. But yeah, I just feel like when I was looking at a bunch of different challenges yesterday from the website and like what my friends were posting and the challenges they got, like anytime I thought about doing any of those challenges in Trade League, I was like, oh, okay, well, I would have this challenge completed within the week. Like, trade just trivialized all of them. But this is actually, you know, going to be a little bit harder in solo self-found. You want to just jump in, or do you do a bit of planning first? I'm just jumping in. Just jumping in. I have considered I've thought about the Ascendencies. It's Shaman versus Oracle. And I'm thinking of doing Shaman. Oracle has the passives that give you like Culling Strike and stuff, but I don't think I'm going to build into that. I think I'm just going to go Shaman, do the Rage stuff. And yeah. Like, we're just going to path to the bottom half of the tree, do life stacking. Maybe we do an ES. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't really thought too heavily on it. Yep, that's the plan. We're just doing a build challenge to, Ooh, I gotta click the move on. And we're just doing a build challenge. Part of it also is just to, like, get better at solo self-found. But yeah, maybe if solo self-found is just too hard for doing these weird build challenges for me, then, you know, next one we'll do hardcore trade league or whatever. What the hell? Oh, I also bought a new graphics card, so, like, I reformatted my computer, and now I've got, like, some of my settings in game are gonna be weird. Where is tutorials? Okay, it is disabled. Then we just gotta get a bow ASAP. And yeah, part of the challenge is we can only use one skill. So, I don't know if, I don't know what skill we'll use yet. It's either going to be Poison Burst. I'm new to bow build, so I don't know what the best single skill skills are. Single use skills are. I'm guessing it's either going to be Poison Burst Arrow or Ice Shot. Because both have reasonable single target DPS and both of them have good clear. I'm guessing it's going to be Ice Shot just because, like, it'll be, like, Ice Shot is easy to get clear with in terms of heralds, and I'm getting, like, tutorials because it's a fresh solo self-found or something. These pop-ups are annoying me. Yeah, I'm guessing it'll be Herald of, not Herald of Ice. It'll be Herald of Ice with Ice Shot. But we're going to start with Poison Burst Arrow, I'm guessing. I've never used, or I don't know what it's called. Whatever the first Poison Shot is. I've got PoE 1 brain right now, so I'm having to get reused to WASD. Give me a bow. That's not a bow. Maybe we can bend her for a bow. I can't use rods. Part of the challenge is... I don't know what this tutorial is. It's like making me do stuff before I can progress, but I hate it. Part of the challenge is I can only use one active attack skill. Lightning Rods is an active attack skill. We can't use Lightning Arrow and Lightning Rod. I would assume using that combo is cheating for the challenge. But again, I haven't thought too heavily about it. What are the bow skills? Poison Burst Arrow. Where's Mirage Arrow? Mirage. What is it? Mirage Archer? Oh, I'm spelling it wrong. No? Oh, it's a Spirit Gem. Okay. That's a good question. I don't know if that would count as active or not. That's actually a good question. It's a good question. I have to think about that. I thought I do see it disabled. Oh, it's not checked, dumbass. I saw the disabled tutorials, and for like my brain didn't register it wasn't checked. Yeah, thank you. How's it going, Asali? What's up, rival? Shadow drop for 0.5. Also, I'm glad you like the podcast, James. Sometimes I let myself get a little bit too passionate or heated in the moment. I genuinely like I don't say any of that on the podcast. Like I don't get that passionate if I don't actually mean what I'm thinking. But I genuinely think that a campaign skip is like not like a idea. It's bad for the game. Like it has a negative impact on the game. Okay, I can get a level 33 bow if I sell this. Yeah, we'll figure that out when we get the Spirit Gem. What level Spirit Gem is it? Oh, last one. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. I'm guessing that's not early game, so leveling Lightning Arrow with Lightning Rod won't be possible. I mean, if we'll just get this cheap bow. At least we can at least start with a bow right away to get the challenge going. Second tier? Okay. That's not too bad. Act 3 topic anyways, yeah. How you doing, Steeptack? Yeah, Shadow into existence. Like, Shadow is, of the 4 classes, is the one I want the least. Like, I would actually, like, this might sound weird. I might be sad if Shadow is what dropped in 0.5. I really, really want axes. Can I afford a quiver? I don't see a quiver. I really want axes, swords, and flails just exponentially more. For some reason, I am just not... Like, I'm hyped. Like, either way, I'm happy because it's a melee class, right? I want more melee weapons in this game. I'm a melee main. So, daggers, cool. I'm happy if we get any of them. All like the cool thing is all 4 of the new classes we're missing are all melee classes. So, no matter what, every new class, I'm happy. We're getting melee stuff. But axes, swords, and flails, I would prefer. Also... And again, more bias. My bias has always been to this half of the tree right here, the side of the tree right here. Like, Shadow's right here. So it's like actually in the exact opposite corner of the map that I'm like, you know, stylistically used to playing. So, like, as much, like, I want Shadow, and there's going to be some cool Shadow skills that come for sure, but it's like of the 4. Like, all 3 of the remaining classes, we have Templar, which is like, go straight to strength. We have Marauder, which is strength, and then we have, you know, Duelist, which is go straight to strength. And, yeah. Okay, what skill do... So I have played Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod before. I have never leveled with Poison Burst Arrow before. I just don't know how hard it is to scale. But I feel like I want to level as Poison Burst Arrow until we get Ice Shot. But by the time we get Ice Shot, we can also maybe do the Mirage Archer, Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod shit. I think because we can't use a Mirage Archer for a while anyways, I think we're just forced to use Poison Burst Arrow. We'll just see how that goes. We'll use Poison Burst until it's either miserable to use or... we get Ice Shot or the Mirage Archer. Okay, yeah, this is a completely fresh solo self-found account. I migrated everything, so we have nothing to work with. And yeah, all right, let's go. I speak for everyone when I say we want swords. What's up, Twice? How you doing, man? I mean, yeah, swords would be great. Ooh, I don't like that. Like I said, I bought a new graphics card, so I should have no more PC crashes. One of the main reasons why I don't stream consistently was the PC crashes. They were just miserable, and they crashed all the time when playing. It crashed all the time when playing this game. I forgot to talk about it on the podcast, but I got a 5070. I bought a new graphics card, and I have no more crashes now. So, oh, I don't have my item filter on. But when I did the reformat, it remessed with a lot of my settings. What is causing I used to be able to let go of spacebar after dodge rolling, and I would keep sprinting. There's a setting. Is that game? Or is it input? Keep sprinting while moving. That one. Poison burst. So what is what gloves? You talking about? I'm guessing you're talking about plague fingers, which I'm guessing I'm not getting in solo self-found for sure. Oh, this skill fucking... Oh, I do have a dog shit bow, so I can't judge the skill too heavily. Do I have a setting that changed how dots are... Why is the poison ticking like that? It's like a... It's weird. What skill are you planning on using? We're going to be playing it by ear because it's solo self-found, so... and I'm new with bow skills. Right now we're starting with Poison Burst Arrow. But I could see us swapping to Ice Shot or Lightning Arrow eventually. It depends on if, like, we collectively agree or disagree that using Mirage Archer with Lightning Arrow is cheating the challenge or not. I don't think it technically is. But I want to get more people's thoughts on that first. Alright. Oof. Okay, 2 to 5 fizz is not the worst. Yeah, I'm guessing it's just doing exactly 1 tick, 1 DPS or something. My brain didn't know if it was something weird going on because of the reset. Ice Shot's late act. Yeah, it should. It's like I don't know what level it is. I think it's early act 3 actually. I think it's level 31. Ice Shot's really good because of Herald of Ice. Like obviously, Ice Shot would be awesome with Herald of Ice because it, like I believe Ice Shot has good single target. I want to try other bow skills, though, just to see what they... Yeah, I don't even think I would be able to technically use... Like, the challenge says you use only 1 active attack skill. So I think even using something for mobility, such as Escape Shot, would be cheating. Like, I think it literally... Like, I could literally only have... If it says... It literally can only have, like... Like, I won't even be able to do, like, what is it? Ice-tipped arrows and freezing salvo. Like, I think even, like, something like that is, like, absolutely cheating. Like, I don't think you would be able to do... basically anything extra. It just depends on what we feel about Mirage Archer. Because that is not an active attack skill, even though this Archer is using one. Where are you, Byra? I think Barrage is the one that, like, makes my next attack, like, do multiple attacks, right? I think Barrage is fine. And, like, Marks. I think Marks are fine, too. Barrage and Marks are fine. I think I thought about Thunderstorm last night. Oh my god, Poison Burst Arrow sucks. So it does no hit damage at all? Oh, it does. Though there was just an energy shield up, I see. Okay, never mind. It's not as bad as okay. That's not awful. I just have a really shit bow. Wonder if, like, default shot in between is supposed to be better. Oh, that might be cheating, actually. I probably can't use bow shot as a second thing. That's cheating for sure. No bow shot for sure. That is definitely cheating, actually. No bow shot. If it's bow shot, it's only bow shot. No other skills. Part of me wants to test only lightning arrow just to see. It is less DPS. I don't know how much that matters. I want to ID those boots. Yeah, that's why Plague Fingers are so important, because I'm assuming most bows, especially in solo self-found, I'll end up using, like...
These over time. What do you think?
Gross. Like, most of my bows are probably going to have a lot of elemental damage, so none of that elemental damage will be applying to Poison Burst, so that makes complete sense why, yeah, you would want Plague Fingers to really make it work in solo self-found for sure, because getting a high physical damage bow is going to be, like, really hard. Hell yeah, Simon. Good luck. Yeah, if you put it in cast on crits, that's tough. Like, ugh, see, that's such a tough debate. Like, would cast on crit be cheating for the challenge? And part of me feels like yes, and part of me feels like no. But then I feel the same about Mirage Archer. But I feel like if you say yes to one, like, if cast on crit is cheating, then Mirage Archer should technically be cheating, right? So it just depends on, like, what you think, if that counts or not. Oh, I already have it discovered. I can just teleport. So... I know there's these projectile stuff here. We don't really care about the increased chance to afflict ailment. Poison Burst always afflicts ailment. I could just get these nodes for the increased attack damage right now. Unfortunately, the spell damage is nothing for us. But if I just want, like, flat damage, we take that. My gut tells me the right way to play this would be, like, pathing up here, eventually just getting, like, either, like, the cold stuff when we go ice shot, or lightning stuff if we do lightning arrow, and then path over to here to crit. But then you're forced to play energy shield. I just fucking hate playing energy shield. So, like, the fucking red brain in me just wants to go down here and get a bunch of attack damage stuff. You got, like, lasting trauma down here. You got crushing verdict. But isn't, like, armor and life just really dog shit for solo self-found? So I don't know. Hey, thanks for the raid, Miso. We are doing the build website I showed you yesterday, the challenge website. I am doing a bow build challenge. This is the challenge I'm doing. It's called the Bloodbound Decree. It's choose Druid, wield a bow, use only one damage active skill. And I'm doing it in solo self-found to make it a little bit harder. Before you leave me, so quick question. I'm asking everybody this. Do you think this counts as cheating? It says use only one damage active skill. So if I were to put Lightning Rod in Mirage Archer, or just, like, let's say Thunderstorm and cast on crit, would you consider that cheating for the challenge? Is Mirage Archer using Lightning Rod and me using Lightning Arrow, is that cheating for use only one damage active skill? Because I'm only activating one of those skills myself. So that's where the build discussion is going right now. Is like, is Mirage Archer cheating? Or, because if it's so, then I'm going to go Ice Shot probably and just use Herald of Ice. But if Mirage Archer isn't cheating, then you go Lightning Arrow with maybe Lightning Rod and Mirage Archer. Yeah. Doing a little bow build and solo self-found. I wiped my solo self-found, so it's like completely no currency and gold and stuff. I think Mirage Archer is fine. That's what the general consensus has been so far, is Mirage Archer is... something like that is fine. But I'm asking as many people as possible before I just... It's a while until we get to that. I mean, I like Miso being the arbiter of that. I like Miso being the arbiter. No. You're the challenge arbiter, the god of the rules. Let's go kill the worm. Thanks for the raid, though, bro. Alright, I was trying to figure out what I want to do with passives. Yeah, later, man. Have a good night. Like, if I want immediate damage for the campaign, I think I'd just, like, path up through here, get this stuff, come up here, get the attack damage stuff, the attack speed stuff here, and then I can get these projectile nodes here. And that's, like, a good use of my first 20 passive points, where I'm, like, getting value for all of them. But I do think later on we're going to be pathing... Again, my gut tells me the best way to play would be going up here, playing Energy Shield, and getting, like, Endless Blizzard for Ice Shot or something. But my dumbass is going to do life stacking, I'm assuming, and I'm going to be down here. But I think for now, just to make sure I'm doing as much damage as I can early on, I'm just going to path up through here, get Guardian of the Wilds, cut up through here, get Personal Touch. I don't think we'll get Viciousness, and then get projectile damage and slingshots. Yeah. Well, the reason why it, like... I mean, yeah. I guess that's a fair point. That is a fair point, James. Because...
Tunnels of mud and filth.
It depends on if the challenge can roll. Like, because my challenge specifically is, like, wield Druid, bow with the 1 damage active skill. You know what? I actually can just DM the guy who made the website and ask him what his opinion is on it. So, I'll just ask him. But that is, like, the way you phrase it there, it, like, makes absolute perfect sense. Ooh, I don't have the life showing. That's super annoying. But that is a good way of putting it. Like, if that's the rules, then wouldn't you just be able to do Spark Comet? And, like, cheese the system that way. Cast on Crit Comet. Show life mana levels. So I'm annoyed that all of this reset. But of course it did. That makes complete sense. Hey, what's up, Rusty? How you doing, man? I mean, he just said, what's the difference if you just did Spark Cast on Crit Comet? And, like, when you frame it like that, it's like, it does, like... It technically fits the rules, right? But when you frame it like that, it's like it almost trivializes the challenge in a way. So, like... When you frame it like that, you would almost expect the rule to be rewritten to where it says you can't use activations or something. But I think I'm just going to ask the guy that made the website. See what he thinks. Hope you have a good week. Hope you're having a good weekend, Rusty. What you been up to, man? Oh, that is a good difference. I didn't realize that. Again, I don't play bow builds. Mirage Watcher having a cooldown versus Cast on Crit not having a cooldown is different. And what exactly does the rule say? It says use one damaging active skill. And I'm using Mirage Archer. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. That's a tough way to answer it. I'm gonna DM him though. I'm gonna see what the website owner thinks. Because I posted in the thread he made and he responded to me, and I'll just DM him. I want to try Lightning Arrow. Poison Burst kind of sucks. This sucks too, though. Okay, I think it's just my bow that sucks. Well, at least Lightning Arrow has good clear. The reason I don't like Poison Burst is clear as ass. What's the website? I'll link it in a sec. I thought I pinned it in the YouTube chat. I guess I didn't. Yeah, that is a good point. Like, dodge rolling is an active. It might actually just be cheating. I think we might just do ice shot and do ice, and we might just do ice shot to avoid any of like that type of stuff. What are you cooking on today? Oh, I left the image on the screen. So there's this website. If you look in the pins and chat, I'll just link it again anyway. That generates build challenges, and this is the one that I generated. It's called the Bloodbound Decree. I had to choose Druid, I have to wield a bow, and I can only use one damage active skill. So it's just a challenge, build making challenge. And I'm doing it in solo self-found to make it a little bit harder. We're just wasting time until 0-5. The DPS you have when you have a bad bow is awful. But at least we're not playing a melee character. Maybe we should farm Bira for a rare bow. I'm not sure how normal solo self-found players play. I'm not talking about speedrunners, but you know, your average SSF Andy. We also don't have a quiver, which doesn't help. We've almost done it. We've almost done it. Give me a good bow. Give me a good bow. That's not a good bow.
You've gorged on the good folk of Clarefield long enough.
Oh, we got a quiver. I never even noticed picking it up. I'm a bum. I love doing these types of challenges. I recently had to do a blood mage with a mace using molten blacks. Actually turned out pretty decent. Yeah, one of the challenges, I rolled a few challenges like just to see how the website worked, and one of them was like a blood mage where you had to use a quarterstaff skill and you had to make sure your strength and int were always within 10 of each other. It was like a really weird challenge. It sounded really fun. But I've always wanted to do a bow druid, and this one is pretty cool because it's like limited to one skill. Yeah, I'm already looking for league starters, and a lot of them are just painful. Yeah. I think people forget how rough a fresh start can be when you just have like no currency and bad gear. There are very few good builds that are just like amazing at league starts. Some of them crossbows for sure. What's been your favorite build this league and all-time favorite? Favorite build this league was probably the supporting fire tactician. All-time was my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter for sure. Bulletstorm Witch Hunter was the most fun I've ever had in an ARPG. It was an absolute blast. First support gem. I have no idea what you put in bow skills. Rapid attacks, elemental armament. I don't think I care about chain right now. And then lightning attunement. Let's slap lightning attunement for now. Can I buy a good bow? 7 to 10, 6 to 9, so no. No better bow. Who sells quivers? Is it this guy? It does. We have a quiver. Ooh, 2 to 3 fizz. 7 decks, okay. Yeah, I am super ready for next league. Favorite build of all time? Yeah, it's the Bulletstorm for sure. I can't think of anything else.
Another for my collection. Thank you. It's beautiful. Goodbye.
Okay. All right. What about you, James? What's your favorite build of the league? Does Thornsmith of K work? Yeah. It's alright. It's not near as good as Shaman or Titan. I genuinely think Shaman and Titan are by far the best Thorns Ascendancies. Like, they're S+ tier. Like, Shaman might be S+ tier, Titan's S tier, and then, like, the closest thing to it is, like, B tier. And you can, like, clear most of the game with, like, all Thorns builds, but I think, like, the best option by far is Shaman. Smith can work. It's super good, and it's tanky, but you won't have as near as much damage as Titan or Shaman. And, getting more Thorns damage is really hard. And Shaman gets an absurd amount more Thorns damage. Like, I think, no matter what, if I were to play Thorns builds, it would almost always be on a Shaman from now on, until Shaman gets nerfed for Thorns. Like, if we got new Ascendancies, let's say 0.5 I decide to league start Thorns, and I'm gonna do Thorns with swords. I like, it would have to almost always, like, maybe I do it on one of the new ones if there's something kind of cool, but I guarantee you Shaman will always, until they rework the Runes of Teething bonus, Shaman is, like, always the best Always, always the best. Like, you just get so much fucking damage from being a shaman for Thorns. And then you're also just giga tanky. And it's like... Yeah, Smith is tanky, but Shaman is just as tanky, if not tankier. So it's like, can you play any... Like, you can play, like, Warbringer. Like, I've played Blood Mage Thorns. Like, there's so many different Thorns variants, but nothing compares to the Titan or Shaman. Like, one of the new Ascendencies, like, let's say, like, Gladiator comes with, like, a Keystone, or a Ascendancy passive that gives you Crown of the Pale King and Briar Patch boost effects. Let's say it gave you both of those. Like, that's what it would have to, like, need to be competitive with Shaman in my head. Like, if I always wanted to play the best Thorns build, I almost just died while scratching my eye. If I always wanted to play just the best Thorns build, it would, like, always be on Shaman from here on out. No matter what weapons you use. Spear, Shapeshift Thorns, Spear and Shield Thorns, Quarterstaff Thorns, Swords, Axes, like, you will play them always on a Shaman. Just because of, A, how tanky Shamans are, and then, I think it's like 20% or something, or 40% increased Thorns damage per Runes of Tithing. It is like a clown amount extra damage. And then Shaman just actually adds him being like super tanky too. Because of adaptation. Like, it actually outscales Titan, which is fucking crazy. So, like, if I were to do a Thorns tier list right now for 0.5, if like, no changes to the Ascendencies were coming in the patch notes, like, Shaman would be, like, #1 by far. Every Thorns player would probably be defaulting to Shaman.
I'll wait here. The old magics will protect me.
Yeah, I saw that video. 727 Zone Jeff is one of my friends. He was a mage during Season of Discovery, and we both did mage content. I love that guy. Yeah, I saw the video you're talking about, Caleb. Well, I don't know if you saw his video, but he's the one that brought the news to the public. 727 Zone. Yeah, I saw that video. Some weird model that's just floating in it. Pretty damn funny. How placeholder assets can be, like, just kind of left there. How you doing? How you doing, Clebe? Cleebleberry Finn. I don't remember what this boss gives, but since it's solo self-found in a fresh save, I'm just full clearing everything. Oh, you're still on the night shift life? Gotcha. I am bored as fuck, so I am doing a build-making challenge in solo self-found while we wait for the next patch. Yeah, right now for me it's the PoE 2 off-season, so like, right now, like when I'm like off stream, which is most of the time, right? If I'm playing games, it's like I'm playing off-season games. I'm playing Rocket League right now. I've been playing Rust. I've been playing PUBG. Like I'm playing whatever my friends are down to play right now because I am so desperate for a new patch.
I might find myself a role.
Yeah, definitely, like, even without Lightning Rod, Lightning Arrow, just, like, baseline feels so much better than Poison Burst. And if it doesn't scale, like you said, you know. Nice. I played Marvel Rivals for a bit, but I just can't play those kind of shooters anymore. They're, like, I don't have fun playing them. I prefer, like, Battle Royales now. I love extraction shooters. I don't like, for some reason, like FPS, like arena, brawler, team battler games don't do it for me anymore. I'd rather play a MOBA if I'm playing that kind of game. And for shooters, I just like, if I'm playing a shooter, it almost has to be like either a battle royale or an extraction-based game. Have you ever played your own game on stream? Forever ago. I get really self-conscious with, like, to me, I consider, like, the content creation, like, there's, like, 3 versions of me. There's the content creator version of me, there's the game dev version of me, and then there's, like, you know, IRL me. And, like, for some reason, it's hard for me to want to, like, connect them. Because, like, I assume most of my content creator audience is not caring about, like, you know, they're here to watch me play PoE too. They don't care about, you know. Ooh, mana's gonna be a problem with this build when we can't use auto shot. That's funny. I've streamed my games on stream before. Like Castle Warriors, I used to stream between like BG queues and stuff back in the day. But Castle Warriors is like an auto battler, so it's kind of like a fun like in queue game. But my current game I'm working on, Card Collection Simulator, it's like a 3D simulator. It's like a second monitor game. It's like, you know, when you play, it's like a game you play when you're like watching TV. Like, you've played 3D Sims before, probably. You know, they're like very like brain off, like you're generally speaking not your full focus. Well, at least they're not if you have ADHD brain. But I'm not opposed to it. But I'm also, like, super critical of my work. And since, like, all my games are still in early access, like, they're not done. They're not good enough. They're, like, all my games are, like, I don't want to show them off because in my head, they should be so much better. So it's like, what? I don't want to play it on stream right now whenever I know, like, new patches are coming. It's tough. It's weird. I loved Realm Royale. Realm Royale was such a fun game. Ooh. It's got a socket too. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't really play any Battle Royales anymore. Like, my friend Kevin likes to play PUBG, so I'll play PUBG duos with him. But for me, for FPS, I like extraction shooters, so... Anything like Dark and Darker is still like one of my top, like some of those, like I haven't played Dark and Darker in a while, but like some of those early Dark and Darker patches were like top 5 game of me for all time. Like those early patches were so fun. And it's not necessarily a first person shooter, but there are bows and stuff in it. But I love Tarkov, like games like that. Yeah, and, like, part of the problem I have with, like, it sucks, because, like, we weren't really supposed to ever make Card Collection Simulator. It was an accident. We were supposed to spend, 6 weeks making, like, a mini Flash game. And it was just supposed to be a learning exercises. And then we, like, baited ourselves into working on it for over a year and, like, releasing it on Steam and stuff, which I'm being a little bit harsh on ourselves. Didn't fully bait ourselves, but it's not like this was a game that we wanted to work on for years and years, but now we're coming up on, like, I don't know, 16 months working on it. But we'll be done within, like, 4 to 6 months. We don't have too much more to add. We just gotta get all the content in, which we have everything planned. Like, our roadmap's fully done. We got like 2 to 3 major patches left, so I imagine our full release is like sometime in June. The only reason it wouldn't be in June is if we somehow got funding to replace all the shitty AI art. If we ever got funding to replace the shitty AI art, then I am assuming that would extend development time a little bit. But yeah, we just want to finish the game and get back to Castle Warriors, because that game was, you know, a blast to make. At one point, Castle Warriors had like a 96% positive review for everyone who had played it, but now it's down to like a 71% review because we haven't patched it in over a year. And everyone's like, it's abandoned. And they're like, well, they're not necessarily wrong. But as soon as we finish Card Collection Simulator, we're going back to Castle Warriors. We just need to finish it. We don't want to have 2 games just sitting there unfinished. And what's cool about Card Collection Simulator, it's got good reviews. Like, it's at a 93.4% right now. Everyone who plays it that likes... Ooh, this is a really good crossbow for solo, so I found League Start. If I was playing a crossbow build, this would have been a sick pickup. Doesn't have prod skills, but... But yeah, I also don't stream enough to where it's like, if I'm streaming, it's like, if I go live, it's because I have something I want to do on stream. Like, if I was a full-time streamer where I streamed, like, you know, 5 days a week, 40 hours or whatever, when I was bored as fuck, I would probably, like, play my own games on stream, but... For some reason in my head, it is weird to hit go live and then play my own game on stream. For whatever reason. Wanted to make sure I got the temple. Important to do. I think Card Collection Simulator is a good game, though. Yes. If you've ever played TCG Card Shop Simulator, but you want the more of a focus on the card collecting aspect of it, and less on the owning the shop aspect, you should try my game. You might like it. I don't want to spend that much gold for that this early.
These are just some odds and ends of mine.
I mean, I love Castle Warriors. I'm glad you liked it, Caleb. I think Castle Warriors was... So, here's what happened with Castle Warriors. When we started making Castle Warriors, it was supposed to be a 1-month project that we moved on from. But it was, like, really fun to make, so we wanted to make it a real game. It was supposed to just be, like, something we learned. It was, like, our first game we were ever making. We wanted to spend 1 month making a little mini-game, a little, like, Flash auto-battler game. But we really liked the game, so we wanted to keep making it. And we eventually, like, it got, like, years and years of development, lots of stuff added onto it, but because when we started making the game, we were, noob developers, but also... It was designed to be a much smaller game. The core code of the game, the base of the engine that we were using, was absolute ass. It was laggy. It couldn't handle high amounts of units. And we constantly, it was spaghetti code central. So we decided, instead of like finishing the game within the limitations of that engine, and then try and remake Castle Warriors as Castle Warriors 2. we decided to rebuild the entire engine from the our entire code base from the ground up, and we spent a year doing that, hyping up that we were doing this big patch and solving all our lag, and we did solve our lag. We could get before, if you ever hit like 200 units on screen, the game turned into a slideshow. It was like unplayable laggy, and now we can have 1,000 units on screen with no lag. But the problem is when we rebuilt the code of the game, the speed, the pace, like everything was so different and so much faster that all of our old balance and all of our old design wasn't like not fitting into the game. We had designed the game to have like 100 to 150 to 200 units on screen, but when you had 1,000 units on screen, like the damage values weren't scaled right. It was like a huge mess. So after like working on this game for 3 years and then doing this big recode, we were like, oh, we're finally going to release this patch. We finished the recode. And it was like, no. Now we have to rebuild the game from the ground up, like, from a balance and design perspective. And that, like, burnt us the fuck out. Like, we were just, like... We just spent a year working on this patch, and it's not even close to done. So we were like, we're going to take 6 weeks doing a horror game. And like it just started us on a break from Castle Warriors, and we just needed to distance ourselves from the game, but we only meant to do it for a short amount of time, and then here we are, baited into finishing. I say baited. Baited is the wrong word. Castle or Card Collection Simulator, I genuinely think is a good 3D simulator. Outside of it, shitty AI art, which as soon as we have any money, I will happily pay. Many different community artists to be in the game. Like, if we could hire hundreds of artists to replace all our cards, I will. And pay them well, hopefully. But, yeah. We're rookie devs, and we made some mistakes in our journey. But I genuinely believe that both games were good. Like I said, Castle Warriors had like a 94% positive review for the longest time. And then Card Collection Simulator is at 93% right now. Like, bad games get bad reviews. And anyone who's played the genre of Card Collection Simulator... oops. I'm rambling, so my brain's kind of off. They like the game. So it's just about getting eyes on it at this point. If we can get eyes on it to where we get some sales, we've got like almost 1,000 sales right now. But if we get like money to be able to start paying artists, I think like the biggest limiting factor is the fact that it's just got AI art, which AI art is absolutely poop. I mean, so I put like I'm the one that generated all the AI art. I'm the one that came up with like all the I wrote all the lore for the characters. I came up with all the models, like all of the the character concepts, their names, the lore. Like if you go into the cards, they all like in the card database, they all have like character stories and lores and stuff. I wrote all that myself. But the art itself is AI generated, and a lot of people dislike AI art specifically because it takes away work from real people. I put a lot of like, we put a lot of money into like making it, not a lot of money, that's the wrong way to put it, because like I said, it's a $30 subscription to the AI website. But we generated a lot of like images to be able to get good AI art. Like we made the AI art look as good as possible. But it takes away money from, like, real people, you know? Like, I can generate 300 cards with a $30 subscription to an AI website. But if I took $30 to an artist and was like, generate me 300 cards, the quality of those cards is not going to be good enough to, like, sell the game. So with AI art, we at least get, like, placeholder art that's, like, not poo-looking. But the reason people don't like AI art is because it's, like... AI art is generating its art, like, the, like, parameters and how it, like, fetches like what it's generating its images from. It's taking those generations from real artists. So it's essentially like in a weird roundabout way, like stealing that art from other artists. But also it's just like not putting money into other art, like people's hands. Like that's just not, you know, in an ideal world, you know, you would hire your artists. You would pay your artists well. And I think it's a problem, obviously, when like big companies that can afford to pay artists abuse AI art. We're a two-man team with no money. So like, if we had money, we would hire artists. And that's the hope, is we can hire artists. But a lot of people in gaming in general just don't like AI art. So I get super rambly when I talk about game development. That is my actual, like, real-life passion. Like, I know I do the PoE 2 content stuff, and I love the game, and do the podcast for PoE 2, but I love talking about game development. First Exalted Orb.
I only hope you do the same for me.
I mean, that's where AI is like, you know, it gives people an outlet that, like, creative people who aren't, like, able to draw and stuff, like, if they want to make a comic book or whatever, like, they can, like, get the foundations and, like, do something they would never be able to do normally, which is cool. And I think most people agree that is, like, in an ideal world, that's fine. But the problem is when you're seeing, like, AAA game dev studios and, like, all of these AI farms that are, like, the reason graphics cards are rising in price again is because of these AI farms and stuff. Like, it's very predatory. It's very destructive to a lot of creative, like, spaces. And then, again, if you have money and you're choosing to use AI art, in my opinion, that's scummy. That's not cool. And there are a lot of big, like, what is the quote? I forget which game dev studio said it, but they said they're AI first. They are an AI first studio where they are trying to incorporate AI into everything. And I think that's just, I understand using AI wanting to use AI to cut costs, and it's very useful in things like procedural generation or like systems management, coding. Like, using AI when coding is super helpful. If you're typing out a line of code, it will start autofilling potentially what you're typing out. And it'll keep updating until it's like a code line that you want. Like, AI in a lot of ways is very, very helpful and useful. But it is abused and a lot of really poor ways. Like Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation used AI voice actors. Are you fucking kidding me? With how much money they fucking had, they couldn't hire voice actors? Like, that is trash. That is absolutely trash to me. If you can afford to hire a voice actor, but you are choosing to use AI voice actors, like, you have millions of dollars in your budget, that's where I think it's trash, you know? Obviously, there was a lot going on with Ashes otherwise, but that, like, they could have even, like, paid, like, cheap AI voiceover artists, you know? Like, you don't have to spend, like, you don't need to go and hire, like, 300 Matt Mercers for your video game out the gate. I mean, Ashes was an absolute scam. I am glad I never bought it. I was always hyped for it. I always watched it skeptically, and then even for a while in my personal Discord with all my IRL friends, we have an Ashes of Creation Discord channel. And, you know, to the lead up its actual early access launch where people first got to play it publicly, I was like, oh, look at these potential classes and stuff. And I was like hyping up all the videos. But whenever I actually saw the first early access playthrough of Ashes of Creation, when like all the streamers got to get it and stuff, I immediately knew it was a scam. it looked nothing like the promotional videos where they were showing off all the Unreal graphics and like all that density and stuff. Like, it almost immediately became a scam. But I was always hesitant from the moment they were saying that they could pull off the mega servers. They were saying they could pull off what other, like, they were saying they could pull off stuff that Blizzard and Square Enix with Final Fantasy couldn't pull off with a 100th of the budget. It was just like, yeah, I don't know if you're going to be able to pull off this server tech that you're actually talking about. And then it ended up just being sharding. That's what WoW uses. So, like, everything about Ashes was clown share. Hey, what's up, Blaze? How you doing, man? But yeah. I know some people don't have a problem with AI, you know, with AI art. I do on a grand scale. Like, if we're talking about, you know, what I just talked about, you know, people with money using AI to cut corners, to skim out on artists and stuff, that's never fun. But, you know, if you're someone who is creating something that you would never have been able to create with AI, I understand it. But that's why I want to replace the AI art in my game. I'm not trying to disparage any of you who use AI art in your little side projects and stuff, because, again, I have 100 cards in my game that are AI art, but I desperately want them to replace. If I had money, I would replace every single AI card, like, right this fucking second. That is my opinion on it. I would love to just, if I had a budget to, like, I think we have like 200-ish cards in our game. If I could pay an individual artist $1,000 each to draw one card for the game to get their art in my game, I would love to do something like that. I don't want to buy cheap art, and I don't want to take advantage of people. I don't like there's people who are like, I'll draw art for free, and that would be cool, but I really don't like that. I don't want to take advantage of people. I don't want to take advantage of people's passions, because I've had people take advantage of my passion before, working in esports. It was constantly said back in the day that, like, we can't pay you to work this esports event because it's grassroots. We're trying to build up something here. And that went on and I saw many people get taken advantage of that way for the longest time, and I never want to take advantage of someone's passion. So that's why I have my stance on AI art. I use it, I don't want to use it, and I don't mind anybody that dislikes my creative works that use it. You are justified in how you feel. Hey, hated great. Sorry, you raided in the middle of a game development rant. Thanks for the raid, bro. Appreciate you. How you doing? I am doing a solo self-found challenge. One, this is a fresh solo self-found and start. I wiped the run, so we have, like, nothing. And a website was made. It was posted to the PoE 2 build subreddit that generates build challenges. And I generated this one. It's called the Bloodbound Decree. I choose a Druid, I wield a bow, and I can only use one damage active skill. And I'm going to try and kill Arbiter in solo self-found with this setup. And we're just doing, you know, we're just doing fun PoE 2 challenges to pass the time until 0.5, because, yeah. It depends on how this one goes. If this one is too easy, we'll do the next one on hardcore. If it's too hard without trade, maybe we'll do hardcore trade, but the website's cool. It generates lots of different challenges, like way more in depth than this. It'll straight up, like, it has a lot of possibilities, but I just happen to roll one like this, where it's just choose a Druid, use a bow, and you get one damage active skill. So we're going to be using Herald, maybe get a companion that has, like, some form of, like, aura buffs and stuff. Like, we'll find ways to kill Arbiter with this build. But it's going to be a fun challenge. It's going to be a fun challenge. Thanks, Blaze. I am excited. I didn't want to do it in trade because I felt like if I'm using Trade League, I would be able to make almost any challenge work. If it's Trade League, it would have to be hardcore trade For sure. Because I feel like you'd be able to make any challenge work this late into the league with Divines. Like, this economy's so fucking bad. Like, I maybe want to talk about the state of the economy this late in the league. Because early on, we had a lot of debates around what Temple did to the economy. And for, like, a while there, I kept saying, I was agreeing with Miso and Rabbit, like, with how, like, everything was balanced out to where, like, before, like, everything was equivalent ratio-wise. If one Divine was worth, like, an item, like, it was, like, the amount you were getting before felt good. Like, you didn't feel like you were grinding more for gear. But this late in the league, inflation has really bad damage. Like, runes of tithing are 56 divine. Like, everything is just unaffordably bad. And it's super unfun for, like, late league build play. But no, sorry, last one. I didn't answer your question earlier. I don't know what the podcast topics for the next episode are. We usually cater the topics usually to the guest, unless it's like something topical in the moment. Next week we have Crimson on. He's a speed running commentator, and then we have the speed runs going on right now themselves. So I'm guessing it's going to be speed run related. Hopefully we never talk about campaign skip ever again. Hopefully that topic is a year off from revisit. But, you know, it just depends. Like, that was a topic that, like, you know, those topics come out of nowhere. You know, that was a Miso topic that, those are always fun to have. So, it's hard to plan too far ahead on topics, though. And then the separate topic from the back half of the episode was Try's topic. So sometimes our guests recommend topics. I'm really bad at, like, yapping while playing this game. I got, like... Everyone says I get heated and stuff. Whenever I'm, like, passionate, I come off super angry, and I come off angrier than I actually am. I got heated during the episode. I actually, like... I think campaign skip is really fucking bad. Like, I don't, like... There are some things where it's like, if it gets added to the game, it's like, whatever, I just won't interact with it. I genuinely think that a campaign skip is bad game design and would be bad for the game in multiple ways, economically and, like, play, like, just, like, from the, how it impacts how you play the game and interact with the game. So I'm very, like, I'm passionate about the topic. Like, I genuinely think it's bad. I don't think, like, I'm not, like, semi-neutral on it. You know, I have a strong stance on it, and, the comments are, it's the most comments we've ever had on a podcast episode. There's over 300 comments. It's, like, by far the most comments we've ever had. And it's a very polarizing topic. But I think a campaign skip ruins a lot of what I play the game for. And it comes off as harsh at times. When I say something like, if you need this in the game for you to have a fun time, the game's not for you. I know that comes off as harsh, but I genuinely feel that way. That a campaign skip, and there's a debate between campaign skips and campaign alternatives, but a lot of people straight up want to be able to boost their character to level 65, or have their second playthrough be like a 1-hour experience where you're starting in maps from level 1. Like, they want an expedited, like, completely game-altering experience that circumnavigates the campaign. Maybe it's just because I'm a game developer and, like, I like, the idea of putting a lot of work into a fucking campaign as good as PoE 2's and then setting it up in a way that it's skippable is crazy to me. Like, I wouldn't want to do that as a developer. Like, the design aspects of that is crazy. If you want to debate the validity of a campaign alternative, like, let's say you level from Delve from level 1, like, sure, there are arguments that can be made for those. I also think those are bad for the game. But, like, endgame character skips and, like, getting to endgame faster in an economy-based game, it has more implications than you think. I think as a build maker, it would make my experience worse. Maybe that's, like, a selfish way to look at it. Like, I'm thinking about it from my perspective, but I genuinely think it's just a bad thing for the game. I have no more life flask. Gotta clutch up here. I'll read chat in a second. There we go.
A warlord in life. Damn.
That's, like, see, that's what I want to say to those people, Blaze. I just, like, sometimes when I get in those moments, like, I struggle to articulate what I'm wanting to say, but, like, that's generally how I feel when I see the campaign skip stuff. It's like, what they're saying to me is, like, what I want to do is I want to do what Fubgun does in endgame without any of the work and effort. That's what, like, and when you phrase it like that, you come off as such a condescending prick. But that's what I hear when these people say, I want my second character to just get into endgame and have all the best gear and immediately clear. And it sounds more selfish than how I phrase it with, like, the game's not for you. Like, you're trying to, like, it's such a tough conversation because it's very nuanced and it's very polarizing, but to me, it is, like, it literally comes off as that, Blaze. Like, it's very much like, I want to skip the campaign, I want the build given to me on, like, a platter. I just want to, like, I don't want to craft it. Like, it's just, it's very... And I know like, you can easily, like, flip it. It's like, we're talking about the second characters and stuff. Like, there's 18 different types of people that want different types of campaign skips. Like, I understand campaign alternatives, like the idea in a perfect world where from level 1, you could level in Delve from level 1 on your second character. And you just do low tier Delve and you use twink gear and stuff. But, like, in a perfect world, if you had multiple systems like that were really well balanced, sure, but it's so hard to do. It's a weird topic. I find it. Maybe I haven't played an ARPG with a good enough campaign skip, but all the ARPGs with campaign skips I've played are, like, whatever. So, like, to me, like, the D4 argument, like, I don't like the D4 argument because, like, yes, when I did the D4 campaign 10 times, I was over it, and I started doing the other leveling stuff. That's because the D4 campaign is completely dog shit. I don't think the PoE 2 campaign is dog shit, but I also think, like, I think this topic has more ground to stand on in 2 years when the campaign is finished. If people still are horribly upset with the campaign in 2 years, maybe there's some, like, grounds to talk about this conversation, but it's not even done yet. The idea of them, like, putting development time towards a skip when it's not even finished is absurd. But what Rabbit pointed out on the podcast, I don't know who said it. I don't know if it was a GGG dev or someone who does, like, database stuff for PoE Ninja or PoEDB, but someone said that in the database, over 15 campaign areas have been edited and updated. So, in 0.5, all of the annoying parts of the campaign might even just be solved. Like, But yeah, I got heated in the conversation. I'm not actually like that angry about it, like, but sometimes I'm not a debater. Like, we're three dweebs talking about a video game on a podcast. I'm not someone who thrives in a debate environment. I get emotional. Getting emotional in debates is not like, you know, a good thing. But I do feel strongly about it. I genuinely think it's not like something I dislike, and like if it was something I like could just like, if it was just like bad, I would just keep doing the campaign, right? But I think it's actually bad for the game. Like, from an like solo self-found aside, I play the trade league. Imagine if like the best farmers in this game could level a league start build to end game, farm a bunch of currency, and then instantly boost to end game their second character that does a specialized farm, like, immediately. Like, you're widening the gap economically between pros and noobs in that sense. And then you're also ignoring all the things that drop in the campaign. Think of level 8 spirit gems. Level 8 spirit gems are actually important for some endgame builds. You want the lowest level of that spirit gem. If people are skipping the campaign and boosting the endgame, where are we getting level 8 spirit gems from? Low-level essences. Some people do low-level crafting. Low-level essences aren't getting dropped in endgame. Like, there's a lot of weird side effects that you have to take into account from it that... In an ideal world, I think campaign alternatives can work. But I'm pretty sure it's... Didn't you talk about it? Who talked about it? I could have sworn it maybe been on your podcast, Blaze, with Ostrix, where you specifically quoted what Jonathan said, which was it your podcast? Where Jonathan said, if the campaign is bad, we're going to make the campaign better. We're not going to give you a skip. I think it was in one of your podcasts where you referenced that quote. And I agree with that completely. If the campaign's that bad, make it a little bit better. But it's not even finished yet, so we're just a little bit preemptive with this campaign skip, campaign alternative requests. Ooh, that hurt. No lightning rod is rough when doing single target with lightning arrow. Definitely an interesting challenge. Yeah, we talked about it on that podcast. So it was on the exact... Yeah, sometimes I watch, like, all of the PoE podcasts, so, like, I get, like, podcast suit brain. I couldn't remember if that was from your podcast or the Jungroan one that just happened with Palstron and Dreamcore. But I knew I had heard someone reference it recently. Yeah, I don't know what prompted Miso to want to talk about. I mean, it's a fun topic, and I'm not against revisiting it again in the future, you know. That's just genuinely how I feel. Kyle, do you think the tutorials are detailed enough? I don't think tutorials are detailed enough now, but I think they do a decent job onboarding people, but I don't think they do any onboarding for... Like, I think early game stuff, they do a reasonable job onboarding, but, like, once you get to late game systems, like, especially, like, league mechanics, there's, like, almost no onboarding for some of them. I think they do a better job than PoE 1 does. I don't think this game has a bad tutorial experience, but I do think it obviously needs a lot more added to it. Oh, it got Wisp. Great. Just gonna skip that rare. But yeah, it just depends on what kind of, like... When someone says campaign skip, they could mean, like, 5 different things. If you're talking about an actual endgame boost, which some ARPGs have on second characters, you can just boost them to endgame. That is absolutely not okay. But also, I think, like, Rabbit's point on the podcast was also the best. Like, if you want to do... If it's specifically about second character experiences, your second character is already 1,000 times faster than your first one. You just gotta follow a good twink leveling setup. Like, I think the conversation legitimately ends there. If the debate is because you want a better leveling experience on the second character... That's what Twink Gear's for. How's it going, Hunter? I definitely think, no matter what, agreed, Simon, you should have to do activity. Like, when I say campaign alternatives, you know, that would be like doing Delve to endgame and stuff. Like, there's a world where something like that could exist, but I definitely think it's way too soon to talk about it. But that's actually a good thing that you brought up Rax, Simon. I'm curious how Rax feels, specifically about a campaign skip in PoE. But honestly, like, if you guys go look at the podcast episode, look at the comments. It is absurdly polarizing. It is... I personally think there are more comments that are, like, against campaign skip, but I would say it's like 60-40. And it is probably the most comments we've ever had on the pod. It's only been like a day and a half and it has over 300 comments. Yeah, that's my point. That's what was one of my points of the podcast, Wade. It's just, in 2 years, maybe if it's still unpolished with rough edges, but... I'm curious, like, do PoE 1 Andes ever bring up the campaign skip topic? Or is it just, like, people from other ARPGs who want it? Because I feel like I don't ever see a PoE 1 veteran asking for a campaign skip. So maybe it's just about being indoctrinated, but I've played with some campaign alternatives before. I've never done a campaign skip, an endgame skip before in an ARPG. But I've played D3 and D4. They have campaign alternatives for leveling. Probably need more decks. Yeah, I'm not sure, Hunter. For some people, like, just having, like, random B-roll and, like, visual aids during the podcast can be distracting. Some people don't like having, like, too many visuals on screen. I personally don't like the idea of just there being, like, something on the background of the podcast playing that's irrelevant to the conversation. So I don't think we'd ever just have, like, cool build footage showing. I do like that the Dreamcore podcast, like, utilizes visual aids quite frequently. I think Dreamcore does that in post-production, though. I don't think he's doing that live. I actually don't even know if they do their podcast live. I've always watched it. I need to find out. But Miso handles all of the production for the podcast. I do the show notes. Usually do the show notes. So I want to say like 90% of the time, and then the occasional suggestions from Miso or the guest. Rabbit doesn't usually help with the show notes. Rabbit's just the sex appeal. He shows up, looks pretty. That's what he's paid to do. I think this guy drops a support gem. It's very interesting using only one skill this early on for bows, because I'm used to using Lightning Rod, and it's definitely going to be an interesting challenge. I wonder what skills we could potentially use. I just don't know if we'll have the int to use curses in late game. Maybe. I'm noob at solo self-found, so I don't expect to craft well. But yeah, Miso handles all the production, so that would be a Miso thing. He'd have to want to handle that workload. And it's already a lot doing a weekly podcast. And we never want the podcast to be, like, dependent on visual aids, because we have the audio-only format. Like, really the only part we want to be, like, visually is, like, the build of the week, which obviously requires it, but, like, if we needed too many visual aids, that would make our audio listeners suffer. And we actually get a good amount of listeners on Spotify. It's like 1,000 listens a week. Which is pretty cool. I have no idea what we get on Apple. Oh, we got our first temple. I need to shop more. I'm really bad at the solo self-found mentality of, like, just shopping more. I'm such a trade Andy. Your predictions of your next release character? Not when or who you want and what that will be. Well, I think we are absolutely getting a new character class in 0.5. So I know you said you don't care about when, but I am telling you, we are absolutely getting a new class. Absolutely. I think it's going to be Marauder. We're getting axes. We have talked about the support gem limitation a few times. It's been a while though. Because most of us don't really have like an in-depth PoE 1 perspective, it's hard to do like those kind of conversations. Like, we could probably be better at them now, but earlier on, we weren't really, you know, the PoE 1 reference guys. Where are... Oh, here they are. We do have a physical damage one. I need new bows, though.
This hooded one is here.
I need to be shopping more.
Anything take your fancy?
Crap. I think I'm just gonna craft on this one, YOLO it. We'll send a YOLO Regal. We have talked about the limitations on combos before, though. I think with alcohol specifically. That was a good DPS increase. We more than doubled the damage on that bow. Thanks for the prime, man. I think I missed a prime earlier. If you primed earlier and I didn't say thank you, I'm so sorry. Oh, I did say thank you to the last one. Never mind. I get real space brain when I'm streaming sometimes. No Widow Hail. It's a solo self-found. And it's a fresh solo self-found run. So, we're doing a solo self-found build challenge. Oh, interesting. No, we have not talked about those kind of limitations yet. No. Dreamcore said he's down to come on the podcast. I'm not sure what date yet. I'm trying to lock in the date with him. That might be a good conversation for Dreamcore. Might save that for the Dreamcore podcast. I would love to ask him about kind of stuff like that. Because, again, like, sometimes our podcast, like, we have to take into account the guests we have. So, like, sometimes certain episodes just have to be catered to certain guests. And, you know, obviously, like, those kind of questions you wouldn't ask for, like, someone like... I mean, obviously, Crimson is awesome. Like, but we're going to be focusing on, like, speedrunning stuff with them, right? Which, by the way, I love Crimson. I have a soft spot in my heart for commentators who know what they're talking about. I used to do StarCraft and Heroes of the Storm commentary, and I never really liked the, like, you had you had the commentator who was just doing, like, the play-by-play and wasn't very knowledgeable, and then you always had, like, the analyst. And it always bothered me whenever there were commentators who didn't know what they were talking about. And Crimson is the exact opposite of that. He knows more, like, he knows the levels, like, he's a good commentator, so it's hard being a good commentator who can do play-by-play and articulate well what you're trying to say in the middle of, like, a high intense moment, while also being someone who is good at the game. Usually what happens is you have an analyst who was a former pro player that transitions to analyst, and oftentimes analysts end up being kind of socially awkward, especially in esports specifically. The analytical commentators can oftentimes end up being socially awkward, or just, you know, esports pros, right? So you have, like, they always have to be paired with a color commentator. There's examples out there where this isn't the case, like Tastosis and Artosis from StarCraft. Like, they're exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, it's an analyst with with someone who does the play-by-play. It's very rare to have someone who is good at play-by-play, good at articulating well, a good host, but also very good at the game. And it's not just, like, being a good commentator isn't just about, like, being good at the game and stuff, but, like, I used to go to, like, DreamHack events with a binder that, like, each page would be, like, information about a specific player. You would have to know, like, what heroes they picked, their playstyle tendencies, win rates, like you would have to do research on the players. And Crimson isn't just good at speedrunning, but he knows the meta of each of these players, of all the playstyles and stuff. Like, it's very rare to have someone who can articulate well, but is also good at the game, but then also does the research. He doesn't just know the game well. He's not just a good speaker, but he knows all of the players' strategies, their styles. Like, he puts in the work, and that is very rare from our commentator, especially one who is not making, like... When I used to do StarCraft and Heroes of the Storm commentary, there was, like, majors every month. There was like, weekly tournaments, and there was daily cups. So if you were somebody who was, like, new to esports and you wanted to, like, start casting StarCraft, there are 1,000 daily cups that have games that aren't being casted, that are, like, you know, matches of, like, people who are, like, the 10th best player and stuff. Like, you can easily start getting into tournaments very easy in, like, other games and stuff. But in this game, like, how do you become... Where's the fucking entrance to Freythorn? Oh, it's down here. I want to get the waypoint. But in Path of Exile 2 speedrunning, how do you get good, and how do you break into the scene as a commentator? Like, how do you practice that? It's such an intense grind that I imagine he has to do to be good at what he's doing, and I just have all of the respect for him. So I fucking love good commentators, and he's doing it in a world where, like, PoE speedrunning has 2 commentators, and they do it all the time, every single time. No one else ever does it. And he is lucky enough to have broken in as the 3rd one. Not lucky enough, but he has earned that spot that only a third person in all of Path of Exile of speed running people who want to become commentators have achieved. Like, and he did that because he is fucking fantastic across the board of being a commentator. Analysis, research, and just being well-spoken, so. Random rant, but I have a, like I said, I used to do esports commentary, so like I have a, I guess a selfish perspective on the matter. I'll have to look at the comments, Simon. I haven't been looking at my YouTube comments lately. When I usually only look at remember to look at my comments like after like a few days after I posted a video, and because I don't post, I forget to look at my channel. Sorry, I need to respond to chat. I went on a big rant, a rambly rant there. Hi, do you play Wolf Cry build? I do not. I've never played a Wolf Cry build. I don't like Cry builds. So yeah, that again, it depends on what you're defining campaign skip as. If you mean campaign alternatives, I agree. I can see an argument down the line, years after the campaign is actually out and finished, where campaign alternatives can exist. But if by campaign skip you mean on your second character you hit create and you can start it at level 65, you're cracked. You're absolutely out of your mind. Campaign alternatives, if you want to debate campaign alternatives, eventually I can see a world where they're okay. But I also think it's bad. It's like it's almost bad design. It's like you've set yourself up a shit campaign that like if it's that bad that people are wanting to skip it, you've messed up. And I don't think the PoE 2 campaign is that bad. Yeah. I'm not letting Last Protagonist rage bait me into the fucking campaign skip conversation again. He did, Blaze. He did rage bait me into it. He absolutely did. How do you plan on going bleed bow on Druid? I'm probably not going bleed. We're probably going ice shot. I'm assuming we're going ice shot with Herald of Ice. I don't think we're going bleed. Can this build fit in Headhunter? Yeah, it can. Unfortunately. It's one of those dirty Headhunter builds. Like, honestly, I would rather never have campaign skips, but, like, I'm more open to, like... Someone made the comment, like, if you killed Arbiter, maybe your second characters can use, like, it removes the level limit from uniques. So if you've killed Arbiter, you can use Headhunter from level 1. Like, but you still have to do the fucking campaign. Like, if you want to talk about worlds where, like, you clear content on the first character and you get some weird campaign buffs that you lose when the campaign ends, like, that doesn't change my experience. So I'm not gonna, like, throw a fit over that probably being added. But campaign skips. You're a poo head. Level 65 boost? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. You're not getting me again, Protag. By the way, if you always get lost in this place, Freythorn, and it's like, I can never find the last ones. When you find this, it points to where the last ones are at. It'll send these little smoke clouds. See how they're like going in this direction? That means the ones I've missed are this way. So. If you ever... I don't need to explore to the right. Oh, yeah, when you clear the Flaythorn boss, you get... I think that's the Druid's wife. You see her spirit. It's a little... It doesn't change anything with, like, the quest line, or you don't get different loot or something. It's just like a in-game lore thing. But yes, the Druid has a... The Druid also has a different interaction with King of the Mist and the titty boss. The mermaid titty boss. The Druid has a few unique interactions. But, like, I also just agree with, again, what Rabbit said, where, like, if you want your second character to be faster, like, there are some insanely fast twink leveling setups. Like, I did my second character in the Mirage League. I know this is not PoE 2, but there are good twink leveling builds in PoE 2. But my second character in the Mirage League, I did the Kinetic Fusillade twink leveling setup that Jungroan made. And I cleared Act 5 in, like, 2.5 hours. Which, like, for me, is fast. A proper twink leveling setup is cheat codes for the campaign. If you, like, if that makes sense. Are you gonna do bleed, Druid? No. No bleed on this character, probably. If it was Trade League, we would have, like, you know, more options would be available. Because it's solo self-found, I think we're pretty limited in how we can play a bow build. I'm new to bow builds, but from my understanding, it's very hard to get a pure physical damage bow. So, and that's what we would need for... Not very hard, but, you know, it's hard to get a good enough bow for a bleed build. I am assuming we are going Ice Shot. Because the challenge is limiting us to using only one active skill, we need to be able to use a skill that can do single target and AoE. And a few things come to mind. Obviously, the shot we're using right now. It does struggle with single target, though. Blaze, by the way, I've been asking this question to people. I'm curious your thoughts on this. This is the challenge we're doing. It's called the Bloodbound Decree. There's this website that I saw. Someone made a website. It's called the Randomancer. It generates PoE build challenges. My question to you, Blaze, is Monomancy. Use only one damaging active skill. Does Mirage Archer, so if I use Mirage Archer and I put Lightning Rod in it, does Mirage Archer using Lightning Rod count as an additional damage activating skill? Because if it doesn't, if everyone agrees that that doesn't, then I could play Lightning Rod and Lightning Arrow still by using Lightning Rod. It does do damage, I believe. Does it do damage? Actually, I've never played Mirage Archer. I've never played a bow. I'm very noob to bow builds. The bow builds I've done are weird, so. But that's the question is, does using something like Mirage Archer, having a skill in it, doing something, count as using another damage active skill? That changes things, you know. Right now, I'm leaning towards not using it because it does feel like a gray area. Because, like, if you use the argument, if I were to use Spark, and then I was to use Cast on Crit Comet, like, in that argument, Spark with Cast on Crit Comet, like, that to me seems like using 2 damage activation skills. So if I'm using Mirage, even though Mirage is activated with a dodge roll, it's still doing a skill that does damage, so it's like but I'm not doing the skill that's doing damage. So it's like this weird gray area where, because it's a gray area, I feel like I shouldn't do it, but I've been asking people what they thought on it. Are you going to do a bleeding concoction build? At some point, for sure. I liked my concoction build that I did on my Pathfinder. Bleed one would be cool. For me, I'd have a soft alternative level experience, like letting players getting to choose what league mechanic. Again, like, if at some point there was a way where you could, like, again, like, Delve is the perfect example, right? Delve, you could actually level in from 1 to 65, right? With how it's set up. If you had multiple alternative leveling experiences that were all balanced. But I feel like GGG would have to set it up in a way where the campaign was always the fastest. So they would have to, like, adjust XP rates to where the other ones were slightly slower. Like, the moment any of the alternative leveling paths becomes the fastest way to play, I feel like that's not okay. Even on a second character. But I'm a little less picky on that. That's like a silly gripe. Yeah, I don't have the 7 TV. I don't even have it installed. I forgot that you have to enable those as the streamer. The kiss a hole, okay. That's funny. I'll get that enabled off a stream. I'm not logged into the website right now. So yeah, with Mirage, if Mirage Rusher is off the table, then I probably am not playing Lightning Arrow long term. That leaves Poison Burst Arrow, which Poison Burst can both do single target and clear. Or Ice Shot, which can both do single target and clear via Herald of Ice. So I assume I'm going Ice Shot right now. Because it's solo self-found. If this was Trade League, I can make any, like... I feel like if it was Trade League, I could literally make any challenge work. Like, you can do some stupid fucking shit if you got enough Divine. If I were to do it in Trade League, I would, like, have to do, like, a 10 Divine budget limit or something. I'd have to make it a Giga budget build or something, and... I don't know, it just seemed like better to do solo self-found. Oh, I don't have full flash charges going into this fight. We do have a little bit of life regen, but... I think Ice Shot's just going to be the play because Herald of Ice is just so overpowered. Hey, what's up, Jungle? Glad you're here, man. I should hopefully be able to start streaming more. The reason I haven't streamed much ever is because of the PC crashes I got. My graphics card, I guess, was just dying. I tried so many things to fix it, and I eventually just bought a new graphics card. So I bought a brand new graphics card a week ago. I got a 5070, and I have not had any crashes since, so... Should hopefully start streaming more. But the main reason I didn't stream was, like, you know, especially in, like, games like this, when we got the end game, like, I couldn't go very long at all without getting a crash. Alright, he's about to be stunned. Nice. Didn't need to use any of the flash charges we had. Life regen was able to top us off the whole time. That'll vendor for more. Is that mainstream? I thought you make off-meta builds. Listen, I can only use one skill. What else am I supposed to use? Also, I'm not making a build. This is a build challenge. We're doing a challenge, so we're not actually making anything here. We're just trying to kill. We're just trying to kill Uber Arbiter doing this challenge right here. Not Uber Arbiter, just base Arbiter. I mean, depends on how the build's going, but I'm a noob at solo self-found, so I assume Arbiter is going to be my limit. I don't know how to craft. I mean, at some point I want Herald of Ash, but for now we're going to do Herald of Thunder. How dare you not only using bow shot? I thought about it. I actually thought about it. But I'm new to bow builds, so
Here's what I've got.
basically any skill is new to me, so it makes it kind of fun.
Feel.
None of these are worth crafting on.
Next time.
Let's say you activate it via dodge. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll just count it as cheating then. We won't use Mirage Archer then. I've been playing Dragonkin, and it's a bit like D3. Have you checked it out? No. Right now, I like in the off season, like I like to play like I call them friend swap games with like my friends. So we'll play games like Peak and stuff. But lately, me and my friend Kevin have just been playing like. Usually in the off season, I'm not playing ARPGs. I am I'm like taking my break from them. I'm not like a giga ARPG degenerate like a lot of the ARPG content creators. Like so like right now I've been playing like a lot of Rocket League for some reason. My friend and I randomly got back into playing Rocket League. We used to play that game a fuckload back in the day, and now we're just randomly grinding twos again. I've been playing a lot of Rust. I love like games that have ship battles, and not just like boat battles in them, but like spaceships and stuff. Like if you've ever played a game like Void Crew, played games like Sea of Thieves, like I love any form of like ship battle game. And Rust recently added a patch that aided like naval warfare and shipbuilding and stuff. And it is like honestly one of the best like experiences I've ever had in that kind of like game experience, like a ship PvP battle where you can like you actually build your own ship models and then you go and like fight other people out in the open sea. Like usually in these shipbuilding games, like you're really limited in how you can design your ship, but because it's Rust, you can design your boat however you fucking want. So it's like super fun. So we've been playing Rust. I've seen Blaze has been playing Core Keeper. I love Core Keeper, and they got a new patch, so we might spin up a server for that soon. But I fucking love me some Core Keeper, and they just got a new update. You're not banned, Jungle. I mean, I see you talking. Might be like an internet thing. What about Ark? Reminds me of Division. So, I love extraction shooters. I love games like Dark and Darker. We've actually been playing weirdly. It's not an extraction shooter. It's a battle royale. But we got back into playing PUBG again lately, so that's been fun. I love like just shooters in general. I hate Arc Raiders. I fucking hate Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is like the casual game. It's like the D4 of that genre. And I mean that in, like, the nicest way possible. I know, like, lol, D4 bad. Like, I don't mean it in that way. Because I honestly don't think D4 is a shit game. I just don't enjoy playing it anymore. It's not for me. But it is, like, a very good entry-level casual ARPG. I think Arc Raiders is the baby the baby extraction shooter. It is so catered to people who don't want a PvP. It is almost like a PvE first game, which is weird to say for that genre. like, I don't know, I genuinely feel bad when I'm playing that game, because when I play those games, like, I am, like when you play Dark and Darker, like, 1 out of every 10 people will be like, hey, guy, dude, I don't want to fight, can we just, like, pass each other? Like, Dark and Darker is a PvP first game. When you see somebody, you assume they're out for your head. And that's what I like about it. Like, to me, when I play those games, I'm PvP first. And in Arc Raiders, every time I got into a PvP fight, like 9 times out of 10, it's someone like, please, dude, no, I'm just doing a quest. I'll help you. Like, it was always, and like, it genuinely would start to make me feel bad. Like, it would make me feel bad because, like, it was constantly, like, just people, like, genuinely upset that they were getting killed. And in the other games, like, when you kill someone in Dark and Darker, like, you know, at most you'll get a good fight. Like they're happy they fought the fight, you know? It's like the overcoming that PvP battle was part of the fun, and Arc Raiders does not have that, at least from my experience, and yeah. Oh, nothing wrong with it being, again, I like I said, when I called it, when I said it was like the D4 version of those games, I did not mean that disparagingly. It is supposed to be that genre of game for that type of player, which, yeah, yes, baby's first extraction game in a non-condescending way. Sure, yes, like, exactly. I don't mean it to be BM, even though it does kind of come off as BM. But, like, I don't know, I genuinely, like, I know some people, like, get the kicks out of killing all, like, there are people who, like, if you want to just PvP, it's not like it's against the rules, right? Like, if I went in and murdered everybody, there are plenty of people that do that, but it generally was starting to make me feel bad. Like, after every kill, when they're down, they're begging for you to, like, not finish them. It genuinely made me feel bad after it happened. It's like a constant in that game, which is fun. But yeah, it wasn't for me. The combat was fun. I genuinely thought the gameplay and combat was fun. Arc Raiders is cool. It was surprisingly smooth. I want to give them that credit. Like, they design, like, for its frame rate, and it's like, it was never like a clunky game for me, which, like, most modern FPS games have usually some clunk to them. Right, I've seen a lot of players begging, don't kill me. Yeah, it's crazy. And then, like, in the versions I'm used to playing, like Tarkov and Dark and Darker, you know, it's the opposite. And yeah, I don't know. Like, there's just, like, maybe, like, younger me would have loved Arc Raiders to just torment people and just, like, PvP them all. Maybe it's because I'm older. Maybe it's because I'm a game developer, but, like, it genuinely would just make me feel bad. Like, I remember one day I was just like, this is, like, the 4th person in a row that has just gotten genuinely upset that they're getting killed, and I feel bad about it. The reason I've been skipping my temple, by the way, is I haven't wanted to go into the temple until I had a bow that I want to craft on. I've been waiting for the vendor to update with a good longbow that I can, like, use the temple regals and exalted orbs on. If we don't get a good bow soon, I'm just going to do it, because we could get a good bow in it. But that's why I've been skipping the temple. PvE was added at the end of the development. It needs a PvE only mode, then all would be happier. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't learn about their development process. It's funny how that kind of stuff can happen, though. You know, the development journey is hilarious. If you would have told me that game was never designed with PvP, I would have never believed that. There's another extraction shooter that came out this year. It's called Legacy Steel and Sorcery. That one's pretty fun. It's like a third-person Dark and Darker. Did you guys ever play the game Realm Royale? It was an old battle royale made by Hi-Rez. I think the guys that made Smite. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Hi-Rez. I loved that battle royale. When you got downed, you would turn into a chicken. That game was super fun. No, I think Arc Raiders nailed it. Like, PvE first, it clearly is a good model. Like, the game is super successful. And if you look at every other game in that genre, they almost are always designed PvP first, so... Might be a trend that you see more people copycat. Okay, what do I want to do from here? I know I want to get Rage at some point. Rage is going to be one of the best ways to increase our damage. But Rage might be hard until we get like something like Eternal Rage or something. Part of me just wants to like cut this way now and start getting like attack damage stuff over here. I really don't want to play Energy Shield. My gut tells me the best way to play this character would be to path up here, get either lightning or cold damage stuff, get the crit stuff, and play Energy Shield crit. That's what my gut tells me. But the life stacker in me wants to life stack on my 50th character. So... do I follow my heart or follow my brain? Oh, I forgot to finish getting these points here. I got time to think about it. Iron Slippers, notable? What is that? Iron Slippers. I mean, it depends on if we had a high energy shield boots. I don't know if we need that, though. We're not playing hardcore, so you know. I'm more worried about our damage. I don't know why. I'm nervous. Like, whenever I play solo self-found, like, for some reason, I'm never... I always can figure out defenses. For me, solving defenses is never a problem. It's always getting damage. And I'm really bad at crafting. So, my concern is, like, will I be able to craft a good bow? And that's part of the reason why we're doing the challenge in solo self-found, is so I can learn crafting for once. But that's my concern more, is, like... maybe I'm wrong. Maybe eventually our passes will change to be, like, way more defensives, but... for some reason, I'm just, like, really worried we're just not going to have a good bow. Oh, I need to get the smith tools. Just realized I still have the music for the in-game on. I never played Division 2. I played Division 1. But I always did like the Dark Zone in Division 1. But I've never gotten into Division 2. But I always preferred, like, the reason why I played the Division 1 was because I preferred the PvP over the PvE. What about Vulgar Methods? That's these ones here, right? No, which one's Vulgar Methods? Oh, the crit ones? It just depends on if we're going crit early or not. I don't know. I feel like if we were to end up playing crit, like, you're just, again, better off, like, just coming up here and then doing the crit stuff over here. Like, when you're playing crit builds, you almost always want to be on this side of the tree instead of this side. Like, you just get so much more value out of crit over here. I mean, look at the heat maps on PoE Ninja. They light up that side of a tree for a reason. I also don't think... I mean, again, I'm new to bow builds. I have no idea how much crit we can get early on with just Vulgar Methods. Maybe it's good DPS. But I am guessing, like, crit is not easy in solo self-found. I'm pretty sure I would need like a bow with like flat crit on it to play crit on this side of the tree. The challenge makes things like, again, this isn't like my normal type of build style of playing. Like, normally it's like we're doing something weird and we're gonna make it work doing something weird. But now it's like what we're doing that's weird is a challenge. So we have to kind of do something normal and safe if we want to actually be able to pull this off. We're pretty limited in what skills we can use. And so that solo self, like, again, if it was Trade League, I could easily buy, you know, a mirror bow and game over. Oh, blank runes. We need more. Alright, let's go to town and we'll get the rest of this. Oracle will always crit. Well, we don't want that. Like, the Oracle always critting is good when you're doing a cast-on build, but not for, like, I would imagine, a budget bow build. I honestly think we're going Shaman. I don't know if that sounds weird, but I think we're going Shaman. That's a good helmet. I think Shaman's really good, though. I think the bonded runes help out a lot in solo self-found. I think the rage stuff could be huge for the damage. Shaman's good defensively. We get 120 spirit as well, which lets us run potentially a companion or multiple heralds. Like, I think Shaman could be really good. Like, I know most people play Bow Oracle, but I feel like Shaman could be really good. So I kind of want a Shaman. Oh my god, I never got the free ring from... Man, I've been yapping like crazy. This has been a yap stream. I never got the free ring.
Sip from it slowly. Don't waste any.
Don't brick, don't brick. I want to do a temple run, but we need a new bow. I think Shaman 2 for the spirit, because you got to use a lot of spirit gems with only one active. Yeah, and I think we might be forced to use a companion. Like, if I need to make up damage, I think a lot of people sleep on... I don't know if sleep's the right word. The problem with companions is they take a percentage of your spirit, which, by the way, I proposed on the podcast that I think maybe one of the ways to solve the cast-on problem is if you made cast-on crit and all the cast-on stuff, the work the same way companions work. If cast-on stuff reserved a percentage of spirit, like companions, instead of just a flat amount, that would make using cast-on crit way bigger of an investment. Way bigger of an investment. So that might be a good balance patch. But, like I was saying, companions with their auras, like you get a haste aura or physical damage aura or whatever, like, those are massive. And I also haven't played with a companion in a long time, so...
Yes.
Play with the companion as a challenge, it was fun. I used a companion non-ironically in 0.3 last patch. This one's worth crafting on. I could craft on this one. We'll do a temple of that one. Oh, that's right. That's right. I was like, I know they changed companions. Ant being gone, that was a fine nerf. Like, I understand why that nerf, but it does hurt. Having a permanently hasted minion helps fucking a lot. I think you can still use the Flying Wasp, though, if you want a permanently hasted minion, but they changed the companion nodes themselves. That I remember that change being bigger, or a bigger nerf. But yeah, companions are cool. You was thinking pinpoint critical on lightning rods? Lightning rods would have to be the only DPS skill in that sense, in that world, but I mean, it could work. I've never done like a lightning rod only setup. Maybe that would be fun. Again, my issue is I want something that can do good clear late game, and that's why my brain goes to Poison Burst because of Poison Spread, or I shot because of Herald Chains, and just Herald Clear in general. So yeah, it was a big nerf. It was like yeah, you could just be the minion change was big. The companion change. I hated Ant though. I fucking do not miss the Ant. Because it always dropped frost bombs no matter what. So even in your hideout, you're constantly getting the and it was super annoying. I need to get these rares I left on the ground, and then I need to go get my free ring because we could get a free iron ring. No, slept cleave, I just got your request. Okay, cool. It sounds like Dreamcore is locking... We're locking Dreamcore in for the 16th. So, April 16th, 3 podcasts from now, we'll have Dreamcore. So, I think our current lineup is... We have this coming Thursday's Crimson. I think... the Thursday after that is Alcohol. We're trying to get Alcohol back on because his episode, the audio got fucked up because Miso was in Japan and the audio just got goofed. So we've been wanting to get Alcohol on because we felt bad. So I think it's going to be Crimson, and if Alcohol is free on the 9th, we still haven't locked that in. Alcohol. The 16th is now Dreamcore. And then I'm pretty sure on the 23rd, this is like 99.9% locked in. We just haven't completely locked in the time of it. But on the 23rd is Darth Microtransaction. So our next 4 guests are Crimson, probably Alcohol, Dreamcore, and DM's back. So we got a fucking banger next 4 episodes. I'm hyped that Dreamcore was down. I don't know. Oh, I didn't get my fucking dude. When I am yapping like crazy, my brain is all over the place. Look how much shit we skipped. We didn't get the free ring from the Ancient Rune, and we didn't get our passive points from Una's Hut. Purely App City. All right, we gotta get the ring. I'm so hyped to have Dreamcore on. He might be, like... He's definitely top 3 favorite creators of mine. He might be number 1. Ooh, I knew it was worth it to come back here. We got the Iron Ring.
Your death shall be avenged.
And I love Dreamcore's new podcast with Palsteron. I mean, I just love all the PoE podcasts. They're all so good. Do I want a YOLO Alkit? Sure. I think I just bought this from the vendors. I really like Crimson. I did a Crimson rant earlier in the stream, but I really like Crimson. I love knowledgeable commentators, man. We talked about whether we should talk about that kind of stuff on the podcast. I don't think we ever will. I know you weren't being serious about getting on, I guess, but I was just like talking about the Genevu stuff. Like, neither of us are like, we're all new to the scene, so like the drama didn't hit as hard as it did with us. But like, let's just say it was even a drama that like we were more knowledgeable on. Like, I don't know if we'll ever cover that kind of thing, just because once you start like talking about that kind of stuff, it'll become a habit. It says we're a weekly podcast, that could very easily become a repeatable habit. Repeatable habits. Repetitive, but we thought about talking about it, but I don't think we should. It is, and yeah, I mean, the threat stuff is scary. Like, as someone who's going to ExileCon, like, I mean, even before those threats, like, I'm always nervous at conventions and, like, big areas like that, like, in the world we live in. But, yeah, those threats are not okay. In the slightest. Yeah, I saw that Uncle Jay video. Uncle Jay is feasting off of this drama, that's for sure. He's made like 8 videos off of this drama already. Oh, I hate when I hate whenever the room starts in the middle of the path. It's a pretty crazy situation. I mean, I have no idea what he got banned for. I think the assumption is RMT, which I feel like everyone could have assumed that was obviously happening. I know there is a lot of... I feel like RMT is very... We don't have a Regal Orb on this yet, so hopefully we can get a Regal Shrine. If not, I'll go to my stash tab and get a Regal. I know RMT is polarizing. There are some games and, like, communities that, like, normalize RMT. Especially, like, Eastern MMOs. Like, if you played any South Korean MMO, they're riddled with RMT and shit like that. Like, if you're into mobile games, like, those people don't even bat an eye at RMT. So, depending on who you're talking to, every time you're like, RMT's bad, they're like, what? I love spending money on my video games. What are you talking about? I feel like most Western audiences do not like RMT. But especially, like, a sweaty game like this genuinely don't like RMT. But because of just how RMT interacts with the trade economy, it ends up being way worse with how it influences the game. So it makes sense why some games ban it. I personally am on the side that
Can I carry any more?
RMT is bad because it's exploitative. Like, you have like a lot of bad actors scamming and doing stuff. In situations where the developer is it's pay to win, or like you have the gold token in WoW, it is slightly more acceptable. I still think it's garbage trash design. It can go fuck itself. I want nothing to do with art. I don't want you to be able to swipe your card and get any player power in any game, period. That is where I come from. If that's an elitist perspective, okay, I guess that's the side of this I land on. I do not want there to ever be RMT. But when you're talking about these third-party websites and these, like they're very exploitative, and the term gets used a lot, mafia. I've experienced mafias before in other MMOs. If you've played WoW before, you're very familiar of the history of the Devil Sword Mafia. Those get intense. And they don't just get intense in game where it's like in a PvP server they'll camp you and prevent you from doing stuff. They threaten you in real life. They'll dox you, they'll hack your accounts, like, because these are people who are playing with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, this isn't just their jobs. This is, like, more than that to them. And it gets very scary very quick. So I am of the mindset that the developer should do everything in their power to shut that shit down. It is a losing battle for the developer. I think you've probably heard this claim before by developers, and that there's no winning against the bots. There's no winning against the RMTers. I mean, have you seen the freaking bot farms that people have set up? They're insane. Jesus, this fucking is garbage rolls. But you have to try. And I honestly believe that GGG is way too passive with how they handle this stuff. I think you've heard it said plenty of times in like the Reddit threads and the YouTube comments or the creators themselves that they're surprised. Well, some people are surprised it took this long. And then some people are surprised it happened because it hasn't happened until now. GGG has set this weird precedent that, like, it's almost okay to exploit in certain situations. They do ban for exploitation every once in a while, specifically when it seems to involve duplicating things. But outside of that, you see, like, currency farmers and, like, you know, the temple exploits, right? Those, like, things like that in games I'm used to playing would absolutely get you banned. But it is just kind of, oh, I freaking went to this place again and didn't grab the loot. I am just pure yat brain. But yeah, I think GGG has set a precedent that, like, but yeah, why if this guy had, like, well, it's clearly who people are saying, like maybe not clearly who he's saying is, like, but like if people are who we believe him to be, this guy, and like what they're doing behind the scenes, he absolutely should have been banned years and years ago. So it's like kind of like I get why some people are like, huh? Why is this happening now? GGG has set a very weird precedent where they are like they are more lax on these things than other developers. But it really it's just such a I wouldn't say it's as polarizing as a campaign skip. I think the campaign skip is way more polarizing, but there are a lot of people who defend RMT, and they like it. I mean, look at Lost Ark. The Borrow Dweller. Okay. I mean, I'll take the 50 cold res for this boss up ahead. But that's not a very good item. I mean, that whole... everything about, like, the whole begging for being unbanned and stuff, like... or like, that whole stuff obviously is a little cringe, you know? But, I mean... again, I don't know the guy. Everyone describes him as a like, very bad person. I don't know the history behind any of, like, TFT and stuff. It sounds pretty shady overall. But yeah, obviously that post was very weird.
Oi, take a look. Deal.
Like, if you genuinely had that much money on your account and it was that, like why would it all be on one account? Like, why would you even risk yourself getting banned? Like, there's so many question marks around it where it's like, ignoring all of the personal feelings and, like, whether he's a good or bad person, the guy fucked up because he's an idiot. Like, there's no getting around that part. say, where'd all my other sockets go? Put them in a different tab. Oh, lightning damage. Oh yeah, Aaron. They make, like, I have no idea how much, like, PoE RMTers make, but in the WoW community, especially when you're talking about these people who are doing these farms, are in countries where the exchange rate benefits them greatly, where the value of $1 is insane. Some of these bot farmers, like the gold farmers that were doing bots to farm in WoW, they were, like, making more money than doctors in their families and stuff. Like, they were having sports cars and stuff. Like, the amount of money you make from RMT is hundreds of thousands per month when you're using these websites and you're efficient and probably cheating and abusing stuff. Ignoring all of those possibilities, though, is very clear they had a monopoly on mirror services. And that's not, like, anytime you have something like that going on, that's fucking lame as shit. That's super lame. Some groups make over 4 million USD per month in WoW. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Especially when we're talking about retail WoW, where you have, like, there's actual money in retail WoW, especially in the Race for World First. I remember some of the Race for World First guilds spend like $100,000 on, like, in gold, like, yearly and shit. Like, the amount of gold that you can make in what, like, yeah, because that game's got like 20 years of inflation. It's crazy. RMT is, and again, like, these are websites that are, like, oftentimes selling your data and stuff, so it's like, when it's done in the way that Blizzard trying to handle it, or Lost Ark tries to handle it, where you have in-game systems, it's a little less worse, but it still happens in those games because you can buy cheaper gold from these websites and stuff. But it's very predatory. It's very predatory. Thanks for the sub, Soulfright. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I'm really bad at reading those things. I'm a noob. But yeah, RMT is but ignoring RMT, right? Ignoring RMT, like, having a monopoly on anything to where you, like, threaten people when they undercut you and stuff. I think Gazzy in his video mentioned that, like, he just started doing mirror services for free. And it's like, yeah. But I think a lot of that's solvable. Like, GGG needs to add a mirror service tab or, like, a mirror service altar where you can, like, put on a podium in your base, a mirror item, and then people can go up and interact with it, copy it, and then you have the fee set on it to, like, 250 divine, so they have to copy it, but also pay you the 250 divine. Like, there are ways you can automate a lot of these things. But yeah, I'm purely against RMT. Both, like, ethical and unethical. And I'm someone who's RMT'd in the past. Like, I've bought in WoW Gold plenty in the past from third-party sites and stuff. But that was when I was younger. I wouldn't waste my money that way now. Especially when you know how to make currency, it seems like. Imagine spending, like, you know, $100 for a mirror. Like, that sounds ridiculous when you know how to make currency, right? Yeah, I think having, like, there's a lot of ways you can, like, make in-game, like, we talked about it, I think, was it on the podcast? Oh yeah, it was on the podcast. Rabbit mentioned it from Prada. Like, it would be cool. Like, you know, you have all these services. Like, the reason I use TFT is when I want to buy, well, not buy. I usually don't buy stuff. Well, sometimes I buy gold. Like, in previous patches, I would buy gold tabs so I could, like, respec more. But, like, in TFT, you can buy, there's carry services, right? I am someone in previous games, like World of Warcraft, I used to do carry services. Whether it was arenas, whether it was dungeon carries, like, I think those are cool. If you're someone who likes to get a group of people together and then carry them through temple or whatever, I have no issue with that kind of stuff, by the way. I think carry services are fun. There's like, they're only helpful for the community because, like, you're also grouping people together to get through stuff. Like, I think carry services are cool. I think carry services should be in game too. If I wanted to sell Secamus carries for 100 divine per carry, if there was an in-game group finder bulletin board system for that, I have no issue with something like that at all. I think stuff like that's cool. I don't think I would ever engage in carry services for ARPGs. Like, for some reason, ARPGs are very, like, solo to me. Like, I don't want to play with other people. I don't want to be carried. Like, but I know group plays are very normalized in ARPGs. Like, there's a lot of people who only ever play ARPGs with friends in groups. And carry services are normal for those people, too. I have no issues with carry services, period. And I think that'd be cool if they were in-game, because that's one of the things that TFT does. TFT is a great resource for getting, like, those services. I have never bought an Ascendency. Like, one of the most popular ones is Ascendency carries. Like, some people can't get their 4th Ascendency, or some people want to swap Ascendancies and can't do it on their current build or whatever. I've never bought an Ascendancy carry, but those are very popular. Like, those were able to be, like, advertised in, like, a bulletin board in-game or something. I have no issue with that. But that's a big thing TFT is used for, is finding those carry services. $8 for a mirror right now? Well, I'm curious what it would be in a normal league. But yeah, it doesn't surprise me that's $8 for a mirror right now. That's actually really sad. Yeah, I think I want to talk about the state of the fate of the Vow that we're this late into the league, because on the podcast, because I genuinely think, yeah, this is not a fun economy for someone who's wanting to play Trade League this deep into the league, you know. In the short term, for the people that played only a month, I really don't think Fate of the Vow was that detrimental. But now that we're, like, this late into the league, the inflation's so bad that it's really awkward. It's not awful. It's still possible. Like, if I wanted to play Trade League, all I have to do is get an Omen of Light to drop, and I have a fully kitted character.
Such a wee man to cast.
But it's still really awkward. Around the start of the league, a mirror was $600 to $1,000 US. So if the normal is $600 to $1,000, and at this, like, I wonder what the average mirror price is this late into the league normally, but I can't imagine the drop off is that big. I have low fire res right here, so I gotta be smart.
Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us in the corners, watching.
Our DPS is at least solid, though, despite not using any lightning rod.
That so unsettles our minds. It sits poised.
Stun him.
Nowhere is safe.
What about paid campaign skip? Yeah, boy. That is the ultimate. You know what? You know what? Maybe that's what I'll be. Maybe that's what'll be my pitch. If, like, that's my middle ground. I know you're kidding, but that's my meme middle ground gonna be. If we're gonna get a campaign skip, at least charge those lazy people a lot of money for it. If you're gonna sabotage the game with a campaign skip, charge everybody $60 per campaign skip. at least punish them with a money cost. That'd be so funny. That's how you know when I really hate campaign spips. Is I want it to charge whoever's using it. Oh, I forgot you don't store. Oh my god, I forgot that because it's solo cell phone and I've refreshed it. I don't have the stacking crystals from killing Architect. So skipping doing the when I was skipping doing temples earlier, in my head I was like, but I'm still saving charges, so it's fine. But I forgot that I didn't have those, so. It was a fun episode. I just get super passionate and, like, heated in those moments. I don't genuinely, like, if a campaign skip came, it wouldn't actually be the end of the world game ruining, but I do genuinely think it's bad. Like, it's just not. I'm not talking about it again. I'm not being baited into talking about it again. Even though I know you just got here. Never to the campus. I think he was super tired. He might have been more engaged in it early on. I think Rabbit genuinely thinks it's a dumb idea too. I just think he was too tired to want to engage though. That was like I thought he went to bed and woke up early. He'd not get sleep before that podcast, so he was like on an all-nighter at that point. And it's funny too, like the end of the, like I felt like a dickhead that entire episode because even at the end of the podcast, I was disagreeing with Try's like topic of like, I don't know. To me, I've always thought the comparison that PoE 2 is a Souls-like is just stupid as fuck. It's a comparison made by people who have never played a Souls-like, and they just see dodge roll in an ARPG and like, oh, it's got hard bosses and a dodge roll. It's a Soul-like. I've never felt that PoE 2 was a Souls-like, and I've always disagreed with the comparison that like, or the thought that like, PoE 2 was set out to be this completely brand new, experimental, out there game. Like, it's not called its own thing. It's called Path of Exile 2. It is a sequel, an extension of the first game, which is an ARPG. Like, I've always hated the comparison that it's a Souls-like. I've never got the feeling that I'm like, I've played Souls-likes before. I have never been playing, even when this game was at its hardest, I've never gotten the same experience and feeling I've gotten from playing Dark Souls. Like, they're just completely different from how you approach them from a thought perspective and mechanically. But that really wasn't his initial point anyway. That was kind of like a side tangent we went on. His main point was, did it change too fast? And I would have to remember what the early campaign bosses felt like, but when I try and think of, like, if I were to try and think of a change this game has made for the worse, like, maybe I'm misremembering, but, like, outside of balance changes, like, when they removed heralds from being worked with, concoctions. Like, to me, that was, like, a bad change, right? But, like, those are, like, the bad changes I can think of, like, balance, kind of. Like, I feel like that was, like, limiting and not in a good way. But I feel like almost across the board, every change GGG has made since 0.1 has been making the game better. So, like, I would, like, yes, they made the early game bosses easier, but when I look at, like, Rabbit had a good point. Like, when you watch new players play the game, even now, they struggle with it. My friend Jake, if you guys ever watched my old Heroes of the Storm podcast, my friend Solid Jake started playing PoE 2 recently. He's played Souls-likes and ARPGs, and he died on Geonor, like, 30 to 40 times. Like, the first-time experience, even now, is still rough. I think people... I mean, again, I could be completely wrong. We talked about it on the podcast, but I genuinely think people don't underestimate how much they improve. You're never going to have your first experience again when you're completely blind. And at this point, so much of the game has been, like, oh, I don't want to say the word solve, because really nothing in this game is like solve, especially since it's an ever-changing state. But I disagree with the argument that the games are going to merge into one. There is no world where PoE 2 feels like PoE 1. They are distinctly and functionally different games mechanically. System-wise, of course they're going to have the systems the same. Like, why would you not take the best endgame features from PoE 1 to PoE 2? If you thought that PoE 2 was going to be its brand new standalone product that had nothing to do with the previous title, no good ARPG features copied from it, like, I don't know what you were expecting. It's called Path of Exile 2. It is the sequel to the first one, meaning it's going to be like Mass Effect 1 plays like Mass Effect 2, but Mass Effect 2's better. Like, all sequels are levels up of the original. I feel like anyone who was expecting a completely different game, like, that was just wrong. Obviously, you're going to take endgame features from PoE 1 and put them in PoE 2. The good stuff. Like, we're going to get a lot of the same, but they're going to be parallel to each other. There's never going to be a point where PoE 1, you play PoE 1, and then you log into PoE 2, and you can't tell the difference. Like, that is an insane take to me. You will always be able to feel, from a mechanical standpoint, the differences between these two games, and that is what makes them different. That is what separates the two from each other. There are also a lot of other, like, balance and, like, you know, one has, you put your sockets into your gear, the other you have, like, skills. Those differences, like, are whatever. But from a mechanical standpoint, the games don't feel the same at all. Even if you add WASD to PoE 1, they won't feel the same. They have a different weight to them. They have a different combat. Like, if you want to look at, like, the snapshot of a level 100 character in PoE 1 and PoE 2, and, like, look, they both click a button and everything dies, and that's what you mean by the games merge and become one, then I don't know what to tell you. If you didn't expect you to have, like, it's an ARPG, you know, but I completely disagree. Like, even, like, no, has GGG, if GGG has ever said the words, this game is a Souls-like, I would be blown away. Like, that entire premise that it's a Souls-like is crazy. But there's no world where the two games are gonna, like, feel, when I log in, and feel the same. And that's where their differences lie. Like, if both games having Breach is what, like, ruins it for you and makes them, like, feel the same, that's weird to me. Is there a website where you roll these challenges? Yes, I have it pinned in chat. You should be able to see it pinned in the chat. Like, when I swap between PoE 1 and PoE 2, there's an adjustment period where it's like, oh, okay, I gotta the games don't play the same. They have a completely different feel. That's where the games are different. Oh, you're gonna phase this early, huh? Yeah, I'm talking, like, from balance. There's only been a lot of balance stuff that's gotten worse. Like, look at all the reflect skills I used to play. Magma Barrier. Magma Barrier is the single worst change in this game, period. Like, they completely ruined the glorious Magma Barrier builds of 0.1. Like, that is, like, in terms of balance, they've made a lot of things worse. But I'm talking, like, from a functional, mechanical standpoint. I feel like, you know, with the changes to weapon swapping, the support gems, like, it's only gotten better. And I don't think the nerf they did was bad. Because, again, like I said, I've seen some really bad players, like, struggle to kill Geonor. Like, here I am on solo Self-Found. I'm an experienced player. Like, this isn't hard because I know the fight. But if I was a new player right now, you think he's killing this boss like this? He's probably going to die 30 to 40 times his first time through. And that's with the nerfs. Stun him. But PoE 2 is like... I get that's what his point is, but he's wrong with this point. If he ever thought that, like, an endgame in PoE 2... Okay, let me rephrase that. If Tri thought, or anyone who thought this, that PoE 2 shouldn't end up zoomy in endgame, like, that's not what you play ARPGs for. Of course, endgame builds get fast. But even the fastest, like, the only builds that compare in speed with PoE 1 builds are Temporalis builds. No other build, like in PoE 1, a Flicker Strike build with enough density clears an entire map with more mobs that PoE 2 has in 3 seconds. Like, PoE 2 has nothing that crazy. My fastest PoE 2 build that I've played got nerfed at speed. First of all, it's not even as fast as it used to be, so GGD is actively nerfing speed anyways. But it is nowhere near as fast as PoE 1 builds. Like, I think it is a ridiculous concern to think that PoE 2 will end up as fast as PoE 1. Because I don't think it's gotten faster since 0.1. 0.1 Temporalis builds were as fast as they are now. GGG has been nerfing movement speed. They nerfed the stacking move speed runes in your boots. You used to be able to stack, like, what was it, 3 to 4 of them? And now they're limit 1 per. They nerfed so many of the nodes like this that are move speed penalty reductions. They nerfed a lot of them. I ain't concerned about that, personally. It was, so first of all, even that, let me go back though, that topic we had with Try on the second half, that was poorly managed on my end because it was a Try topic, but I never follow, like, Try said, like, every time we have a guest, I'm like, these are their show notes, if there's anything you specifically want to talk about, let me know. And Try suggested that topic, and I was like, okay, cool, I'm just gonna let Try bring up the topic on the podcast, and, like, there probably should have been, like, some staging of the topic off of stream. Because I agree, some of the comments even talked about that sections. It was very all over the place, and we were arguing different points at different times. Like you just said, Try, that wasn't really even necessarily Try's point, which eventually we ended up rambling on. That whole conversation was handled poorly. And that was probably because of, on my end, my fault. Because, like, it was a Try suggested topic, and I was just like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to throw to Try on the podcast and, like, have him set the stage for it. Because when he proposed it, he, like, all he said in the comment in the Discord thread was, I would love to talk about this idea that I've been thinking about, that PoE 1 or PoE 2 changed too fast in 0.1. And in my head, I was like, oh, I wonder what he means by that, because to me, the game doesn't change near fast enough. And I actually was liking how fast the game was changing in 0.1. So I'm curious what he's going to say. Let's just, like, have an organic conversation on the podcast. Yeah, made it a little bit weird. Because, like, yeah, me partly misunderstanding what he was talking about, and then it ended up being, like, a topic about 3 different things, so. PoE2 has been my first ARPG, and I can say I still die a fair amount of times during the campaign. I think people underestimate how hard the game is for a brand new PoE player. Like, even ignoring an ARPG player, someone who hasn't played PoE 1 or PoE 2, like, when you go into these boss fights, like, one of Try's points on the podcast was like, now whenever I get to Geonor, I got 50 cold res, I've got all this stuff. It's like, a new player who's, like, going into the boss blind doesn't have 50 cold res. Like, they don't know that Geonor is doing cold damage before they even get to him. Like, period. And a new player is probably, like, not having res on every piece of gear. Here I am in solo self-found. I have 60 cold res because of this chest piece, but if I take it off, I have 10, right? Like, I genuinely don't think a new player is going into Geonor for the first time with, 50 cold res, and I also don't think the campaign should be balanced to be challenging and if you guys think this is a bad take, feel free to push back, but I don't think the campaign should be challenging for experienced players. The campaign should never be a grind. The campaign should never be punishing for somebody who has the game mastered, knows builds, knows, like, how to do the bosses. Like, it should not be challenging ever for us anymore. It should be easy. Like, because it's hard for us. How is a new player ever getting into campaign? I do think some campaign bosses can be hard, especially if you're under-geared for them and have bad DPS for them, but if what you're specifically is wanting is a challenge, a hard challenge as an experienced player, I think you need to maybe play, like, again, I think you might need to be, like, playing Hardcore Ruthless or something. If the campaign challenge is what you're looking for from this game, right? Like, that just seems like, not what the game is made for. Because even as PoE 1, as, like, the hardcore version of the games, right? It's not, the campaign's not, like, challenging, you know? It's not designed to be hard. I just can't wait for the new update. I'm so hyped. Same. I mean, that's why I'm playing this build right now. We're just stalling. They can do a lot difference, like a lot of words lost resistance per chapter. I mean, yes, they're like, when you hit the map as a new player, if it detects it's your first playthrough, how the fuck do you hit that map in this game? Jesus. If there was a legend down here that said recommended resistance for this act, cold, boom. That's a huge boon to new players. But even then, when, as a new player, if you were to read that, you're not going into Geonor your first time with 50 cold res. The only reason I did this time is because I had this fucking, I got a fucking unique drop on my league start. Well, that's just going to happen a lot. Like, there's no avoiding those kind of moments last one. Like, a lot of the time, like, if we can't have a discussion about something that we all kind of, like, just give a 3-minute agreement on, then we're never going to be able to talk about a lot of topics. And the podcast oftentimes needs those little, like, you know, 3-minute sections where we all agree on stuff. Sometimes us all agreeing on something is, like, feedback to GGG. That, like, it shouldn't be changed, right? Or, like, it sparks discussion with viewers in the comments, like, maybe because they're newer players or noobs, like, their perspective is different. We never want to, like, we never want to prep conversations beforehand. Like, I think we explicitly talked about that. We never want anything to feel scripted, and we never want to, like, go into it, like, knowing what people are going to say and stuff. That's just unfortunately, like, one of the downsides of doing a weekly 2-hour podcast, where at some points, it just gets a little awkward of the conversation. But in that specific situation, like, there was just, like, Try's actually the first person who has ever, like, every guest I ask if there's something you want to talk about, let me know. That was actually probably the first time a guest has actually submitted a topic. I don't think anyone's ever been like, yeah, I would love to talk about this. I think that might have actually been the first time, like, someone was like it, and I was like, okay, cool. I'm just gonna let Try tee us up. Because usually when someone suggests a topic like that, it's Miso or a Rabbit, and, like, when I throw them a topic, you know, it's a little different. But I also don't know if that topic would have not been awkward just because I just disagreed with the premise of it. It's always awkward when you have people, like, it's really weird when you're disagreeing with the guest. I've had this conversation with Miso before where it's like, should I feel awkward about making the guest feel on the spot because I don't agree with their takes? And yeah, it's just awkward. I don't ever want it to, like, turn into a thing where it's like I'm overthinking the podcast. I don't like, at the end of the day, I'm trying to be as professional as I can be. I'm trying to be a good host. I take the host aspect of it very seriously, and I think I've gotten better at it over time. But at the end of the day, we're supposed to be 3 dorks who are talking about a fucking video game. So there's always going to be just, like, these awkward moments. But that specific conversation with Try, that was, like, the first time where, like, a guest is just, like, thrown out a conversation that was, like, I guess a premise to a thought. And it was not prepared for correctly. So I don't even think Rabbit gave his feedback on that conversation at all. Like, I don't think he said a single word the entire thing of it. Because I don't even think we really nailed down what we were even talking about in full. But it's also tough, like, this late into the season, like, we're grasping at straws for topics. Like, I hated the topics of that last episode, and we somehow stretched it for 2 hours, right? So it's good in that sense, but, like, I fucking hate... I'm the one that makes the show notes every week. I fucking hate making the show notes at this point in the league because there's just nothing to talk about. And it's just, like, you have to come up with, like, ideas that are, like... Sometimes you just gotta, like, reach for ideas to talk about, and sometimes when you bring up the topic, like, it ends up being a 3-minute discussion, and it's like, oh, okay. We all agree on it. We don't really have much to add. Like, you know, sometimes I throw out a topic, and it's like, maybe Miso will disagree with this, but, like, all of us agree. It's... This late into the league, it's just, like... I'm desperate for anything to talk about. I genuinely struggle to make the show notes sometimes. Because it's just, like... What the fuck do we even talk about? No one's making new builds. Like, and it sucks with this game specifically. We didn't get a 0.4.1 patch. We didn't even get a mid-league content patch. Every other league had mid-league content patches. This one didn't. So this one was an extra drought. And isn't it a little bit longer than last season too? So it's just been like, ugh. So I want to do episodes like that a lot, Billy, where we just, like, talk about build stuff, but it's hard to do something like that with 4 people when one of them is a guest. Because when we have a guest, you usually want some of the conversation to be around what that guest specializes in to an extent. And then you want to have a section of the topic of the podcast that's dedicated to, like, deep diving onto a build. And potentially we could do that to deep dive into the guest build, but doing that with 4 people is hard. That's more of like a Blaze Works or a Cyclone type thing, or it's like a one-on-one stuff. However, whenever we have opportunities where it's just the 3 of us, I want to do it when it's just the 3 of us in an off-season type specific thing. I absolutely want to do more in-depth build discussions. Like, I wish that was what the podcast was talking about every week, was just build the discussions. I wish the podcast was just talking about that every single week, was just, like, in-depth build stuff, but, I think it's just naturally, like, it's just hard to do that with a guest, and 4 people total. Because then you have, like, awkward moments like yesterday's podcast or the day before yesterday's podcast where Rabbit's not able to talk much because, like, the conversation might not be aimed at his, like, specialities, or, like, there's just too much talking going on. But yes, like, I've almost asked, like, many times now. It's so hard, like, because we actually get really awesome guests. Like, the guests we get are way better than we should be able to get. Like, we get freaking the coolest content creators in the whole space that want, like, to come on the podcast. So it's like, when you have so many good guests, and then we also have, like, smaller creators who, like, hey, I would love to come on your podcast. Like, we've showcased their builds and stuff. So it's like, we have a list of guests. And then, of course, you have the repeat guests you want to bring back. We've brought back Try 3 times. We've brought back Farmer 3 times. We've brought back Conger twice. Like, we have guests that we want to bring back. So, like, when you only get 1 a week, like, there's been many times where I just want to be like, hey, can we just, like, do a guest list episode this week and the 3 of us just talk about something fun? But it's like, Or we can have Dreamcore on, and it's like, oh yeah, I want to talk to Dreamcore. I want to fucking talk to Dreamcore, because it might be the only time I get to talk to him this year, right? So it's tough. But that's what I really wanted the podcast to have, was like multiple segments, weekly segments. You know how like we have the build of the week at the end of every episode? You know, it would have been nice if there was like a Theorycraft segment and stuff, but the guests make it a little bit harder to do. Ooh. That was a good elk.
Young one. Right.
But yeah.
Of course. I'll ask Shambrin about this.
No one is, despite how extra I can be on the podcast sometimes, I watch every episode back. I read every fucking comment. No one is more critical of the podcast than me,
Blessings.
despite how some people might feel after yesterday's or last episode, and some of the episodes in the past. So I do appreciate the feedback, and it does resonate. Just trying to explain the awkwardness of the position sometimes when
I am a
weekly off season is and we don't want to ever skip episodes. We're pretty committed to it being weekly. We're pretty committed to being weekly. We never want to like miss a week and then start missing weeks more. I feel like one of the few things that like what I'm used to whenever I have obsessions, I don't know, like I hyperfixate. I'm sure a lot of you can relate to having hyperfixation, but like whenever I have a passion or a hobby, it's all consuming for me. I want to consume it all the time. And most of my hobbies, and especially for other games, there are so many weekly podcasts, and not only are there so many weekly podcasts, but there's podcast oversaturation. Like, there are more podcasts than you can handle. That is not the case with Path of Exile 2, or Path of Exile in general. Most of the time, the podcasts you see are monthly at the most. At the most frequent. But oftentimes, it's one podcast per league, so it's one every 4 months. So even like when the off season, when we're talking about less stuff, I know there's people out there who are like me that appreciate, even though nothing is really being talked about. Like this last episode, literally nothing of importance was talked about. We talked about a campaign skip possibility, which in reality, if it was added or wasn't added, not the biggest of deal. And then we talked about like, you know, is the game going to become PoE 1, which I also think is like, you know, a filler topic, right? Like these are like, you know, fluff topics. Like even topics like that people can appreciate because they want to just listen to people talk about the game that they love, even during the off season. So we're pretty locked in on it being weekly, but that's one of the hurdles I've been running into is like, man, when you're this deep into the off season and then you don't want to talk about stuff on the podcast like the Genobu drama, like when you're avoiding stuff like that, like we avoid drama topics. Like it's why we never address the tourist videos. It's why, like, we don't ever talk about drama, ever. Like, I mean, I hope we never fall into that trap. So, it just makes the off-season a little bit weird. I'm glad you like it, Quack and Billy. Yeah, it's rough, Zucat, like... I mean, it's not rough. We're just talking about a video game, but like there are some days where I don't have the show notes ready until an hour before, and like I'm going on Reddit, like diving through Reddit threads, trying to find like, oh, this is something someone complained about that has 50 upvotes in the off season. Some people are resonating with this. Let's bring this up on the podcast. Like sometimes the show notes write themselves based off the timing. Certain guests are easier to have podcasts with. Like, the Barricade one was super easy to do, because him and Rabbit have been deep diving Diablo, and then Barricade is someone I consider a new player specialist. So, like, you know, some episodes write themselves. Again, I think I might have been a little bit lazy with a Try episode, because I genuinely consider Try a friend. I love talking to Try. Like, he was supposed to be the original host of the podcast, right? He's a good dude, so I like hanging out with him. So maybe I was just a little bit, like, relaxed with that episode because I was like, oh, it's just the bro tryback. And he's got podcast experience. He's also a host, so we could be a little bit looser with the show notes. But yeah, like, and especially with the build of the week, right? Like, build of the week is, like, it's who's making new builds this late in the league, right? So... I mean, I think uniques need a lot of love too. Like, I feel like that's a, like, I hate going back to the campaign skip stuff because, like, I really don't want it to be like blown too far out of proportion. But like when I talk about the campaign skip stuff, like, is the campaign really going to be as awful when the uniques are better? Like, that's a good example of a situation where, like, a lot of the leveling uniques in this game are dog shit. They're not going to stay dog shit, I assume, right? Like, they get buffed constantly. Who knows what the patches down the line will bring. At some point, there's going to be more viable leveling builds. So leveling through the campaign is just going to get, like levels easier over time. So it's tough. I guess most of my frustrations with the discussion around, I have no idea what I'm doing with this build, by the way. I'm doing a dumb path. Most of my frustration comes around with the topic of the campaign alternatives, campaign skips. It's just way too soon to even consider it. To even be like, hey, GGG, I would really hope you would consider this when your campaign is completely unfinished, skills and uniques are completely unbalanced, like, you know. Is Bloodbound recruit a unique bow? No. So there's... Oh, I forgot to talk about this earlier, guys. If, like, my brain moves too slow or too fast sometimes. So if I ever don't answer you, don't feel bad about re-asking your question. So I am using this website right here. It's called... I'm posting it in chat now. It's called Randomancer. And it spawns you little build-making challenges. And the challenge I spawned is called the Bloodbound Decree. It is not an item in the game. I think that's just flavor text from the website. He gave all the challenges little titles that they can spawn or something. And the one I got is the Bloodbound Decree. The challenge is choose Druid, wield a bow, and use only one damaging active skill. So I'm just doing a third-party, like, challenge run in solo self-found. And that's what the Bloodbound Decree is. It's not an item. It's not anything related to the game. It's just like the name of the challenge on this website that I randomized. And yeah, I'm trying to kill Arbiter and solo self-found with a Druid, wielding a bow, and I can only use one active skill. So it's just a challenge run. We're just doing a fun little challenge run because we are bored as hell. That's a fun idea, Simon. That's a fun idea. Yeah, I need to figure out what I want to do with my YouTube channel because, like, I used to make content more consistently on the YouTube. I was doing, like, daily uploads. But ever since, A, the tourist video, where I realized how dog shit I am at, like, unscripted content. But B, the podcast, it's mainly the podcast, honestly. Like, it's hard for me to, like, want to do anytime I want to make content, I just put it on the show notes for the podcast, right? If there's something I want to talk about, I just talk about it on the podcast. But that's a cool little series idea where I could start uploading more frequently. But right now, I feel like my channel is just build tutorials or, like, showcases and stuff. Which, if my channel is ultimately just that, I am fine with that. But yeah, I actually like that idea as a series. You look at the challenges that it submits, and you just, like, theory craft how you'd solve it, and, like... Could be fun. Well, yeah, like, I don't want to get into news videos, because I feel like Miso already does that so well. It's not like I'm afraid of, like, you know, anyone can do whatever content ever, but, like, to me, it's like... I'd rather just watch Miso's videos. I'm not I don't have aspirations of becoming a full-time content creator, so I don't necessarily want to chase that kind of stuff. Oh, GGG's news, yes. Try predicted that we're getting patch note, or the first teaser next week. So, I feel like any news is good news. Like, any info would make me happy. Yeah, I've had that happen before in previous patches. Gold is a serious bottleneck for builds at times. Yeah. I've said this before. I've talked about the gold sync before. I think gold sync is important. We have a really good gold sync in the game, and that's via trade. Trading eats your gold like crazy, especially if you're mass trading. If you're using currency exchange, and if you're just buying from people a lot, sometimes items cost 25,000 to 30,000 gold to buy from someone's trade. So the argument that we need passives, like changing passives as an additional gold sink, for the argument that like you need a gold sink, right? So we need something else to help remove gold from the game. I think trading does that more than enough on its own, to where you no longer need a gold sink argument attached to passives. I genuinely do not understand the argument around why respecking your character's passives has to be gated so heavily. I think maybe when you get to endgame, there should be a cost, but from the new player perspective specifically, so many new players completely brick their characters when they can't repassive anymore. And that's unacceptable. But then when you get to late game, like old man is saying in chat, a late game respec of 90 plus levels is 1 million gold. I've got like 500,000 gold right now because of Temple, but that's because Temple prints gold at an inflated amount. That's not the case in the future, so I genuinely don't think, like, if you could just respec your passives in this game, is it a bad thing? I don't think so. That's like one of the few arguments where I'm on the casual side for sure. Where I even for me, someone who's like not a casual in the game, I get, like, the gold cost of passives can be annoying, especially on League Start. If you're wanting to experiment or try something new, it can be super annoying. Like in previous leagues, I have spent hundreds of divines on gold. Hundreds of divines on gold in TFT. It's the main reason I've ever used TFT in the previous leagues, was to buy gold from people. Because when you're a build creator and you're constantly trying new passives and stuff, you are going through so much damn gold. So if I am struggling with gold sometimes, again, this league I am not struggling at all because Temple is so fucking broken. But I do think it's a very big problem for new players. Because you want to gamble your gold on gear, like, but most new players are forced to spend it on passive tree. And you, like, it's not like, it's not like a soft lock if you fuck up your passive tree. It's a hard lock, like you have to either go farm gold on a different character or delete that character and start over. Like, it's brutal, so. I'm actually on the casual end of the spectrum on this one, where I don't think passive tree needs a gold cost anymore.
All right. Blessings.
I want a new character, a character that uses daggers. Next patch. Maybe next patch we get Shadow. Who knows?
My wares are renowned. I hope it pleases. Blessings.
Oh, I don't have the Gamba vendor. Oh, I just unlocked her, but I can't use her yet, I don't think. Or can I? Oh, I can't. Cool.
Make a choice.
Let's buy a
That
couple
is
bows. Oh, are you kidding? That's one hell of a buy. +2 proj skills, 2 to 30 lightning damage. Like, that's just going to be, like, even without anything else on it, that's probably got to be a DPS upgrade, right? Yeah. Jesus. That was a good gamble. That's what I mean. Like, I was able to get a good bow because I could gamble, but a new player probably isn't going to be willing to gamble because of how much passive respawn they're doing. Have you tried lightning rods with living lightning support? I don't even know if I can get living lightning this early. I am definitely going to try out multiple skills when I'm a higher level. It just depends on how difficult this is takeout because I'm on solo self-found. If we get a good bow and like I'm able to experiment with like weird skills and do some fun setups, I will definitely try that stuff. But I feel like I'm almost forced into playing like a meta ice shot build. We'll see though. %66% increased physical damage roll. Are you fucking kidding me? We just got the god fucking recurve bow. First Exile crit, don't care. Elemental damage with attacks? What? Wasn't this just at 277 damage? Is that we just more than doubled our damage and we haven't even socketed it yet. This was a god craft or god like luck of bow. We gambled for that and then we hit +2 proj, 2 to 30 lightning damage, 66% increased physical damage, and 45% increased elemental damage with attacks. If I just swap to my old bow, without having it socketed, by the way, 240 to 433. That is a giga upgrade. That is juice. Where are my spirit? I know I have support gems, right? What level is living lightning? What would you say? It was, we tried lightning rods with living lightning. Is that the minion one, right? Living lightning is tier 2, so I could get it soon. I haven't tried it, but it sounds fun. Wish I'd create a few more skills. I know we get them with new characters and waiting kills me, huh? Yeah. I mean, again, like, I haven't bitched about it on the podcast for a while, but one of the things I bitched about all the time in the early episodes was they don't patch enough. But the fact that we never got... You know what? Maybe that's what I'm going to talk about on this maybe, like, this next episode or the one after that. We do, like, a retrospective on this league because I have a lot of thoughts on it, on Fate of the Val, now that we're this deep in. The economy ended up being completely fucked for anyone who was still around at this point. And then... the lack of patches was wild this patch. I seriously cannot believe we did not get 0.4.1. That didn't even give us, like, 10 new uniques to fuck around with. Like, we didn't get anything new mid-league. All that changed was the Temple's balance, right? So, yeah, I'm kind of sad that we never got anything mid-league that was just anything new. Like, imagine if we got, like, a few new leveling uniques and a few new endgame uniques. That would have all given anyone that was still around 1 to 2 builds to fuck around with. Proof that gear is too OP compared to scaling from the tree? Yep. Yep. Absolutely. We're probably going to talk about that with maybe Dreamcore, but, so I might kind of get Electrifying Nature, honestly. Because, yeah, there's too much damage from gear. This is a perfect example of that, though. This one bow just more than doubled my damage. Don't get me wrong. Gear should have value, and you should be able to get a weapon that increases your damage this much in general. But, like, look at this passive tree route I'm having to take for this awkward bow build. Like, there's attack damage nodes. Most of them in this area are shapeshift stuff, so we're just kind of like booking it over here right now. Bows count as two-handed weapons, right? By the way. So if I were to come over here and take like these two-handed nodes, like right here and over here. So maybe that's what I should be pathing to instead. I think I should change my tree. I think I should path to these nodes over here first. That'd be a little bit faster. I was gonna fuck around with other stuff, but I forgot that I forgot that bows are technically two-handed. Shows that even at 4,000 hours, you can still be a complete noob at this game. I don't even remember what I was just ranting about. Oh yeah, the gear is just too overpowered. Gear's too overpowered. Again, I still think that dropped items should be better. You should be able to get more good gear during the campaign. But even on this solo self-found run, like, I'm not doing bad. I got 2 good rings. I got a good bow. I mean, the bow is luck, but yeah. We need more power on the tree. We need more power on the tree. Agree with you completely. I am not debating it. I am one of those stands as well. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we do want to come from. As you guys can tell, I don't really smart path. I don't pre-plan. I do smart pathing when I'm actually in PoE Ninja, but I don't pre-plan what I'm doing with my builds. I just kind of YOLO it. Makes it more fun. So yeah, let's get these 2-handed damage nodes here. That'll be a big DPS increase. And then we'll come over here and get these 2-handed damage nodes. And then from there, we'll probably focus on defenses. Oh, right, yeah, the retrospective talk on, yeah, that's just essentially it. It's like, this league I've looked back on, and the lack of patches and the state of the economy ended up, like, I would not want another league. Like, as someone who wants to play, like, let's just say, if this is what I wanted my, like, PoE life to be, is I played Trade League for 2 months, and then I played Solo Self-Found for 2 months, and I only played PoE 2 as like my ARPG, and I'm not like rotating between PoE 2 and PoE 1. Like, I would love to be able to play the PoE 2 league the entire cycle. And if we're gonna have leagues like this, I don't think I'll ever want to do that. Like, if the end of every league at this point is going to be this inflated with this weird and like gross of an economy, I will never play Trade League this late into the league. I think that is... I look back on the state of the league right now, and it's not in a healthy spot. And I don't want that to happen again. That's my thoughts on the state of the league right now. And I've also, just as a side thing for the retrospective, also the lack of patches kind of sucked as well. But I don't think those two are necessarily combined into like the same argument. Sorry, let me answer your Thorn question. Sorry, ADHD brain is cooked right now. Hey, Cal, wanted to ask a Thorn question. You think it's possible to use them as a viable defensive layer, main defensive for a mage, specifically auto bomber failure? No auto bombers. No auto bombers for Thorns. So, okay. There's no full automation auto bomber for Thorns. Choir of the Storm does not work with Thorns. And if you want full automation, there's nothing that will work. The closest, like, take damage automation type thing you could do would be, like, Ward Loop. You can do Iron Ward Loop with Iron Ward if you scale that Giga late game. That's one thing I kind of wanted to revisit this league, was to go revisit Iron Ward. But specifically with Thorns or Arctic Armor and stuff like that, like, the best, like, there's no take hit, have Thorns trigger skill type stuff in the game at all right now. It is purely, you take hit and then you deal Thorns damage. You take hit, you deal Arctic Armor damage. I mean, you could just play a traditional Thorns build, but none of them in this patch are... GGG deleted Arctic Armor Wind Dancer, and Magma Barrier from the game. Before, Blood Mage, Infernalist, all had good, like, Thorns type builds, but GGG has deleted all of those from the game.
Yes.
Um,
For glory.
yeah, there's nothing like that right now, Blade. You would have to, like, create your own path, but I genuinely do not think GGG wants Reflect skill builds to be good. I think they want Thorns to be above average, and I don't think they want there to be any other Reflect AFK build. Based off of how they've been balancing, that's why I get that vibe. But no, I don't think you'd be able to set up anything like... I get why... Like, Thorns as a defensive layer is one of, like, an insanely good defensive layer. When you're using Thorns Leech to keep yourself alive, especially in the right setup, like on my Shaman, it's super hard to die. But, like, there's... If you're using Thorns, Thorns has to be the star of the show. There's no using Thorns as a pseudo-defensive layer and then enabling another offensive thing right now in the game. There is one thing you might want to look into. There is a support gem called Deadly Resolve, where you, like, when you're channeling a skill, you gain stacks of Deadly Resolve, and if you take damage, it does a swipe at your opponents. There is some really interesting scaling potential with Deadly Resolve that I messed around with at the beginning of 0.4. I messed around with it very half-assed and got fed up and moved on, and I regret that because there is a potential with Deadly Resolve that it could be a really good Reflect skill. It has very interesting scaling properties, and I think if you did Bursting Decay with it, you might actually be able to do something really dumb with Deadly Resolve. I think Bursting Decay, now that I played with Bursting Decay, I wish I didn't sell my my Bursting Decay gear from my my rich list I played, because I think I could make a god tier Reflect build with Deadly Resolve using it. But in terms of what you're wanting, the best Reflect build in this patch, in my opinion, at least from what I've played, is Thorns Shaman. And that's just a traditional take damage, Reflect Thorns damage build. It has the best DPS ever since Arctic Armor was nerfed, and it's also the best defensively. But no, like, Cast On Crit doesn't work with Thorns. Choir of the Storm doesn't work with Thorns, because those trigger things, like, what you're wanting is a trigger type thing, right? All of the trigger things in PoE 2 require you to use a skill that triggers it. So, Choir of the Storm, you have to cast a spell. You have to use something to trigger Choir. Thorns self-procs, so nothing, even if you're, like, using Barbs and Quill Burst, you're using a weapon to proc the Thorns, but the Thorns proccing doesn't trigger any activatables. It doesn't trigger, like, Cast on Ailments, it doesn't trigger Cast on Crit, it doesn't trigger Choir on the Scorns. So anything that's, like, a trigger type thing, Thorns specifically, like the stat on your gear Thorns, doesn't work with that. Arctic Armor is a spell, it's a skill, so it does work with it, but Arctic Armor, like, it's got bad scaling, and like you said, it doesn't have the leech aspect that Thorns has. Like I said, I get these feelings because there are some very specific things GG has changed about Reflect builds, but also have specifically set up Thorns to work certain ways that, like, I do not think they ever want a world where, like, you know how in PoE 1 you have, like, cast on, like, damage taken, cast on stun type builds. I don't think they want those things to be coming from Thorns. Is Thorns considered an attack? No. Thorns is only considered a hit. It's considered a hit. It's not an attack, it's not a spell, it's not a skill. It doesn't have any projectile tags or like that. The only thing it does is, like, you have the Thorn stat, right? So it does physical or elemental damage. So if it's doing physical Thorns, physical damage will increase it. If it's doing elemental damage, like if you have lightning Thorns, lightning increased damage will increase its damage. So lightning and physical, the type of damage it does can scale it, and then anything that modifies usually a hit can sometimes modify it. But I also think Thorns is sometimes buggy, and I don't think GGG has like fully explored and like optimized it. So these things could change in the future. But I genuinely do not think GGG wants like I think they want Thorns to be fun and good, but I don't think they want it to be meta ever. I don't think they ever want Thorns to be meta to where like everyone is like on League Start playing Thorns like they play Righteous Fire and just like AFKing Simulacrum. Like they don't want that to be a thing. Is the vibe I'm getting. And also keep in mind that like in PoE, like we could still be getting cast when damage taken, cast when stunned, those cast on stuff from PoE 1. So part of the reason why GGG might have these limitations on Thorns is because if you could use Thorns for cast on ailment, cast on like those things, then you would always do that, right? You would never use cast when damage taken specifically. Like if Templar or Marauder gets added and their Spirit Gem is cast when damage taken, but if Thorns can also function that way, then why would you ever use cast when damage taken and not Thorns? Because Thorns comes with the damage and comes with the leech. So that's like, again, that's where I get these like these thoughts. You know, I don't have any insider information. GGG's never said anything specifically about Thorns, but based off of like how it's been designed and the changes they're making, they've like, there's been multiple, like, look at some of my old builds. I used to have standalone builds that could kill bosses with Arctic Armor, Wind Dancer, and Magma Barrier. They have nerfed those builds completely out of the game to where like Arctic Armor and Wind Dancer's damage was nerfed in half, and Magma Barrier doesn't even function the same way it used to. Are you talking about like the spell wand invocation thing? Blade? Well, in 0.1, I don't think I was the only one playing Magma Barrier builds. I feel like a lot of people were on the Magma Barrier builds in 0.1. Like, I know Lex D was playing Magma Barrier, Miso was playing Magma Barrier. Like, Magma Barrier was doing like 40 million damage, so I think Magma Barrier actually became meta in 0.1. I also hate the change they made to Magma Barrier, though. Magma Barrier was the fucking coolest skill in the game, and now it's like a fucking dumb... It's block chance. You use it for block chance and maybe exposure, but you usually just use it for block chance. I hate Magma Barrier now. Do you have one build left, or did they take the wife and kids? I mean, I have lots of builds left, but the economy right now makes it to where, like, I would need to hit up, like, Proper Panda in the Thorns Discord and ask him to lend me multiple mirrors. Like, I have ideas that I wouldn't mind testing. It's just that, like, the economy is, so genuinely bad right now that I have no drive to test specifically off-meta stuff. So I do have a lot of build ideas. But at this point, I think I'm saving them for 0.5. Yeah, there's like, it's like even Blade Zero in chat's willing to give me mirrors and stuff. Like, I have plenty of people who can give me the gear I want to craft. So, like, if I wanted to, but it's just like, it's really awkward. Like, there's an awkward dance as a build creator where, like, and I don't know if you guys watch Dreamcore's new podcast. He does a weekly podcast. I don't know if it's actually, like, always weekly, or if it's only weekly during the main season, but he does a podcast with Palstron now, which is fucking awesome. And this last week they had Jungron on. And at some point in it, they talked about the awkwardness of being a build creator in an economy-based game. And they even mentioned stuff like how, like, if I'm streaming making a build, some of the items I'm using while I'm streaming it starts getting bought out and being uppriced and stuff. Like, there's this weird thing going, like, it's really awkward. And right now in the league, it's tough because, like, people want to see fun ideas. But when I make a build, a lot of people want to play that build. And you get comments that are like, bruh, this is like a 3-mirror build. Like, this isn't good. You're an asshole for showing this off. So, like, the economy right now, it's so hard to judge how expensive a build could be. Because that Ritualist build I just did, that was like a 2-mirror build. Because, like, the economy is so crazy and no one's farming that ring. But maybe on League Start, it's like a 50 Divine build, right? Like, the economy could be completely better in a normal sense. So it's like, if I make the build now and then people get the impression that it's expensive, they might not want to play it in future leagues when it's not expensive. I know this is like absolutely overthinking this as like, but like these are things we think about as build creators. Where like Jungron said on stream or on the podcast that he will lie about items he's putting in his build. He will say, I'm thinking about using these 6 uniques just to throw people off. Palstron said that he considers not posting some things because of how it impacts the economy for people wanting to play the build and stuff. Like, these are actual things that you end up thinking of as a build creator. And I know that doesn't relate to right now why it's awkward to make a build in Fate of the Vow, but it's so weird to want to, like, make a build and, like that Bleed Werewolf. That was an expensive build when you say it cost me 600 divines, but is 600 divines really worth 600 divines right now? Or is it worth 60 divines in a normal league? It's very awkward for me right now. When you make builds and then people want to play the build you played in this economy. I know it sounds stupid, but that's where my struggle comes with. Like, that's why I'm playing SSF right now, is because anything I do in Trade League, it's just got an asterisk on it. It's like, it's got this like stain on it from Fate of the Vow. That's very unfortunate. And I know that's mostly in my head, and like I feel like 90% of viewers probably just want to see the build. They don't care about the cost. They probably weren't going to play it this league anyway. They understand all this stuff, but it was refreshing hearing Palstron Dreamcore and Jungron like talk about these things lightly, because it is very awkward right now. Because I have no idea, like if I make a build right now, it could cost me 4 mirrors, but it could honestly be like a 40 divine build just because of how weirdly things are priced right now. Let me read chat real quick. Exactly. Rabbit was using 200 divine worth of gear and was showcased 24 hours with 4 mirrors. Like, it is really weird. I don't know. Like Miso, when he did his Hammer of the Gods coverage, on the podcast alone, just showcasing that Hammer of the Gods build and the build of the week made the Prism of Belief for +3 hammers go from like 100 divine to a mirror. Like, and it's not because somebody, like, the demand is that high. It's because assholes are buying it out and relisting it higher. That's the only reason. Like, obviously, the demand does get higher, especially if it's a super fun meta build, but a lot of the price increase is just assholes. And there's a discussion that we had, like, one time I got shit talked at one point because, like, I was crafting, I think it was for my Ritualist build I just did. I was crafting a helmet. I was trying to get a Spirit Enchant with 2 sockets on Alpha's Howl. And in the process of making that, I crafted, like, 50 Alpha's Howls. What am I supposed to do with those Alpha's Howls, right? I listed them to sell them. But then you get accused of making builds with the intent of raising the price of items. So it's like, look at him trying to profit off of these Alpha's Howls. He only made the build to, like, promote this. It's like, man, I was just trying to craft my helmet. What am I supposed to do, to delete them all? It's weird being a content creator right now. So sometimes you just start, like, overthinking these things because, like, you get these, like, comments that are, like, critical of how you approach things, and you just start getting self-conscious. But Palstron mentioned that there are some content creators out there that apparently do intentionally, like, they'll buy out more of the item before making their build guide. That's scummy. But there's a lot of weird things going on when you're a content creator where it's like, well, you definitely don't want to be well, I think it's like, if you are releasing a build guide, let's say I made a Thorns build guide, and I only had my one Crown of the Pale King I was wearing, and then I went and bought 3 to 4 more, knowing in the morning I'm making my Thorns guide, and I know those are going to probably sell well. If I had just bought those, like, the day before releasing the guide, I think that's a little weird. But in my situation, I had crafted a bunch of the item. Like, if I was trying to get a Crown of the Pale King, an exceptional one, with 2 sockets, or 3 sockets, and a Thorns enchant, and I crafted, like, 30 crowns to get there, is that considered scummy? Some people in the comments think so. Well, so, yeah, okay, that's not scummy pro tag. Like, I've done that plenty. Like, if it's gear you replace, like, on my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, I sold the, like, I went from, like, let's say, like, I had a 120, like, I had a 115% Culling Strike helmet to 121. Oh, okay, you're kidding. I can never tell sometimes. I think selling your hand-me-downs is fine, though. Like, obviously selling hand-me-downs is, like, okay. But yeah, it was an interesting topic Palstron, Jungroan, and Dreamcore brought up. That is very unique to somebody like us, content creators or build guide makers. Sorry, let me read chat. I glazed over some messages. So can Thorns proc Katava's fire spell on hit? No, it cannot. I cannot. What is don't like is the hitbox on Titan Grotto boss. Oh yeah, the Bone Construct boss is easily one of the worst hitboxes for melee. Happened to me right now. I was about to buy Void Forge PoE, but it went 10 times value because of Palstorm. Damn. That'll happen. One way to try to combat this is to show the gear at different build thresholds and don't put a price on it. I mean, yeah, at this point, like, I don't even feel like... I feel like whenever I mention price of stuff, it's almost as a disclaimer. And at this point, it's feel like, why even mention, like... At this point, like, I don't even want to, like... Is it weird that I don't even want to make guides anymore? Like, I don't want to make a guide anymore, ever. Because of how awkward it can be around just making a guide. Whether it's accidentally releasing misinformation, or getting something slightly wrong, or... like, all of, like, the nitpickiness that goes on. I just want to, like, turn into someone who showcases, like, techniques. And, like, I never do a guide anymore to avoid all of that drama. Like, the Jungroan approach of, like, I'm doing a 2-minute video, and I'm just showing you this cool thing, good luck. Like, it gets really intense sometimes. What's Bloodbound Decree? I'll explain in 2 seconds. Let me, get through this area. We're doing, it's just the name of the challenge I'm doing. How you doing, Scroats? Now, oftentimes, by the way, sometimes it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be. Like, whenever you make a build guide, like, the prices always spike for at least a day, but 90% of the time, the price is reset a few days later for most of the items. But when it's something that's build enabling, right, like a Mjolnir or something, and that becomes instantly popular, that's when it gets a little bit harder. Thorns can cause bleeding? Yes, it can. Yep. Bleed Thorns is pretty okay. You're gonna lack single target, though. Following a big name or even mid-name streamer is a good idea, but you're never going to get top-tier gear for it. I agree, Mike. I mean, that, like, the people that do that, I definitely find as weird. But those people like only play for the economy game, so they're probably also selling their currency. Oh, sorry, let me go over what we're doing. So, the Bloodbound Decree, there is a website. I'll link it in chat for you. Someone made a website that, like, randomizes, like, build maker challenges. And this is the challenge that I randomized. So, the Bloodbound Decree is not anything in-game. It's not an item or nothing. It's just the name of the challenge that this website generated. And my challenge was choose Druid, wield bow, only use 1 damage active skill. What is COA? You can certainly, like, if you're trying to proc, I mean, at that point, you're not procking, if you're able to proc Cast on Ailment from Heralds, then potentially, but, like, it's Thorns as the cast on thing, you would have to see how, I would have to see how that functions. I've never heard of that tech. If that works, then there's a possible world where you have where you can enable Cast on Ailment, but I don't know if it would be good, because you would need enough investment into Thorns and the physical, like, it would be, in theory, it should work, if what you're saying works. Would it be good? I don't know. That's a cool idea. I would love to test it. What is it about Infernalist that enables that engine? Because I've never heard of that tech where you're talking about. Or maybe I have and I'm just I'm misremembering. Oh, all hits ignites. I see. So your Thorns triggers Heralds of Blood explosions. Those Herald of Blood explosions. Oh shit. I'm brain off. Focus on boss. Those Herald of Blood explosions would then ignite, and then the ignite would trigger Cast on. So that would in theory work, but I would imagine, like, I don't know, like, game? Did the stream lag there too, or was that just my game lagging? I don't know if I dropped frames there. What the hell? Getting weird stutters. That was the weirdest that boss has ever ended. I think in theory that should work, but I would imagine your single target would just be ass. But I'd have to see the setup. You would have to be able to get enough investment into Thorns so where Thorns is hitting hard enough, because, like, you need enough investment into Thorns, because you're wanting to use Thorns specifically as a defensive layer, right? Thorns is only a good defensive layer if Thorns is hitting fucking hard, and hard enough for you to maintain whatever damage is being done to you. So you can't just, like, do a little bit of investment into Thorns. You would need to do a big investment into Thorns, while also pulling off the investment into whatever you're doing in Cast on Ailment. While also being defensive enough to survive the hits. And Thorns' biggest issue is you have to take damage to deal damage. You have to be tanky as fuck. Like, you can't just half-ass commit to Thorns. You not only just need good Thorns damage, you also need a high life pool, and you usually need armor as well. And I just see it being really hard to get all of that set up to where you're as tanky as you want to be to enable this engine, while also making the Cast on Ailment good enough for single target, or for clear. And then, how are you single targeting, by the way? You're not going to be able to use Cast on Ailment for single target if Herald of Blood is what's triggering your Cast on Ailment. So when you got the bossing, you would just be purely Thorns at that point. I'm interested in testing out that engine. I have a level 96 Blood Mage that I could swap to an Infernalist and like just like do a mechanic test, but I just feel like it would just be showcasing a mechanic and like its practicality would be very low. No, it's cool. No, I'm also just like, I'm just talking out loud right now, Blade. Like, it's not like, I'm not criticizing the idea. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't do it. I am just like, I'm thinking about it out loud, and this is how I am processing it. It's like, I think it could work, and I'm down to test it, but would it be good? My first gut is like, it wouldn't even come close to being good, but it'd be fucking a cool thing to test. Oh, Decree card is still on the screen. I am so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. But yeah, the Bloodbound Decree, it's not an item, it's not anything in the game. It's just a challenge I'm doing on this website. So we're doing a Druid bow build, and we can only use one skill. We can only use one skill. One damage skill. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Sorry, guys. Yeah, if when we get around to testing it, Blade, remind me when I'm wrapping up this build about it. Hopefully I remember. I am down to test it out, and then I'll hit you up with currency. I've already got a bunch of good Thorns gear. Like, I just leveled a Thorns Blood Mage off a stream, trying out Thorns Bleed stuff on a Blood Mage, and I didn't end up liking it, so I didn't make a video about it. But I have a level 96 Blood Mage with a full Thorns set that's really solid, and if we needed, like, less Thorns stuff, could obviously buy around that, but... yeah. What items can even have Thorns on them? So for rare items, it's shields, belts, and body armors. A specific unique ring has Thorns damage on it. A specific unique buckler has Thorns damage on it. Specifically unique gloves have Thorns on it. A specific unique helmet and 2 specific unique boots have Thorns on it. But in terms of rare items, it's just shields, chest piece, and belts. Which, again, I've talked about Thorns a lot. I might be league starting Thorns in 0.5. I haven't league started Thorns in a while. We'll see. Depends on what weapons we get. I'm not too sure on it. Maybe 50-50. But there's a lot of limitations with Thorns, and a lot of it comes with the itemization. The fact that you can only get Thorns damage on 3 pieces of gear is really unfortunate. Especially when you're also limited to using these 2 low-level uniques. So, Thorns is, like, kind of awkward. Yeah, I mean, it would be testing just to see if the engine even works and how well it works. But, like, because of Thorns' investment is so intense defensively, I mean, the reason why I will never call Thorns an S-tier build is because this is a game with one-shots that Thorns will never be able to survive. As long as we have to wear 2 low-level uniques. As long as we're wearing Crown of the Pale King and Briar Patch boots, we will never, ever get tanky enough to survive one-shots in this game. So that will always be the biggest limitation. And anytime you're doing a build that's like... with Thorns specifically, it's just like you have to invest into Thorns, 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 Thorns. And then if you have to invest into something else at all, it's like, oh, that's so much harder. So, like, even doing something like Bleed Thorns, having to invest even 14 passive points and maybe a jewel slot into Bleed is rough for Thorns. Because really, you really just want your Thorns to hit as hard as humanly possible. You just want the one Thorns hit to hit as hard as possible, so you really just want to be scaling that. Because that's what makes you tankier, and that's what's doing most of the DPS. Not with Thorns. It is not easy to survive one hits with Thorns. Crown of the Pale King is a level 16 helmet that has no defensive stats on it, and Briar Patch boots are level 11 boots with no defensive stats on it. You cannot handle juiced tier 16 bosses. You cannot handle juiced abyss maps. You cannot handle... you can handle some of the Uber boss hits, but Uber Arbiter and Arbiter you can't hit. If you're like full idle eating hits, there are plenty of things that can still one-shot Thorns. Even when you're on like a multi-mirror budget. If you're doing Simulacrum AFKs and you get a couple bad rare modifiers, like 50% less recovery, max recovery and stuff, like those are deaths sometimes. Like, and it's mainly because of Crown of the Pale King and Briar Patch boots. It is just too hard to get permanently unkillable.
Pack's heavy enough already.
If you put a few mirrors into it, like you get a good Thorns setup, you can get relatively tanky, but for a playstyle that you start at level 16, there are many moments where you are very prone to one-shots throughout the campaign. And you're forced to use basically the same items every time, which is the biggest downside with Thorns. Have you tried doing Thorns without crit? No. Briar Patch are too overpowered in terms of defensives. But no, like, I feel so strongly about Crown of the Pale King and Briar Patch. Like, they are so important for Thorns, but so, like, anti-Thorns that I genuinely think both of them should be on the passive tree. Or on jewels or some way to get them late game. Ascendencies or something. Because, like... But Briar Patch is way too good. I think GGG fucked up with Briar Patch boots. Like, Crown of the Pale King is OP in the sense that it's build enabling. It is required to play Thorns. Briar Patch is just mathematically overpowered in a bad way. Like, Crown of the Pale King is overpowered in like a fun build enabling way, but Briar Patch just is stupid. There is no world where you don't use Briar Patch. Like, maybe in a weird world on Oracle specifically, you can maybe play without Briar Patch. But it's so easy hitting like 100% crit strike chance with Thorns with Briar Patch. And then because it's so easy, it allows you to get so much crit damage bonus to where you're sitting at like 400, 500% crit damage bonus at 100% critical hit chance. You can't outdamage that any other way. You can't outdamage that any other way. On my Thorns Shaman, I was sitting at like 40,000 Thorns damage with 400% crit damage bonus. It's... How do you compete with that much DPS? With any other boot slot? Like... 25% flat crit is crazy. There's no world you ever take them off if you want good, like outside of Blade Zero's, like, you know, if we find an auto bomber type setup, if Thorns is the main damage, you have to use Briar Patch. I mean, I would love Briar Patch on the passive tree personally. I think it should be. Yeah, even 15% is crazy. Even 15% is crazy. It can corrupt to like 28%? Of course I remember you, Garcia. What are you talking about, dweeb? It hasn't been that long since I've seen you. Only a couple weeks. Yeah, I'm pretty sure on my Blood Mage, I'll log into him in a bit, I'm pretty sure it's corrupted to 28% while still having, like, some move speed on it. Like, I got, like, essentially best in slot Briar Patch. But, yeah, like you said, like, Sure, on like a multi-mirror build, you could probably make Thorns tanky enough to tank everything but Arbiter, but I generally don't play multi-mirror builds because I reroll so much. I would never want to spend that many mirrors on a single build, usually. And also because I'm a build maker, I try and do budget-friendly setups, but I've never tried a multi-mirror Thorns setup. I don't even think my Shaman build, this patch that I put the most currency into as a Thorns build, I don't even think it had a single mirror into it. It might have been half a mirror. But if you had like actually best in slot every slot, I don't think you'd be able to face tank Arbiter, which that's what I would want. Like, I would want to be able to face tank everything. But I think GGG has interesting balanced things to tackle with Thorns. I think they fucked up with Shaman. But the problem is Shaman is like... Shaman is by far the best Thorns has ever played. And it's also by far the best it ever felt. So like, I don't know if I'll ever want to play Thorns on not a Shaman. Which sucks, because no matter what, like, I feel like any new Ascendency we get is going to be worse than the Shaman for Thorns. Period. So I feel like that's going to eventually make them nerf Shaman for Thorns. So, like, this is like probably the best... You think Beetlebite boots are not good? No. They're okay. So, Beetlebite boots are okay. They're not bad boots. 100% increased Thorns damage is good, but... 25% flat crit is what Briar Patch gives you. It's not 25% increase crit, which would take your 5% critical hit chance to like 6.25% critical hit chance. It is 25% flat crit chance. So it makes your 5% go to 30%. Like, and then all of the scaling you do off of that is if you don't understand like the math between like differences between multiplicative and additive, like the less and more argument, the adds and more, flat crit is the more. Flat crit is like the more side of things. Like, it is flat crit. It is overpowered in a bad way, in my opinion. It is that good. You are required to use Briar Patch in every Thorns build, no matter what. Like, nothing, like, Beetle Bite could be 300% increased Thorns damage, and it's probably not good enough. That is how good Briar Patch is. It's crazy how good Briar Patch is. And I don't think it should be nerfed, because honestly, it's tough. It's tough, because crit Thorns is, like, really the only way you can play Thorns. Like, even on my best Thorns character, I wouldn't even call it an S-tier build. I would call it maybe an A- build. So it's like, it's hard to argue argue for nerfs to Thorns. But I feel like this is just what GG wants it to be, maybe. But yeah, Shaman Thorns is by far the best Thorns build I have played, and it's because of the bonded runes. We're probably actually going Shaman right now, so I can just show the passive. Actually, we're not probably. We are going Shaman. We might swap to Oracle later on if I don't like Shaman, but I really like the idea of A, bonded runes and solo self-found, and the increased 120 free spirit. Like, I like the idea of both of these in solo self-found. But yeah, so bonded runes. So bonded runes, they make your runes have additional effects. And I forget what the Shaman Thorns one is. It's like, it's either 20% or 40% increased Thorns damage. So someone tell me what it is. Is it 20 or 40% increased Thorns damage for the Rune of Teething binded runes? I might just log on my Shaman and check. Because it matters. But essentially, it makes every Rune of Teething in your gear, which as a Thorns in late game, every single rune socket you have is a tithing, and you're wanting to have as many tithings in as possible. So you'll want a 4-socket chest, 3-socket helmet, a 2-socket boots, and 2-socket gloves. All of this is like you put tithings in that give you 1 to 100 lightning Thorns damage. The bonded rune node for that, I think it's either 20% increased Thorns damage or 40% increased Thorns damage per runes of tithing. So you end up getting like 300% increased Thorns damage on top of all of the damage you're getting from the runes of tithing. There is like not even Titan does as much Thorns damage as the Shaman. Just from that. And damage with Thorns is defensives because your Thorns damage leeches your life and it heals you. So the more damage your Thorns is doing, the less likely you are to die. So it doubles as a defensive and an offensive layer. Let me actually log on to that Shaman real quick so I can show it. I think the gear is mostly off of him. Where is my Shaman? Just so I can show you guys how overpowered it is. Here we go. Okay, so it's 15% increased Thorns damage per bonded rune. But okay, so here's the runes I'm talking about. They're called runes of tithing. These are the late game runes you use for Thorns. It's 1 to 100 lightning Thorns damage. A large amount of your Thorns damage comes from this. It's about half of your Thorns damage, and it's also applying shock for you, which is huge. Like I just explained, your damage is your defensive layer of Thorns because it's instant leeching for you, so it's super huge to have. Every single rune of tithing you put in your gear gives you 15% increased Thorns damage. That is fucking crazy. There is nothing any other Ascendency can give that will equal the power that you get from the runes of tithing bonded runes for Thorns. Ever. The only thing I can think of is if Gladiator comes with an Ascendency passive that says you get Crown of the Pale King and Briar Patch's effects for those Ascendency nodes, so you no longer had to use those boots and helmets on that Ascendency. That would be the only thing I could possibly think of that compares to how overpowered this is for Thorns. You can get 3 on your helmet, 3 on your boots, 4 on your chest, and 3 on your gloves. And on your gloves, you can get the passive that is 60% increased effective socketed stuff. So you don't use the lightning coil body for Thorns, largely because it's okay. We used to use it, but now you use Brass Dome. I don't know if I have a Brass Dome on me, but Brass Dome is by far, like, every Thorns build uses Brass Dome, and it's, like, not debatable at this point. Like, there is nothing that comes, like, Brass Dome is the Briar Patch of body armors for Thorns. Brass Dome, as soon as this is my Thorns Blood Mage that I was working on. This is my good Thorns gear. Brass Dome makes you take no extra damage from critical hits, so that alone is just a fucking insane defensive layer. No extra damage from critical hits is fucking crazy. But it's the armor. We get a lot of Thorns damage from body armor. Revenge, gain physical damage equal to 10% of the item armor of an equipped body armor. Brass Dome is the highest flat body armor in the game, period. Like, nothing comes close, not even, like this gives you so much Thorns damage. Look at my flat physical Thorns right here. I have 1736 to 2205. I take this off. 657 to 1039. It gets halved. Half of my physical Thorns damage is coming from this body armor. So not only is it a massive defensive layer from the take no extra damage on critical hits, which, like Blast Protagonist just said, people sleep on crit damage reduction. I oftentimes will just take this node on any mercenary character, just because it's 20% reduced bonus from critical damages. Like, people underestimate how often, like, if we had a death recap, I think people would be shocked to find out how often they die from crits. But yeah, this is just a huge defensive layer, but it also doubles as extra damage because it's the highest flat body armor you can get. So Lightning Coil and other body armors are okay, but I would even put rare body armor over Lightning Coil, because Lightning Coil gives you no Thorns damage. And when you lose the body armor, you're then only getting flat Thorns from your sockets and then your shield and your belt. Which is just a huge damage loss. And we're really desperate for damage as Thorns. Like, you can actually get relatively tanky to where you can tank most stuff relatively easily. It's only the pinnacle content and like Arbor that's hard to face tank on Thorns, like on a budget. The biggest downside of Thorns is always its DPS. It's really low damage once you get to Uber content, and that's where Shaman shines. Like, the Shaman is just... Titan is S tier, and I would say Shaman is S plus tier. And then everything else is like A minus or like to like B minus. Shaman and Titan are just way too much damage. Like, the reason I stopped playing the bleed version on this Blood Mage is because I've been struggling to scale its damage really poorly. It's like the damage, like, it is as good as my old Thorns builds, but compared to what the Thorn Shaman does right now, it doesn't even touch it. So I'm like, my brain has been spoiled by the Thorn Shaman and how good it was. Like, this is the best Thorns it's ever been, and I honestly expect GGG to nerf the Bonded Runes, because, like, you will never ever get Thorns damage as good as a Thorn Shaman because of how overpowered the Bonded Runes are. It's just, it's way too fucking good. Maybe it doesn't get nerfed though. And if Shaman is the go-to, like, off-meta builds will oftentimes have an Ascendency that's like, this is the go-to Ascendency for it because of X. If Shaman is the go-to Ascendency for Thorns because of the Bonded Runes, I would rather have that than bad Thorns builds, because this is the most fun and the most versatile Thorns has ever felt. But I'm just, like, trying to explain how good it was, and, like, if Gladiator doesn't come with something, or, like, any of the new Ascendancies doesn't come with something that's, like, really fucking good, like, as much as I want to league start, like, you know, a Gladiator Thorns build for swords, I feel like if I wanted to play swords with Thorns, I should just go do it on a Shaman. I do sword Thorns on a Shaman, which that really makes me sad as a build creator. I don't want that to be the case, but it's that good, sadly. It's that good. I mean, if that's the route they wanted to go, Protag, for sure. I think Thorns needs buffs for sure. I call it like a B- build for a reason. On the average Ascendancy, its DPS is very limited. It's a long time to kill tier 3 Zed with Thorns. It's a long time to kill Uber Arbiter with Thorns. Like, even on my Shaman, it was a 3-minute Uber Arbiter kill. That ain't fast. So, if they bluff flat Thorns, it wouldn't be bad. But I do think the Bonded Runes is, like, it makes it to where Thorns is, like, by far best on Shaman. Titan can kind of compete because Titan gets, like, really good defensively, and of course hulking form, right? I mean, if you can make that work, Blade, that would be cool. I would be afraid you're going to be getting one shot more. That would work on a multi-mirror setup potentially, but yeah. Not on any of the setups I have tried. But I'm usually a budget gamer. We need to go do stuff. Well, there's also just, like, in general, like, I don't know, like, obviously, I think Thorns is off-meta enough and niche enough that, like, I understand why it hasn't been a giga priority for GGD, but to be fair, since 0.1, Thorns has received several amazing buffs, and the fact that it is even, like, the fact that 2 Ascendancies have Thorns stuff related to them, Oracle and Shaman, means that Thorns is on GGD's radar, but there are, like, so many bugs with Thorns that, like, I remember the Path of Building guys telling me once that they didn't understand how Thorns worked. Because, like, they would go and test it with one ailment, and then they would test it with another ailment, and they would get completely different data back. Like, Thorns is just functionally not just bugged, but, like, very weird in the back scene. So, I imagine it's still got a ways to go. I'm honestly, like, Thorns is fun and all. It would, like, I'll probably play a Thorns build every patch just because it's fun, but, like, as a league starter, as my main build, I don't know if I could make it, like, not with how it's current. Like, again, it's Crown of the Pale King. If they got rid of, if they put Crown of the Pale King on the tree, I can accept Briar Patch being boring and the forever boots. That's fine. There's ways to solve mobility. I don't mind playing crit Thorns forever. It's boring, but whatever. But to me, it's just Crown of the Pale King. Like, the build-making aspect of it, like, literally, every single Thorns build I play, Crown of the Pale King, Briar Patch, Brass Dome, unless you're playing Sacrosanctum Energy Shield Recoup, which is not very good. You're required to use those three. You can kind of play Shapeshift Thorns, but the problem with Shapeshift Thorns is you give up you give up a shield. You can't get Thorns damage on a Talisman. So you are losing, you know, 200 flat physical Thorns when you don't use a shield. So Talisman's out the question when you want high damage. Same goes with Quarterstaffs. I've done a lot of good, really good Quarterstaff Thorns builds. Matsuya, with the 50% reduced Spirit Reservation, is an S-tier Thorns build. By the way, you asked earlier, Blade Zero, if weapons mattered for Thorns, and I glazed over it. Weapons do not matter for Thorns. Your weapon is, I like to say, it's a spoon. It doesn't matter if it's made of gold or made of wood. The Thorns damage gets delivered either way. No matter what, you are delivering the Thorns with that spoon to your mouth. Like, you're feeding yourself the Thorns. It doesn't matter what it's made of. It will get there. The weapon itself doesn't matter. The only thing that matters, generally, for the weapon is you can get rolls of gain damage as extra damage. So, like, on a spear, I use a spear with gain damage as extra fire damage or gain damage as extra lightning damage. The attack speed of the weapon, because you want to attack faster, the more hits per second you do, that you're dumping barbs faster. And then any stats that you can get. So, like, strength, dex, that's what you get on your weapon. But the actual DPS of the weapon doesn't matter. So you can use something like Matsuya that is a low-level quarterstaff that gives you 50% reduced spirit reservation on spirit gems. So you can get double the spirit gems. That's awesome. I've done really good Matsuya Thorns builds on Tactician. It stacks, by the way, giving you 75% reduced spirit reservation, which was really fun. But because you're giving up that shield, you end up, A, slightly less tanky, because normally with Thorns you end up armor stacking, so having the extra armor helps. You also end up losing the block. Having the block helps. But you lose the flat Thorns. Shields can roll 100 to 200 Thorns damage. So Talismans and Quarterstaffs, they can work for Thorns, but they don't use shields. So you're automatically missing out on, you know, just a flat amount of Thorns damage when you don't use the shields, sadly. So you're pretty limited on what weapons you can use, and it ends up being a one-hander and shield setup for Thorns. Which, maces... Oh, and the other thing is you have to use a support gem called Barbs and Quill Bursts. Barbs can only go in strikes, so you're forced to use melee attacks that are strikes specifically, and there's, like, not very many in the game. So Thorns, in a lot of ways, is forced into a very specific setup to be functional at a pinnacle level. So, like, again, those aren't Thorns builds in my head. Like, what you're talking about, and to me, Blaze Zero, that's a Lightning Coil build. And in that point, there is no point for you to be playing, that is not a build you would stack with Thorns. You would just play a Lightning Coil build. Is a Lightning Coil build with Adonia's Ego good? Yes, I played Lightning Coil builds. But you wouldn't combine Lightning Coil with Thorns. But, magic damage? I don't think magic damage is a thing. It's elemental damage if you're doing lightning or Did you mean like if it like it's like a spell skill trigger? No, it never gets the spell effect. If you're doing lightning thorns damage, it does elemental damage, yes. But if you're talking about specifically doing an Adonia's Ego lightning coil build, those exist. Go look at Zeph on YouTube. Zeph does a lot of awesome Adonia's Egos builds as well as lightning coil builds. Those are already a archetype. Like lightning coil builds, I did one this league on a Stormweaver. It was super fucking fun. But you wouldn't pair that with Thorns. And sometimes it depends. Like sometimes I get confused. A lot of people, when they say Thorns, they mean all reflects builds. Whenever I say Thorns, I specifically mean you have the Thorns stat on your gear and you're using the Thorns talents and the Thorns stuff. Just to if anyone's confused in chat why I'm like trying to they're drawing a distinction between the two. Like I don't consider Arctic Armor Thorns. I consider them all reflect skills, but some people refer to any reflect skill as Thorns. I mean, I think you can have a fun and acceptable time with playing a standard Thorns build and a standard Lightning Coil build. You can clear the entire, like, game with a Lightning Coil as soon as you can equip it. But, like, trying to get them together, it would be a very weird setup. And like you said, it would require multi-mirrors. Could it work? Maybe. I would never, ever recommend it for anybody. That's why I'm like, I don't want to like say it in chat and then have like random noobs like trying it. Like, it does not sound like a functional way to play the build well. Like, you don't ever combine Thorns with something. Like, Thorns needs to be full Thorns. A halfway there Thorns is not good enough. It won't leech enough for you. It won't, like, in my experience. But again, you're talking about multi-mirror budgets. That's a world that I don't exist in, so. If every item was a mirror tier item, I don't know. But, and yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. But Lightning Coil, like, Lightning Coil's fun. Like, I honestly think you should try a Lightning Coil build in general. Like, I think people... Lightning Coil got buffed in the patch, by the way. Its damage got doubled. The problem with Lightning Coil, though, is it has a cost to it that gets pretty expensive. But so it's harder to use the higher rank versions. But, yeah, Lightning Coil is awesome. No, I don't think it's worth giving up the belt. Like, I mean, you could, like... Headhunter is awkward because a lot of what Headhunter gives you doesn't buff Thorns. Doesn't buff your Thorns damage, and... yeah. Like, it's awkward because, like, it's even on my best Thorns build, I think its DPS is too low. Like, it's way, like, your average player will look at like, my best Thorns build and see it take 3 to 4 minutes to kill Uber Arbiter and, like, laugh at it and think it's trash. So, you would never obviously use Headhunter on bossing. But, could you make it work in mapping? Maybe, but as a general play, like, ignoring the fact that I fucking hate Headhunter and I think it's the worst item in the game, could you functionally use it with Thorns? Would it work? Maybe, but I don't think it would, like, be as pound for pound as an investment value in a normal build. At this point in the... Ooh, we finally got our first Lesser Jeweler Orb. Let's fucking go. At this point in the league, I'm not playing ever off-stream. So it'd be on-stream. But now that I've fixed my computer, bought the new graphics card, I will be streaming more consistently, so... There is that. Because you mentioned the Gladiator a couple times during this Thorns discussion. How likely or unlikely do you think that it is that this class will come with 0.5? So we know for a fact we're getting... Well, Gladiator itself, like, is the Ascendency. We don't know which of the 3 Ascendancies we'd get. We might only get 2, right? And Gladiator might not be. But if we're talking about, like, just Duelist and Swords in general, we know for a fact we're getting it before 1.0. Jonathan said it would be criminal to release the game without Swords. So, Swords, Duelist, Gladiator, like, yeah, the odds of us getting it before 1.0 is very, very high, like, pretty much guaranteed. Do I think it's coming in 0.5? If I was to make a prediction, I would say yes. If I was, like, say, like, if I was to bet A, I do think we are getting a new class in 0.5. I think it could be Duelist. I think there is a chance it's Templar, though. In PoE 1, they just reworked a bunch of holy skills. So if you think of, like, from a marketing standpoint, they just reworked a bunch of holy skills, and then PoE 2 gets all those reworked holy skills added to PoE 2, right? Just from a marketing standpoint, it kind of makes sense. So, like, for some reason, I think, like, we might get Templar. But I think it's going to be Swords. I think it's going to be Swords. Swords are, like, so demanded at this point that, like, literally the #1 thing this game gets shit-talked for at this point is the fact that it doesn't have Swords, I feel. But I genuinely think we are getting a new class no matter what. Ooh. New bow. I genuinely think we're getting a new class. I definitely think we're getting new Ascendencies, for sure. But I've talked about this a few times. Like, and we talked about it on the podcast, talked about it on my stream, and you've probably heard other creators mention it. A lot of what we're getting in 0.5, this next patch, let's talk about it. So, 1, we're getting the endgame rework. That was supposed to come in 0.4, and it barely got cut. So, the fact that it barely got cut means that it was basically done. So, the amount of work they've had to put into the endgame rework leading up to 0.5, probably pretty minimal. So, they're working on other things. Let's talk about Druid. Druid has been done and supposed to release the previous 2 patches. It was supposed to drop in 0.2 and in 0.3. So it's not like in the lead up to 0.4, the entire company was slaving away on Druid. It was just animators. So Druid has been done for a while, and the endgame rework we're getting in 0.5 was virtually done at the start of 0.4. So they've had this entire development cycle to work on polishing the endgame rework, and then other new stuff. Right? So, I think it's very likely we're getting a lot of new stuff in this patch. I think we're getting a new class. I think we're getting multiple Ascendancies. I think we're getting Act 5. Like, I'm not, like, memeing here. I think there's a good chance we get Act 5 and we replace the interlude acts. I mean, I've seen plenty of people think we might even get 2 classes. We could get Marauder and Templar, or Templar and Duelist. Like, I think there's a real possibility that this patch has an insane amount of content. But because the fact that Druid was already done for a while, so it wasn't like it was being polished up until 0.4, and the endgame rework was already done. I feel like it's a good chance that we get like 2, like, it's gonna be an insane patch. It's gonna be fucking nuts. But I could be coping out. I thought this patch was gonna be the biggest patch ever, and it didn't end up being that way, so. No, like, maybe forever ago last one, but from what I understand, like, since, like, of the like notable recent years, the announcement followed by the release, like the announcement schedule was like clockwork. You always know when when the teaser comes, you get the announcement of the announcement next week, you get the live stream the week after that, you get the it's always like this exact flow, and that hasn't changed forever. Is what I'm told. I need to AFK a few minutes. I smell food. So, be right back. All right. Sorry. I am back. Everybody prepare to be jealous. I'm doing a bad job at showcasing this chili cheese dog. But chili cheese dog for lunch. Oh yeah, I'm a master cook. Heating up a hot dog, heating up leftover chili, putting on some cheese. Oh yeah. The master of the 3-minute cook. Let me read chat real quick. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of weird dooming that goes on. I don't know. It's weird Palace. Like, I just trust G. Like, I don't know. No game developer is going to be perfect. They're all going to make mistakes. But I played so many different like competitive and like games where like oftentimes in games that are competitive, especially like Blizzard games where like they were super involved in their esports scene, and like watching like most companies just like compared to GGG, it's like they're gonna figure it out. I ain't worried about it. Yeah, last one. It's a 50-50 on, I would not put PTO in yet. I would wait until the first teaser drops, I believe. Yeah, that's another thing where it's like, I don't want to complain too much because like it's hard to complain too much because let's just say Crown of the Pale King, right? We're constantly bitching about Crown of the Pale King as Thorns players. We want Crown of the Pale King as like a spirit gem or something, right? Or as a solution to it. But what if GGG, like let's just say the Shadow hat, like, or the Templar, one of the Templar spirit gems is Crown of the Pale King. They hear us crying all the time. We want this solution. We want this solution. They have the solution. It's just not in the game yet. And they can't release that early, right? Because the Spirit Gem is specifically tied to Templar. And obviously, this is me making something up. That's probably not happening. But I'm just trying to give an example. It's like, sometimes some of the solutions we have are coming with these new Ascendancies. So, it's like awkward. It's like, I'm sure Gigi's like really frustrated at times. It's like, we hear what you're complaining about. It's coming with this skill or something. So, Blade, there's another Thorns creator, Silly Lily. She's one of the moderators. She's actually the leader of the Thorns Discord. Silly Lily, specifically, is like the expert on mana stacking. I like life stacking builds. Like, I'm the life stacker guy, or like on the podcast. I don't like playing energy shield builds, and I haven't really enjoyed mana stackers myself. I have not done any Ice Tomb builds, and it's specifically because Silly Lily has like tried to scale Ice Tomb, and like the amount of flat thorns you get from mana stacking in Ice Tomb is like a fraction of what you get from like the Brass Dome normal play style. I don't know if Silly Lily did an Adonia setup with it, but I know she tried a lot of different setups, and like it just never compared to the traditional setup. I have personally never played any mana stacking Thorns variants. The only non-life stacker Thorns playstyles I've done has been Energy Shield Recoup with Sacrosanctum. But for Thorns specifically, I've never tried any mana stacking myself. So yeah, I can't answer that myself. Is there any news on what is coming in the next patch? No. We have some stuff that's like data mined, like the DB, like I forget who it is, but someone on the podcast mentioned yesterday in our chat that like in 0.5, like one of the data mine things is like it looks like over 50 of the areas in the campaign got updated. Like 50 zones got updated. And some of it's like, obviously they're going to go, them fixing the layouts is huge. I'm super excited about them fixing layouts. But they also mentioned once that the campaign, the campaign that we currently have is missing several extra side bosses. So a lot of these areas being updated for the campaign could be getting new and more side bosses, which is fucking awesome. But then of course, like, layouts. Now we don't know that's coming in 0.5, but hopefully it is. But yeah, we don't really have... There's no information on next patch outside of GGG has announced that the endgame rework is coming with it. That is all we know. Officially. So I don't know. Everyone's like different. They all have their own complaints. Maybe this is part of the reason why I'm like not on the... I don't want campaign skips. I actually like the campaign. I don't think there are too many places that are rough around the edges anymore. I really still hate Malaysian waterways. The waterways still suck. And I think some of the Act 4 areas are a little bit awkward to explore. But otherwise, like, I don't have issues with any of the campaign anymore. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm actually just a giga simp. Oh, I love chili dogs, Aaron. Chili dog. I mean, I grew up in Texas, so chili dogs are S tier. I will not eat a hot dog if it doesn't have chili on it. It's like eating biscuits without gravy. It's like, what are you doing? What was your total Thorns damage on Shaman? You would have to go look at a YouTube short that I posted for my Thorns Shaman. Or go look at... I can't remember. Right? I think the YouTube short had a snapshot of my damage. I can't remember. Well, it's like... I can't remember, like, what the numbers were. Like, I can throw out a number, but, like, was this number when I had Scavenge Plating stacks? Was this number when I had a Shrine? So, like, I remember, like, I was averaging somewhere in the 40 to 50,000 Thorns damage, but I can't remember if that was with Scavenge Plating stacks. I know someone in the Thorns Discord did a Giga Min-Max Titan Wolf, and he was hitting, like, over almost 100,000 Thorns damage when he did it on the Shaman. But I can't remember if that was when he was with buffs and stuff. The most Thorns damage I've ever had was in 0.3 when we could do Thorn skin stacking on the Tactician, but that's completely nerfed. 100k on boss or tooltip? Tooltip. Tooltip. All right, give me a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom, put away my dishes, and then we're gonna stream for a bit more. I was actually only intending on doing a 2 to 3 hour stream, but I'm actually having fun playing this little challenge. I don't know. For those that don't know, I'm doing a little. There's a website that generates build making challenges, or like just not build making challenges, just like a character challenge or whatever. And this is the challenge I got. It is choose Druid, wield a bow, and only use one active skill. I'm trying it out in a fresh solo self-found run. So I have no, like, stockpile of currency, and, we're gonna try and kill Arbiter. But yeah, tooltip. I'm really bad at calculating, like, boss DPS, and, so yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you what my DPS actually was. And that was with like a level 30 Scavenge Plating, because like you have Scavenge Plating at level 21 Corrupted, and then you get the +3 with the +1 with the like the other +1, and then you get the extra skills on the Prism of Belief and then the Amulet. So the level 30 Scavenge Plating boosts it quite a bit, and then because you're doing it on the Shaman with like all those additional increased Thorn skins, and then you have the Binded runes. Titan was like comparable, I feel, but Shaman ends up being like the most DPS. Titan's probably better defensively. Just hulking form is too good. Extra life is too good. I mean, it's really the extra life. The extra life is so fat with Thorns. You like Waterways because it's super linear? I hate Flooded Valve City. I hate Waterways because I hate anything that stops me from playing the game. Like, I don't, like, the linearness is nice. I fucking hate the levers. Like, that's, like, I hate constantly having to hit the levers. That's really just it. As stupid as that sounds. I don't know what my favorite zone... I don't know what my favorite zone is. I'm trying to think of what my favorite act is, though. Here, Bareback, I'm gonna go get it. Just put my dishes away real quick. And then we'll get back to leveling. Okay. Let's get back to playing. Had I done Keth? Where had I finished? Oh, did I actually finish Keth? Like, I've been yapping, like, so consistently that, like, the last leveling of this character is, like, almost a blur. I think I finished Keth and I turned in the quest, so... So I tested a few things. Adonis is absolutely nasty for Elemental Thorns with Ice Tomb. Interesting. So what was the Adonia's buff? Don't you have to, like, consume power charges? How does the Adonia's wand work again? Was it power charges to get the buff? How did it work? What do you have to do to fuel it for it? We make them with a second body. So your body armor swapping, like, in combat? Oh, it's a 4-minute buff. Interesting. I didn't realize it was that long of a buff. Interesting. That's definitely worth visiting. I would probably be trying that after this character. So... that definitely sounds worth fucking around with. Because that's pretty...
Sand, black is the heart of a necromancer.
That's really good because, like... One thing I've been trying to enable for a long time... what is Adonia's and Ego's buff exactly? It's just more elemental damage, just flat, like... Because I've been trying to make Avatar of Fire Thorns work for so long. But it's just always not worth it because of how much damage you lose. But maybe with Adonia's, you could finally make Avatar of Fire Thorns work. Obviously, I don't think that would be as efficient as just non-Avatar of Fire Thorns. But if you wanted to convert, like if you wanted, like, it could actually be better with Adonia's, though, because let's say I'm doing 50% physical Thorns. Well, you might not actually want any physical Thorns gear at all with this setup. You might just go for, like, max sockets and completely ignore physical thorns, but if you, let's just say you wouldn't want to do Adonias with a shield because you wouldn't be able to use barbs or burst. Well, wait, no. Can you weapon swap and keep the Adonias buff? Hold on. Can I have the Adonias and weapon set 2, get the buff, and then swap to like a spear and shield and maintain? Oh no, so you lose it on weapon set. Okay, so you wouldn't be able to do Adonias with shield unless you didn't want to use barbs and burst. So you would be forced to use Adonia's spear, more than likely. Which means you don't have the physical damage from a shield. And then you wouldn't have physical thorns damage. You can use a shield, but you can't use you want to use it with a spear because barbs and quill burst can only be used in strike skills, and there's no wand. There's like no wand or shield attack that's a strike. You could use resonating shield with quill burst, but quill burst doesn't hit the primary target, so you wouldn't be able to boss with it. Barbs is a really good DPS, especially in something like rapid assault for single target. It's super important. You really, you can give it up, but then you're really only defending on the reflect damage, and that's rough. I assume you would need to use wand plus spear. Which means then, if you're using the mana chest you're talking about, means you don't get physical thorns from your body armor, which means you would literally only get physical thorns from your belt. And at that point, would you want to go Avatar of Fire to convert only the physical damage from your belt to elemental? No. Well, that's what I'm just talking out right now. It's like at this point in this build, you would completely void physical thorns. So at that point, this would be like the first this would be the first Thorns build. Well, there's an elemental Thorns mod on gear, but it's ass. No Thorns build ever use it because it competes with the physical Thorns. Actually, it would be bass for this build. Would this build be mana life stacking or purely mana stacking? There is a Abyss modifier on belts that is gain, I think it's like 2 to 8 lightning, or it's 2 to 8 fire Thorns damage per X amount of life. Sorry, I'm in like build creator thinking mode, so I want to go look at the belt real quick. Well, again, you can't. I don't think there's a world you have to play with a melee weapon. Like you're not gonna be able to play Thorns effectively without any melee weapon. You're gonna have to play with a mace or a spear, and mostly the time people use spear for Thorns. Because if you're only relying on deflect damage, even with the Adonia's boost, it's not going to be like Arctic Armor, like pre-nerf Arctic Armor, millions of damage per hits. Like, you really still want Barbs and Quill Burst, which it requires a melee attack. Which character am I looking for? Sorry. My brain's going a million miles per hour quick. This character. Yeah, it's the 2 to fire thorns per 100 maximum life. This modifier. So this would be like an actual good build to where you would use this in. So you could still use a rare belt. You would just look for this roll on your belt. Gives you extra fire damage thorns that your Adonias would help scale even further. So at that point, if you're not using a shield, then you're mana stacking thorns, so you're using the mana stacking chest piece. And then, like, there's 0 physical thorns. There's 0 physical thorns on the build, is essentially what I'm saying. Like, no shield. You have to use a spear. Like, if you don't know how thorns works, we have these passives or supports called barbs and burst. When you take damage and you retaliate thorns damage, so someone hit you and then you deal thorns damage back to them, you get stacks of barbs and burst, and they make your attacks deal thorns damage. And the way Barbs 2 works is it makes your next 6 attacks deal thorns damage. So an attack like Rapid Assault, like, so let's say the boss attacks really slow, right? Like, say I'm the boss, and I hit me once like this. I just did 1 instance of Thorns damage, and then I have to wait for him to slap me again if I'm only playing the Reflect. But with Barbs and Burst, he hits me once, and then I press Rapid Assault, and I just did 6 instances of Thorns damage to him right there. I used all of my Barb stacks, but each of those hits does my Thorns damage. So it's essentially impossible, just in case anyone hasn't played Thorns. It's essentially impossible to play Thorns without it.
Hello, Outlander. I guess this will keep fun. Can I help?
No, they're not triggering me. No. We're just talking about build stuff. No one's triggering me. No, that's my Twitch chat. Yeah, I don't have multi-stream on, so... But no, I was just talking out why, like, I don't think you're, like... You'd be gimping yourself super hard by not using a spear, and there's really good spears. Like, with Spirit Residation and gain damage is extra fire damage, so, like, you get even more elemental damage for Indonia's Ego's the boost. There's a lot of good reasons why to use a spear. Well, I'm trying to make this a functional Thorns build that competes with the normal style. Like, I'm not exploring a technique because, like, this is a cool... You've baited me into trying to make it a good Thorns build, and I'm going to try and make it a good one. If I'm going to try and play this out, like, I would want to make it to where it can boss. Because I'm also testing this for, like, future patches as well. Because if this actually works and scales the damage well... If it out-damages the main style, like what you just, like, the technique you just showed has the potential to outscale the normal Thorn style in damage. That's crazy. Like, I wish there was a way to get strikes. A Crackling Barrier is kind of bait. It's okay. Again, like, if Resonating Shield, like, the Crackling Barrier needs Cyclone. What makes Crackling Barrier good is, like, we don't have a strike skill that we can put barbs into that's a channel. Like, you could use Crackling Barrier and Resonating Shield, but you really need something that's a strike. And hopefully Cyclone is a channel strike. If Cyclone is a channel strike, like, all of our Thorns problems are solved. We play Cyclone Thorns forever. With Crackling Barrier scaling our damage. But I'm also down to, like, we can skip using the spear first too, but I do think it would be potentially best with the spear because you could still boss. But Wrathpith would be crazy. Like, if we're just plucking, like, pure Reflect, like, maybe that's what we want to test first. Like, maybe we go that route first, actually, when we get around to testing it Blade. We test a pure, like, Arctic Armor style where, like, you have to be hit to deal damage, like a natural Thorn style, because... I don't, like, the problem is, I've had Reflect builds with Arctic Armor where Arctic Armor's hit for 1,000,000, and that's, like, not good enough DPS for bossing. And my gut tells me Adonia's Elemental Thorns wouldn't hit 1,000,000 per hit. But maybe it could. Like, maybe Elemental Thorns with Adonia's... Actually, I don't think Wrathpit would actually... Like, there's no way to get your elemental damage to work with Wrathpit, because Wrathpit is specifically spell damage, right? Non-channeling spells, yeah. It wouldn't work with Wrathpit. The only things that scale Thorns' damage, outside of stuff that specifically says Thorns, is, like, why I use this spear specifically. It would need to be an item that has multiple sources of gain damage as extra damage. That's where you're getting the most extra damage. Like, nothing like attack tagged or spell tagged. Nothing like that works for Thorns. It would specifically need to be a fat source of gain damage as extra damage. So, like, if we're talking about, like, a true reflect style, maybe we're doing Chernobog, and we block stack. It's pretty hard to hit block cap now, but, like, this is gain 50% of damage as extra fire type. Like, this is what you're looking for on the second thing to pair with Adonias, if it's not a spear. You're trying to find something that has as much gain damage as an extra element as possible. That's what goes in slot 2 for Thorns. Painters is good, yeah. I mean, look at my Thorns stash tab. One of them has Painters with Thorns. Look at that. In many of my previous Thorns builds, I used Painter's Gloves with Thorns. Painter's Gloves is very good. The problem is defensives. Like, we also have to take into account surviving one-shots. Sacrificing whatever we have for gloves defensively, whether that's the mana or the energy shield that's converting to the mana, like, whatever that is, can we still survive after getting rid of paint? Like, that's actually the real difficult thing here. It's like, I think the damage is going to be good. It's like, can we actually survive the boss one-shots is going to be the hard thing to solve with this version of this build. But yeah, Painters is, like, really good fucking damage. Really, really good damage. Because you can get, like, again, 3 sources of gain damage as extra damage. But it's got no defenses on it. But yeah, for like, a Scepter, maybe a Scepter in set 2. You get some form of Scepter with a lot of damage on it. I don't know. Like, if it's not, I think it's going to be a Spear, because, again, Spears give us Barbs and Bursts. Yeah. Oh, he got an ad. I'll give him a second. Yeah, I think, like, I think it's going to be a Spear, because, like, Spears, like, you can get 3 sockets, right? So in 2 of them, I've got gain damage as, oh, I guess I don't need the gain damage as extra chaos that much with this version, but it's hard to compete with this, because it also gives you Barbs and Bursts, but also gives you, like, a percentage of gain damage as an extra elemental damage. But that's what you'd be looking for. Like, maybe a Scepter, because, like, a Scepter gives you Spirit. Some of the unique Scepters give you a big burst in damage. So that would allow you to run, like, Trinity. Trinity, by the way, Blade. Trinity scales Thorns damage. So, like, if we had a Scepter, maybe that extra 100 Spirit allows you to slip in Trinity on top of Adonia's Ego. So, like, but just because, like, from a functional standpoint, by the way, the Spear is a little less impactful, because if we're doing Mana Leech or Mana Thorns, you can't get Mana Leech with Thorns. So the mana as a defensive layer probably would never be leeching. So the life leech is less important, which a lot of what makes Barbs really good is you're doing the 6 instances of Thorns damage, and you're leeching from all 6 of those hits, so. You don't think we can hold Spear as a second weapon? Let me see. I might have an Adonia's Ego. I'll just use any wand. Fuck are wands? What's the icon for wand? Am I blind? Am I blind? The 4th one? Oh, geez, thank you. I don't have an Adonia's, but...
This is above my understanding.
Oh, I don't have the int for it. Do I have a low-level wand? I don't have a low-level wand. Just buy a cheap wand real quick, just to test it for the science. Jesus. Look at this market. Just get the lowest int cost wand, level 4 wand. The cheapest one is fucking 200 exalts. Everything else is like a fucking divine. Oh, Fate of the Bow.
Day.
I won't let it put me in. I think I got a setting and disabling that. What's happening? Is it like one of my, because I reinstalled one of my these settings disabling me from doing that? I've never had this happen before. Which one of these is it? I know it's got to be a setting here. Support gem utility pop up? Maybe that one? No? I've never had this happen before. That's got to be a setting I have enabled. I've never had to equip this item, remove the following skill gems pop up. Is it this one? Did I not save it? Okay, I'm just going to remove the gems we're talking about. Yeah, you're right. So we can equip Spear and Wand. So... Under game? Was I not in game? Oh, maybe it's that. Equipment restrictions, gem counting restrictions. Perfect. Thank you. You're to go. Yeah, so we wouldn't be able to use Spear and Adonias. So that just makes it by default. It is not like your traditional Thorns build where you're using Barbs and Burst. So that A immediately points me to Scepters or Shields. You have a shield like Chernobog, like I just showed. If you're able to somehow get block cap, or not even block cap, but yeah, block cap, 50% block cap base. That's 50% damage as extra fire. Also gives you 50% block chance, so that makes you defensive. But I would imagine if we're playing mana stacking on the top half of the tree, investing in the block chance would be very difficult, unless we had a bunch of jewels. So we'd have to get one with like a corrupted high block chance, potentially. Comes with a 35%. That's not too bad. But my gut tells me Scepters. There's a bunch of good, unique Scepters that don't... Do some of the Scepters give you... gain damage? Like, obviously, Palm of the Dreamer is, like, the OP cheating one. Though I don't think we care about the gain damage as chaos. What do the other palms do? Did they give the shrine buffs right? So you probably do, like, one of these, right? This gives you 100 extra spirit. What's the Arbiter fire one called? What's it called? No, it's not a palm. It's... I probably have... Oh, Sacred Flame. Thank you. Yeah. Because doesn't Purity of Fire also give you fire resistance? So this would, like, make gearing your character easier. Because you have to have less resistance. And then... Cool. That is a lot... Okay, that's a lot of gain damage, extra damage. They also get % increased spirit rolls on them when they're double corrupted. Oh, no, that's just from the jewel at the socket, I think. Never mind. And then that effect is probably, like... I've never, like, used a, like something like, what's the elemental inverting lineage gem? Rakiata's Flow. Like, something like Rakiata's Flow, you can't really imply to Thorns, right? So, like, when it comes to, like, if you're doing elemental Thorns, you would have to use something like a Curse or Exposure. And then with your normal Thorns build, half of it's physical, so it's, like, always, like, is it worth it investing into the intellect to get the curses for only half of your damage? No. Something like this... like, is probably, like, is untested for me with Thorns. I'm excited to try it out. I'm excited to try it out. It's like it's what we'll do next. And who knows? Maybe tomorrow when I start the stream, I'm hitting Blaze late up and we're wanting to do it. But I want to do the Oracle challenge still too. But this is like I wonder if we can get close to what Arctic Armor used to be able to do. You on Rabbit's Discord? I'll message you. I don't think so. Am I? I'm not sure. I am in Rabbit's Discord. I am in Rabbit's Discord, yes. This is definitely interesting. I am very worried about it defensively. But I am also very curious about just how high we can get the damage. Like, I don't even care if it's like kind of like a flop defensively, where it's like, well, we can one-shot Uber Arbiter, but he also kills us really easily with his hard-hitting attacks. Like, most bosses have like light-hitting attacks you can work around. So if we can get the damage to where like it's comical, which I'm kind of like, it might be possible. Like, I wonder if I have Adonias in both weapon sets and you weapon swap, does the buff reset? If Adonia's in both of them? It does reset? It's per hand? Okay. So I was going to say, I wonder if there's like some like power charge weapon swap you're doing where like in one of the weapon sets you have like all the extra power charges or whatever. But guess not. Yeah, it's cool. That's cool. I have no idea if it'll actually play out. But it is when you take into account like potentially adding like Trinity and Adonias with that scepter, like the amount of raw damage you're doing might reach like, well, like especially if it like you're still able to hit like the expected 100% critical hit chance with like 200 to 300% crit damage bonus, could be pretty fucking cray. Well, you said, didn't you say it's more damage per power charge? So I was like thinking of the setup where like I've never done a power charge build. I assumed there was like additional power charge nodes on the tree like PoE 1. So I was gonna have like weapon set 1 like maximizing the amount of power charges you got, and then you just swap the weapon set 2, which didn't have those. But I haven't looked at the tree at all. But yeah, with the fire damage from the Thorns body armor having a few thousand life, and then you have the Scepter scaling the gain damage, extra damage. You have the Adonia scaling elemental. You have as many sockets as possible, and you're scaling off the Mana Thorns. I mean, that is a lot of elemental damage. And with how silly the numbers can get, especially with crit multipliers, who knows? Oh, cool. Yeah, if no spear, like with like, I've never tried putting a wand with a spear. Actually, that completely makes sense that you can't do that. But yeah, not being able to use any martial weapon with a wand means, and you can't like ditch the Adonias. It's going to be like Arctic Armor playstyle where you can, there's no attacking to deal damage. You can maybe have a weapon swap with like a shield if you wanted to use Resonating Shield with Quill Burst when mapping. And it just depends on what the Adonias get your damage to. If Briar Patch are ditchable, you could play a Trample Toe for mapping.
Nature takes what's old.
I mean, yeah, that's that's actually pretty cool that you can just like make it that versatile. But that's just how good Odonias is in general. Like Odonias is fucking dumb. I remember the first time I saw an Adonias build was last patch, I think. Maybe 2 patches ago. I think it was from Kadachi. Adonias is really good at scaling damage of like bad stuff, but then you put in something good, it's like, well, GG. Yeah, that's crazy. I've never had that kind of damage. Yeah, I always wanted to try, like, I think I did an Arctic Armor build, and then Kadachi did a Arctic Armor cast on crit Adonias build or something. And I was like, oh my god, Adonias is fucking crazy. Yeah, they did that with a lot of, quite a few items. Like I felt the same about Brass Dome. Like, Brass Dome was already really good in 0.3, and then they made it better this patch. I mean, I'm all for them buffing more and more uniques. Well, Choir, I'm Choir's stupid. I can't believe Choir's still just that crazy. Like, maybe it's a slight overreaction, because Choir of the Storm is not exactly as bad as Headhunter, but it's like at the point where it's Headhunter tier to me, where it's just like, I'm so bored of Choir builds. Like, I'm just so over them. Chernobog builds were good in previous patches, but ever since they reworked the block cap to 50%, like before everyone could get blocked to 75%, so Chernobog was like a massive damage gain, and it was a lot easier to hit block cap. And then you had two talents on the passive tree that gave you bonus damage based off of your block chance. So Chernobog used to be really good, but it's fallen off a bit. 3 Dragons is okay, but 3 Dragons like suffers from the helmet slot issue, where the helmet slot is arguably one of the most competitive slots in terms of just having really good items. Like, even just rarer helmets are fucking massive. Oh, look at that. Bramblejack. We can reflect. But this patch, it's like, how do you compete with Vertex, Constricting Command, like all the good rare helmets? Like, if you're playing a minion build, you're using a +2 minion skills helmet. Like, the helmet slot is very competitive. Like Crown of the Pale King, Alpha's Howl. Like, there are so many damn good helmets. And I'm sure I'm missing a few that are S tier helmets that I'm not listing right now. What would we be auto looping Choir off of for bossing? Because Thorns can't proc Choir. but I feel like the necklace would like almost have to be something defensive. Like I actually don't know, because I've never played a mana stacking build at a high defensive level, especially for a reflect style. So like I was literally like thinking like my normal go-to necklaces are Defiance of Destiny, which I don't know how good Defiance of Destiny is in a mana stacking build that has 2,000 life. Like, maybe it's still really fucking good, but it's either Defiance of Destiny or a rare necklace that just has a bunch of stats on it with % maximum life and maximum life. Like, that is the normal Thorns necklace, where you're just getting as much, like, resistances, stats, and % increased maximum life, or you're using Defiance of Destiny. And I don't know if either of those work well with a mana stacking build. I've never tried either of those. So actually, like, maybe, like, my brain tells me my concern is not getting more damage with the build. My concern is, like, will it survive? If it doesn't need to be tanky enough, then yeah, then I think, like, if the choir stuff sounds great. But my concern is it's not going to be tanky enough, and putting choir in will be danger. Oh yeah, no, Alpha Sal's not comparable to, like, the Vertex or Constricting Command. But there's just, like, so many good helmets out there that it's like, a 3 Dragons build is very specific. And most 3 Dragons builds this patch would probably be better with the Vertex. Yeah, I mean, you can get recouped. What can you get? Damage taken recouped as mana, and life, like on both mods on the neck. Like, Recoup's good. Recoup Thorns is very good. But the problem is, like, to me, like, again, I've never, like, done a super giga min-maxed life stacker before. It's, like, you have to be able to tank certain hits. And, obviously, this build is not going to be able to tank the one-shots from Arbiter. I'm not trying to tank those. But it has to be able to, tank Simu 3, boss hits and stuff that, like, you want to reflect, right? Especially if it's not a Barb's Burst style. So I just need to see how fucking tanky it can be. That's my biggest question mark. I've literally never done a mana stacking Thorns build. I've only done Energy Shield Recoup that wasn't life stacking. My brain is just so off. I don't even remember why I came to town. I've been like thinking about a build mode. I came to town for something, but I am going to... Oh, I came to town to check to see if there's a vendor bow so I can do the temple.
I hear you. My wares are renowned.
None of these are really worth... That one's not awful. Might try and gamble a couple. This one, this bow's good. I'm not desperate to replace it, but we might gamble a few. This one's not better. This one's just got so much more elemental damage. Oh, I wanted to check the skills because I could be maybe swapping a new skill soon. Okay, so okay, I've been this stream we've been just yapping and yapping. It's been fun, but I have been not playing this leveling of experience efficiently at all. I completely forgot to equip Barrage. Barrage was an allowed skill, and we can be using marks right now. So I think I get Barrage and Mark for Death. Or Voltaic Mark, I mean. Mark for Dex is a support gem that breaks armor. Oh, let me see. Make sure you DM me. Yeah. That's me. How are marks kosher? It says specifically use only one damaging active skill. I don't think marks do damage, right? So I think that's why it's like technically allowed. If it does damage at all, then no. I don't know if any of them do damage. But yeah, I think both Barrage and Voltaic Mark are technically allowed. Can't use something like Freezing Arrow or something like that. Can't use Escape Shot, nothing like that. But let's get you to 7 because you're our DPS. I never put a 3rd gem in it because I'm an idiot. Kind of want to just maybe do a rapid attacks. I just want to get my DPS higher. I think I'm just going to do rapid attacks for now. I do want to try more skills later, though. Like, I want to try a bunch of, like, weird stuff just to see, like, maybe we can pull off, like, some off-meta twist where we're doing, like, only Lightning Rod, like that was a suggestion earlier or something. But right now we're keeping it simple since I'm a noob at solo self-found. Okay. Okay, we can't get Voltaic Mark until we get another 7. But I can get Barrage at least. You know what? Oh wait, no, this isn't active. I was about to say, for some reason my brain was about to panic. I'm like, has Herald of Thunder been cheating? It is an attack, but it's not an active attack, right? So I don't think that's what it says. It says active attack. Use one active skill. Yeah, Herald is not an active skill. It is a persistent buff. So that's not. Don't consider that cheating. Was Mirage allowed now? I have been convinced at this point that it is not allowed. We've had a lot of debate back and forth if Mirage was allowed, and I think we've all agreed that it's not. Because you are like, I am activating it to do damage via the dodge roll, and there's not too much of a disconnect between if I'm playing Spark with this rule set and I put Cast on Crit Common into it, that's technically not, like, it's not being cast by me, right? It's being cast by, but how much are we really bending the rules, you know? Miso specifically said he thought it was allowed, but then Blaze said he thought it wasn't allowed, so in terms of, like, the content creators, I don't know what you said, Protag. I don't know if you gave an opinion on it. But those two are so far have said yes and no. I feel like... Hey, what's up, Crimson? Excited to have you on the podcast this week. Here, I'll ask Mr. Crimson. We'll see his thoughts. So I am doing a challenge. There is this new website someone posted to Path of Exile 2 build subreddit. Random answer. It just randomly generates you challenges for builds and characters. And I generated this one. It's called the Bloodbound Decree. And my challenge is, I'm doing it in solo self-found, a fresh solo self-found run. It is choose Druid, wield a bow, and use only one damaging active skill. Now, the debate we've been having all day is Mirage Archer. Mirage Archer, I dodge roll, it spawns an archer, and that archer uses a skill. Is putting Lightning Rod in Mirage Archer cheating? Does that count as me using one damaging active skill? See, everyone has a different answer. Everyone has a different answer. See, he doesn't think it's cheating. So if this rule was this, so let's just say if you were to read this challenge, right, just to put a little twist on it. Yes, Mirage Launcher is activated by dodge roll specifically. Yes, so there's a little bit of a disconnect there. So I want to twist it a little bit just to see your thoughts. If this said wield a wand, and I was doing spark, right? If I had cast on crit with Comet, that would definitely be cheating, right? If we were doing spark in this challenge instead of a bow, and then we had cast on crit Comet, that absolutely feels like it would be cheating. But Mirage Archer, it's like this weird disconnect because it's activated via a dodge roll. I want to ask the guy who made the website what he thinks, but I've seen arguments for both. I see. Interesting. I actually kind of like that. Mirage Archer is allowed if... Crimson, for those who are watching on YouTube, Crimson says Mirage Archer is allowed if and only if the socketed skill is the same as your active skill. So if I was using Lightning Rod as my primary, Mirage Archer would also have to be using Lightning Rod. Actually, that's actually a very really good answer. Because that actually makes sense in both the theme of the challenge. Because the Mirage is supposed to be a mirage of myself, right? So if I'm using that skill in theme, it should be too. So actually, that's actually a really solid answer. Don't hate that. So maybe we will Mirage Archer at some point. But it would be whatever skill I'm using. If we did. But I'm also just going to ask the guy... I'm also going to ask the guy that made the website what he thinks. Because I'm sure he'll update these rules over time. Yeah, I did that like 4 times a day. I am a noob streamer. Are you going to be streaming soon, Crimson? Probably won't be going much longer, so if you are, I'll send you the host. But yeah, I'm just stalling until the next patch, so this build making challenge sounded fun. So the goal is to just do random challenges, fresh solo self-found run, kill Arbiter, and see if we can just have fun until the next patch. So I have a lot of build ideas I want to still execute on, but some of them I want to save for the next patch, so we're just doing random shit. Nice, I'm excited to see the race tomorrow. Hell yeah. I am excited. I find the timing of the race a little awkward. I'm excited to talk about all the race stuff with you. I'm curious, what it was like for the racers themselves. So, you have this race coming up that's, essentially the qualifiers or whatever for ExileCon. But, I think a lot of the racers like playing PoE 1, right? So, this PoE 1 patch just dropped. But you're technically supposed to be practicing for this, race up ahead. So, I feel like that was probably, a little awkward for some of the racers. Because it still blows my mind that the races are right now. The timing is so deep into, the cycle for both PoE 2 and then, the PoE 1 launch. I'm sure you have a lot to say on it. Oh, the races aren't ExileCon qualifiers. I did not know that. Okay, cool. Well, that's good news, then. That is good news. Have they said anything about the ExileCon qualifiers yet? That's interesting. For some reason, like, I don't know, I've spent too much time, like, working with Blizzard Esports, so, like, my brain immediately defaulted to, like, oh, ExileCon this year? That means, like, this entire year is, like, a circuit that's leading up to ExileCon. So every single race this year was, like, for ExileCon, because that's, like, how Blizzard always operated, is, like, it's like a yearly circuit. Everything, like, once the new year starts, every tournament, every, like, major event is feeding into BlizzCon. So that's just what my brain defaulted to. Sure. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll get the show notes posted to you in a couple days for the podcast. But I'm gonna try and give you, like, as much of a platform as you need. Like, it's just like, I'm gonna give you your soapbox, like, in case, like, anyone from GGG watches. Oh, I missed. You know what? I've been yapping so much today. I completely forgot to get the Mastodon stuff. I don't even think I did the Mastodon boss. That's so funny. But yeah, I'm gonna give you your soapbox to just put out whatever feedback or thoughts, or whatever you want for the future of the races this year. No, we're not supposed to talk about the keys yet. We're not supposed to talk about the keys yet. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I'm, where I'm at, Palace. Like, I can't really be bothered to, like, at this point, I'm just, like, it's the challenge I'm playing for, and then, like, until we get closer to 0.5, where we have an idea of what league starts are going to look like, it's, like, I've already played this league way too much. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe Shaman. It depends on, like, again, it depends on how much of the Thorns stuff is actually needed for, like, the Thorns aspect of it, Blade. But if, like, we're talking about, like, this Giga Reflect build, Adonia's Elemental Thorns and Arctic Armor both being scaled high, Shaman is the answer. Because you have the increased Thorns damage from the Runes of Tithing and the Bonded Runes, and then you have Adaptation for Survival. And then, potentially, we already talked about the benefit of the Spirit Gems, then another 120 Spirit from the, whatever it's called. From the No, Charms. I think Headhunter will get nerfed the next patch. Oh, you sweet summer child. Oh, you... Path of Exile players have been complaining and saying Headhunter should be nerfed for generations and generations. It will never be nerfed. It is forever stupid. It is... Headhunter is like, there's no nerfing it, because if you nerf it, it's no longer Headhunter, and it unfortunately needs to exist at this point. As somebody who refuses to use Headhunter, yeah, why the fuck not? Somebody who refuses to use Headhunter, like, enough people, like, it's a fun item for the people that love to use it, and there are a lot of people that love to use it. But, Headhunter getting nerfed, okay, it could get nerfed by being changed from a tier 1 to a tier 0 unique and making it more rare. If that's how it gets nerfed, then that is how it gets nerfed. But they're never going to actually make it a worse effect. By the way, there's a new nerf tech if you want to try a funny skill interaction that's raised available good as a budget league start. What's the strat, Crimson? I always main mercenaries, so I love learning stuff about Merc. I plan on watching the race tomorrow, so I assume a lot of racers will be using it. I'm really bad. I don't have a mind for layouts. Like, I probably just need to, like, sit down with somebody who's, like, a layout master. But, like, every time I try and learn layouts, like, I just can't do it. And, like, I always just get lost. I just can't identify layouts. But I love learning speedrunning techs, despite how slow I've been playing today. And Merc's my... If I had to say, like, if I had to commit to one Ascendency forever... it would be right here. I love this section. It's Forever Bay. Witch Hunter for life, yo. Okay, so Boat will Entangle. That sounds sick. Headhunter should be tier 0? I don't know. Is Headhunter tier 0 in PoE 1? I don't know what it is, but, like, the fact that it's this common is really odd to me. I 100%, like, I don't know if it's a take in general that tier 0 is, like, it should be tier 0, but to me, it's, like, it is so fucking common. Like, week 1, how many clips do you see of streamers chancing Headhunter? Like, ignoring Temple, just chancing Headhunter is way too frequent. Glacial Bolt and Entangle. That sounds cool. Oh, that sounds cool. And that doesn't sound like something that's going to get nerfed. I forgot to do a few things. I didn't finish Mastodon Badlands.
May it serve you well.
Damn, we still have that shit quiver from Act 1 too. Do I have an Alcorb? I don't. No, that's not a good Exalt Slam. So Varashta is not actually a bad idea, Blade. So I would say Varashta is... I'm gonna say Shaman. I feel like it would have to be Shaman. Because we are trying to, like, also scale our Thorns damage. So, like, it's not that we're only using Arctic Armor for damage. The damage is a combination of Thorns plus Arctic Armor. And a lot of our defenses, still, despite only having 2,000 life, is Thorns damage. So, I think it's Shaman, but, like you just said, the caveat is maybe Varashta is what, like, saves it being one-shot prone. Because even though Shaman is great defensively, it's not, like, you know, completely one-shot enabling. That sounds cool. I don't think I've ever done a Glacial Bolt build. Or an On Citadel build, to be honest. Those are both new to me. Well, I've done On Citadel once in a weird cast on crit build, but that was stupid. It didn't really count. No Miracle Weapon will do half of what Headhunter does. Yeah, it's a very overpowered item, but it's like... It's the perfect example of the power fantasy that, like, the average Zoomer ARPG brain, not like Zoomer and Zin Young, but like Zoomer as in going fast, brain loves. Listen, I get why people like it. If I was like a currency farmer or just like a normal person that wasn't making builds, I mean, I see a lot of appeal in Headhunter. It's a crazy cracked item. It makes everything you do like so much easier. But for me as a build maker, anytime I see a headhunter, I'm like, oh, it's a headhunter build. I don't think of anything else, so... I think it's important you have those kind of items in the game, but literally, like, if you've made it to endgame in PoE 2, you've probably been able to afford a headhunter, even in previous patches. But this patch alone, I think headhunters are like 4 divines. I wouldn't even be surprised if they were at a divine now. I saw someone do a flame wall build once as their main DPS. One of the problems I have with this patch, like, is the Vertex. I feel like the Vertex is like the headhunter of like helmets right now, because like you can make any build good with a good Vertex. I used Ons. It was actually in a Doria, a Lightning Coil build. Lightning Coil the chest has a reflect skill built into it that chains between stuff, and you would put Frost Wall and inside of Cast on Elemental Ailment, and with On Citadel, and that would drop the Frost Wall on the boss, and then the Lightning Coil would reflect off the boss, hit one of the walls, reflect to the boss, hit one of the walls, reflect to the boss, hit one of the walls, and it would lead to your Lightning Coil, like, one-shotting bosses. It was fun. Vertex is just bad item design. To me, in general, plus skill levels, with how common it is bad design. Like, I don't think the Vertex is bad design. Like, if plus skill levels was generally hard to get. But when, like, every piece of gear can get plus skill levels, and it's so easy to hit level 40, it's just, like, too much. I think plus skill levels needs to be gutted across the board, but GGD likes it a lot, and for good reasons. It is very intuitive. How do I make my skill do more? Plus gem levels. That's why that's the logic they use for why they keep it. I have no idea, Blade. I have a Thorns Discord, and I use them for that stuff. I'm not the math guy. But no, I've never, like, tested that kind of stuff. I have no idea how it would increase, because, like, again, like what you're alluding to is, like the percent increased Thorns damage could be scaled almost not at all by the more damage from Adonia's, or it could be in crazy compounding effects. So, like, that would just be something that I would, like, in PoE Ninja, or not PoE Ninja, PoB does not, like, calculate Adonia's or Thorns at all. Like, they're both completely unsupported. Like, completely unsupported, but compared to everything else, you can't really trust it. So you're basically required to, like, test it in-game. Yeah, exactly. It's basically only in-game testing with Thorns. Which is why so much, like, like what you just found out, how Adonia's can scale it so well. You know. Yeah, on Citadel is always, like, a divine orb. It's always been a cheap lineage gem. Even though it's, like, popular in some builds. Like, it's not so popular and so rare. in general, like, this is a discussion that happens all the time, and I think I'm saving it for the Dream Core podcast. There's just too much power. Like, everyone says it. There's just way too much power on gear and not enough power on the passive tree. And that's, like, one of the big things I would love to see. It's like, I don't want to necessarily call for nerfs. There's obviously going to have to be nerfs if you want to, like, put more power on the passive tree without there just being, you know, power creep upon power creep upon power creep. But, we can talk about it in your podcast. When I post the show notes, I'll have it on there. And then anything else you want to talk about, we can talk about too. But yeah, I think gear should obviously be very powerful. I don't think gear shouldn't be powerful. And there's like a lot of the low-level uniques are really ass. But I think GGG is like trying to make the life of Uber Arbiter like the pinnacle life. And like if you just buff the passive tree without nerfing gear, Uber Arbiter is going to be like, he's already kind of a paperweight. And if there's nothing beyond Uber Arbiter, in terms of life scaling, like we can't power creep too heavily already. Not sure on the permafrost staff. Not sure on that one. Ooh. We're not playing hardcore, but I'm still avoiding the first death. And I don't think any there's no uniques that stand out to me that need nerfs. What sprung that conversation was I don't like gem skill levels. I think gem skill levels are the problem. I fucking hate that there's so much power behind getting as high a gem level for a majority of skills. That's why I like majority of of all my builds I played this league, I want to say 70 to 80% of them were maximizing gem levels wherever I could. That's what I dislike. I actually don't think, like, constricting command is overpowered. I don't think, like I said, I'm fine with Headhunter as it existing. I don't use it. I think Temporalis is as overpowered as it should be, right? Like, I don't think any item I, like, think of as, like, this item is ruining the game, except the Vertex. Because of just how fucking overpowered +4 gem levels can be on a helmet. For every build. That's like a one-shop all for every build. Like, there's like maybe a fraction of the builds that the +4 Vertex doesn't fit into. And it's purely because of the +4 skills. I actually liked the old design of Vertex more. The old design of Vertex, wasn't it like attribute related? To where you could satisfy, like, it removed the attribute costs on your gear or gems or something? I don't remember. I liked the old Vertex way more for build crafting than new. I think +4 gem levels is like... It's so boring to me. For how good it is. Because it also comes with other shit on it. I really like the old Vertex, though. I forget. I used it in a Wind Dancer build. But yeah, but that Vertex's problem is, like it's just... that's a gem levels problem. I don't like gem levels. As powerful as they are. I actually think gear is rightfully powerful, actually. Like, if you remove gem levels from, like, a lot of slots... I don't know about weapons. Like, weapons are a completely different argument, but, like, We're talking about like specific like unique items get made null and void because like a lot of melee builds thrive in endgame when you can get like you can get +2 melee skills on your gloves, you can get +3 melee skills on your amulet, you can get +7 on a two-hander. It's like a lot of the skills are designed to scale around these curves, and that just makes them feel like almost required stats. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because GGG, like again, they say it makes it easy to approach, but specifically an item like the Vertex is just so boring to me. But even the Vertex, I don't think it needs to be nerfed. Honestly, it doesn't need to be nerfed. I just think it's boring. Maybe that's the right answer there. Maybe I just think it's boring. I don't even necessarily think it's like... It's pretty fucking overpowered. I think it's pretty fucking overpowered. And it might honestly be bad design. But I don't think it's like an anomaly, you know? It's not more overpowered than a Temporalis, right? But a Temporalis doesn't fit into every build like the Vertex +4 does, so... I don't know. Ooh. What's Era of Perdition? I'm gonna Google it. Oh, it's a D4 item. Yeah, the most boring item in the game is a D4 item. What does it do? Oh. It's the Vertex, but better. It's the Vertex, but better. It's if you took the Vertex and made it Headhunter, like, okay, yeah. Like, even without reading that, even without even knowing what the Hatred of Lilith buff is, 20% move speed, 20% lucky hit chance, crit chance, and +2 core skills. That's the Vertex on drugs. Yeah, that's funny. That's actually worse than Vertex. %60 more damage, jeez.
Yes.
Do you still play D4 Crimson?
I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it. But
Or have you, like, fully stopped at this point?
definitely could have been worse. Well, you're welcome. Guess I can help move that for you. Pretty.
Ooh, belts are expensive. Yeah, I don't know about that.
See ya.
Yeah, that's what... I haven't played Diablo 4 since, like, Season 4 or 5. But I just remember all of, like, the Uber farms that, like, all the, like, big streamers and stuff were doing were just big group farms. Like, it was, like, Diablo 4, were, like, from what I remember, like, all of the most efficient ways of farming for experience and, like, endgame Uber farms was, like, with groups. More attempts per hour, more chances at loot. I still play D4 mostly off stream. Do you think it's worth playing in the next expansion? I know we don't have the information yet, but are you, like, getting excited for it? Because I'm, like, semi-interested. The skill system rework has me, like, wanting to come back. But I haven't played since, like, literally Season 4, so I have no idea what the state of the game even is anymore. Interesting. Okay. Then maybe I will play it. It has been a long time since I played. Like, I think Season 4. Like, the last one I remember playing was the one where it was vampire powers. Oh, I was in the temple. That's why I got confused. I was like, how did I end up not back where I was? It's because I didn't leave the temple. Interesting. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Aaron. Oh, damn. I don't remember quitting in Season 2, but maybe I did. Shit.
Freshly
Definitely going to be a super different game, then.
bones that should have fed the land, and not one's been laid to rest.
That's the main reason why I never really vibed with Diablo 4 is, like, you know, when you played Thorns Barbarian, there was one way to play it. The skill tree, like, they're making the skill system a little bit more dynamic. I really like the PvP, weirdly enough, in Diablo 4. It just depends on... Well, like, I would never get fully back into Diablo 4 because I can't stand the business like that. Yeah, I much prefer, obviously, the free-to-play model that PoE has. I can't see me ever getting back into buying every expansion for Diablo 4. It would have to be like it'd have to be so good. But I wouldn't mind going back and just trying out a Thorns Barb to see what's happened. It just depends on, like, how many expansions. Like, would I have to, like, rebuy every update or whatever? I have no idea. I can't remember if they paywall classes now either. Hey, what's up, Picture Perfect? How you doing? Nice. I thought this would be way worse, but the bow we got from gambling ended up being really nice. So despite only using lightning arrows still, this ain't bad. I figured these boss fights would be a lot longer, but I've been like super brain off just yapping, and like I figured this would be way more of a struggle with like the weird challenge we're doing. Hey, what's up, Skadooch? How you doing, man? Interesting. Yeah, I remember the old Paragon board. But I just remember the old Paragon, like, whenever I used the old Paragon board, I feel like it was, like, there wasn't much balance to it. Like, it was pretty cut, like, almost every build was using, like, similar setups.
Here for a story. Right.
So I hope they just made those better, because those were pretty, when I played, those were pretty, like, not very, deep.
Need something? Browse as long as you like. Take care.
Yeah, there's no way like I would ever make any other like. I barely have time for one ARPG, and this game's not even out yet. That's what's crazy. Is this game still in fucking its like worst state imaginable? You know. That sounds cool. Like, I mean, it sounds cool enough to like want to like. There's enough being reworked that like being there like when it first happens, well, enough of it will be blind. Hopefully, like it just like the main reason I just don't like those type of ARPGs. I hate the ones that do the betas, and I imagine a lot of this stuff is probably being beta tested. Part of the reason why I like the PoE is just because of the blind releases, which I believe at last Epoch finally started doing. I don't know if Diablo still does them, but that's what I hated the most about Diablo 4 was like the patch launches and everyone knows the meta because we've been playing it on the PTR. Which obviously isn't always accurate. There's always shifts whenever the wider player base like figures stuff out, but ah, interesting. Cool. That's good to know then. I played every season of D4 until PoE 2 came out. I feel like I was like on an ARPG break from whenever I quit Diablo 4 to whenever PoE 2 came out. I know they eventually added them, but like one of the things that I played Diablo, I wasn't super deep into Diablo 3 for a very long time, but I played it like a lot early on and stuff, and like I really like Nightmare Dungeons. Like they were at least like a challenge that you did. Like they're not comparable to Delve, but the reason I'm comparing them to Delve in this instance is like every league with Delve, you use your Delve depth as like a benchmark for how well your build did. And that's what Nightmare Dungeons did for me in Diablo 3. It's like, oh, in this league, as my Barbarian, I got to, you know, Nightmare Dungeon, Greater Rift, or whatever they were called. I think they're called Greater Rifts in Diablo 3. Level 100, right? I know they eventually added that to PoE or Diablo 4, but I don't think it was in on launch. And I remember that bothering me. I don't remember the exact reason why I quit Diablo 4. I don't like Nightmare Dungeons now that I've like played PoE. Like I think it's bad now, but the reason I liked it previously was it was like the way I benchmarked my builds, and I didn't really have that in Diablo 4. Now it like when I play PoE, like there are so many great ways to benchmark your build in this game that like I think like the Greater Rifts or Nightmare Dungeons or whatever they're called, I don't like them at all. But when I had played Diablo 4, like I was not a PoE 1 player, you know, I had not delved and stuff. So, like, to me, that was, like, each league my benchmarker. And I felt that was missing from D4. But I don't know if that was why I quit. I really can't remember. I really like the PvP in the game, but I'm weird. Barricade says the PvP in Diablo 4 is ruined now because one of the new classes has like a dodge roll with immunity frames that like one-shots people or something. But I like Diablo 4's shitty PvP. It'd probably be like the first thing I do when I hit endgame is just go straight to the PvP zone. and then get pissed off by like the bullshit stuff that got added. But in the first patches, those PvP zones were so much fun. What was it, like you killed people and you got like the blood coins, and then you had to go to those extraction points? Like that was so fun. And like when you went to the extraction points, it would have like a 90-second timer to extract your bloody coins, but it would mark on the map you were extracting those coins. So everyone in the zone would flock there to fight you. It was so much fun. I don't care how bad the PvP was. I had fucking a blast doing it. I mean, but I'm a PvP simp. But I thought their PvP zone was fun. Like it's not even like that's like a hard, you know, it's like a new mechanic, like, you know, an extraction-based alert. But I really like that PvP zone because like you got cosmetics for doing it, so obviously people like doing it. But they would sometimes be like casuals that just wanted cosmetics trying to complete their achievements or something. So there were always like good players that wanted to PvP, but also like casuals that were just there to farm cosmetics. Thorns will be such troll. If you look at my YouTube channel, Blade, and you sort by oldest video, my 2 oldest videos are Thorns PvP videos and Diablo 4. On this channel. I used to make StarCraft and Heroes of the Storm content on a different channel, but on my Kaltorak channel, my first videos are Thorns PvP videos, and it was absolutely hilarious. D4 PvP since the Spiritborn came out is literally impossible. Yeah, he said it was the Spiritborn. 100% uptime and 100% dodge chance? That's so lame. Inevitable when, like, you know, like, that's always going to be the case with, like, PvP games that, like, PvP is the afterthought, right? Like, if I'm going to be honest, like, I would rather have bad PvP than no PvP, but most people would rather have no PvP than bad PvP. And that's just bad PvP, where, like, there's one class that's immortal. There's a clan on D4 Hardcore that tries to bait streamers into coming to the PvP zone by tricking them. That's so funny. I love that's like some old school RuneScape shit of like baiting people out into the fucking PvP zones and ganking them. Yeah, that's like coming from classic WoW. There are a lot of bad actors like that, and it's always fun to try and counter troll them. I don't know if I'm ever getting baited into the PvP zone. That's funny, though.
Hard to fathom what this place was like when Titans still roamed.
Well, yeah, that's how classic WoW PvP is at. Any PvP can be made good as long as you put your own external rules onto it. When it's the Wild West, obviously balance will take over, but like in classic WoW, like we have dueling tournaments all the time, and like depending on the brackets, right? Certain class skills will get banned, certain items will get banned, and that's how we, like, you know, maintain the integrity of those PvP events, and I think that's completely fine, you know. I don't know. All I want in this game, I know there's never going to be good PvP in this game, but if we can just get a hideout that has a battle arena in it where you can PvP in it, just give me that hideout, and then I can do Thorns dueling challenges where you guys have to kill my Thorns character without getting one-shotted. And like that'll be like a league challenge we can do. I just need a hideout we can PvP in. Yeah, I mean, but I think Blizzard has, like, shown that that entire philosophy has, like, shifted. Like, there is a quote very recently from one of the higher ups at Blizzard, she said that another higher up, Chris Metzen, which I know most people probably know who Chris Metzen is, he fucking said himself that he wishes they never called it Warcraft, because Warcraft, like, it's too hard to sell to, like, the casuals and the moms and stuff. Like, that would never have been said by Blizzard of, like, the Diablo 2 15, 20 years ago era. Like, their entire philosophy has changed. They are absolutely a company that, like, and for obvious reasons, they want a mass appeal. But I feel like a lot of people have forgot, like, stylized graphics are good. And dark and gritty is a good style to have, but Diablo 4 is, like, isn't it still, like, fucking absolutely massive? So as much as, like, the PoE community likes to shit on it, it's still fucking so incredibly popular to the casual player base. Your average normie gamer. So they're doing something right. Game's not for me. I mean, that is a very fair counterpoint. That D2 had mass appeal, but it had mass appeal to, like, the average gamer back then. I feel like the average gamer is more broad now, but it is a good point. D2 did have mass appeal, so that is fair. That is very fair. Yeah, I mean, I think this game will go to, like, when this game is free to play on console and Steam and the standalone client, I think we'll have, like, this game has a chance of reaching levels that are pretty insane, but I don't think it will ever compete with the popularity of Diablo 4.
It is time.
Like, maybe I'm, like, wrong on the numbers D4 has, but I'm pretty sure Diablo 4 is still fucking massive, right? Yeah, it's because, like, we don't actually know because of BattleNet numbers. BattleNet is, like, I guarantee you, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, it was more than 80% of players were on BattleNet. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if D4 had, like, as many players on console as it does on BattleNet, which console is not tracked by Steam either. Like, I imagine D4 is fucking giga on console still, so. Oh yeah, Heroes of the Storm, I mean, yeah. Blizzard games just churn, so. That's what I meant by what I said, Palace, is, like, back then there was just far fewer gamers than there are now, where even people that you would consider non-gamers game. Like, gaming is, like, so much more broad now, and I don't know how normiized Diablo 4 is right now. Because I just don't play it at all, so I don't follow the space. But I imagine it's... $3.4 million? It's a lot. Oh, I mean, I was a StarCraft commentator for like 4 to 5 years. I used to do Dream Hacks, MLGs, like... I have put, like, more hours into StarCraft than potentially any game besides WoW. Like, I fucking... breathed, lived, and, like, everything StarCraft 2 for so long, and I could rant for hours about how that game was ruined by the biggest fucking bozos on the fucking planet, man. Imagine having a competitive game like StarCraft, and you get introduced, like, there's a unit called Swarm Host in Heart of the Swarm. This is like the peak of why, like, of everything that wrong that happened with StarCraft 2. There was a unit called Swarm Host in Heart of the Swarm that just spawns units. It burrows into the ground and it just spawns units. This unit was made by the design team with no input from the balance team. And then they just said, hey, we made this unit. Now you have to figure out how to balance it into your competitive game. They had no choice of what it should do, like how it should function at all. The design team and the balance team got completely separated in their design. And so the design team was just making units. Oh, this unit sounds super cool. It does this effect. And they just throw it to the design team and the balance team. And the balance team just tried to find a way to work it into the competitive and like design of the like game. And so many units like that completely destroyed the balance of StarCraft. Completely changed the pace of the game, where the people who should have been making decisions were like, designers should have the like freedom and creativity to like design fun stuff, but like if I'm like an art designer and I'm just like, I'm gonna make this cool bug that like spits out 4 beetles, like, and you have no communication with balance at all, you can understand why that leads to a catastrophe in a PvP environment. And that's what happened with StarCraft 2. Every single patch was just no communication between any of the teams. And it just got bloated with a bunch of like, this is cool from one design, and then like the other powers had to figure out how to make it work. And it led to the death of arguably like a top 5 esport. Like, StarCraft 2 was fucking massive and so good back in the day, but now StarCraft Brood War is more popular as a competitive esport. How crazy is that? There was a point that StarCraft 2 was the biggest esport on Twitch until League of Legends took over. And then now the Brood War scene is taken more seriously because of just how garbanzo beans that company was managed. They had a really bad design philosophy of like essentially overworking their employees. They called it getting ahead of development. So if there was like, I'm trying to find a good way to get an example of how they would do this, but let's just say they were trying to balance something, but, or let's say you wanted to make 20 new units for this game mode, but you don't have the game mode playable yet. Imagine making the 20 units before you have the base of that game mode ready. Blizzard would intentionally, like, they would try and get ahead of development by making stuff they weren't prepared to test or balance for. So they would spend 40 hours creating something, and then they would have to go and then eventually balance test it, and it not work at all, and they would have to redesign everything. So, like, there was just so much development hours wasted. For how good Wings of Liberty was, it is so bad how the game is shaped up to be. Random StarCraft rant. But I know current Blizzard is trying to get back on their feet and they're doing their best, but there was a lot of really dipshit decision making from old Blizzard. Activision, whichever people you want to blame it on, that was just like, why would you do that to your games, man? I mean, I still play StarCraft 2 all the time. Like, my buddy that I play Rocket League with right now, I'm constantly asking him to log on StarCraft 2 for some 1v1s. Like, shit, I was playing Warcraft 3 with him like 6 months ago. Like, I love the old Blizzard RTSs. I still love playing StarCraft 2, even like in its current patches. It's just It's like when you like read the books about what happened with old Blizzard, and you like hear the stories of like how they were so like egotistically mismanaged. It's such a damn shame of like all that like was lost. When you hear like the sad stories of like all these people like Jeff Kaplan, who was like, I'm gonna work at Blizzard for my entire life. And then, you know, he's essentially forced out of the company. Like, haven't touched SE2 since HOTS. I mean, I prefer StarCraft 2 over HOTS at this point. I've got a lot of it is because of me. Like, I don't have the temperament for MOBAs. So at this point, I just kind of stay away from them. MOBAs get way too toxic for me. But I think, like, the combat of Heroes of the Storm was my favorite ARPG. Like, as someone, like, who loves PvP, right? Like, as a PvP, if you, like, you love PvP, Heroes of the Storm was essentially, like, you spent, like, maybe 3 to 4 minutes in lane, and then the rest of the game, everyone was, like, ganking and, like, team fighting together. So, like, in terms of, like, group PvP and, like rotational PvP and stuff, like, I love that ARPG, the ARPG, MOBA. Yeah, I said ARPG. I'm fried. I don't normally do 7-hour streams. I meant MOBA. But yeah, it was just constantly team fighting in Heroes of the Storm. And I think each of the heroes, by the way, like, if you've never played Heroes of the Storm, like, all of the heroes themselves are very fun. So many of those, like, I love playing Li Ming, Kael'thas, Falstad, Abathur, Lost Vi. Like, there's so many insane designs for that game. It is very unfortunate that they just completely abandoned development for it, because that build that's a game that, like, it didn't even need the PoE 1 treatment. You know how, like, PoE 1 has its own full team? It didn't even need that. But it didn't, it could have just been barely on life support. It's not even on life support. It gets, like, a patch every 6 months. Like, Nova's fun. I love me some Nova. Asmodan's my main. Was HOT shut down? No, you can still play HOTS. It just, it has, like, essentially no development team. You don't get, like, there hasn't been a new hero in years. There hasn't been a new map in years. It gets occasional balance patches to shake up the meta, to address some things here and there that's going on. There's probably like 5 people working on the game. I think it gets new skins every once in a while. So it might be like an artist or 2 working on it. But it's essentially like not in development. Despite having a BlizzCon tournament this year. Can you make a Project High-Rise Sim Tower-like game? I have no idea what my next game will be, but it's probably not going to be another simulation game. Yeah, BlizzCon this year has a StarCraft tournament, a Heroes of the Storm tournament, I think a Warcraft 3 tournament, and a WoW Arena tournament. Damn, where are the sisters? Give me my lightning res. This is going to be the longest 1 month late? You're telling me, man. You're telling me. Luckily, it's fun enough to just yap to you guys. This was supposed to be like a short 2 to 3 hour stream, and it's like almost 7 hours. So, doing these little challenge streams and trying out random builds, I'm sure it'll make the month go a little bit faster, but it's gonna be rough. Is next game will be its first side of the PoE world? Listen. I don't know what my next game will be. Well, first of all, we need to go back and finish Castle Warriors. So when Card Collection Simulator's done, which hopefully it's done within 6 months, hopefully we can get some funding to where we can replace all the shitty AI art. When that game is done, we have to go back and finish Castle Warriors. Because that game's still in early access, and that was our main game we were working on. The Card Collection Simulator game was an accident. After that, I genuinely don't know what kind of game I'd want to make. But I want to make a game with a story. None of the games we've made have been able to have like a real narrative to it. I've been able to like do some storytelling via like the lore of the cards in some game, or our horror game had some storytelling in it with the VHS tapes. But I would like to make a narrative game one day. But I gotta finish these first two games first. Well, I don't think people call me tourist. They call me the tourist guy. And usually that happens, it's usually memeing or just people who, like, don't like me. Which is fine. I accept the outcome of my actions. But, I would say... it's mainly just referencing the instance. Well, to me, tourist was already culture, because what's funny is, like, I feel like I've talked about it before. The lore of the tourist video was, I was already being called, like, tourist was a common thing in my comments and, like, other creators' comments already. Like, anyone who wasn't a PoE 1 creator that came to PoE 2, like, my very first PoE 2 video, I got called a tourist. Like, someone said, look at this, like, I remember the comment, it was, look at this idiot with his WoW icon. Go back to your game, you tourist. And that was literally the very first time I'd ever heard someone get called a tourist in reference to video games. It was the first time, and it made me laugh so hard, but then that comment kept popping up, and then it would show up on the podcast and on other creators' comments. Did I get these? I don't think I got the sisters yet. I'm really bad at clearing maps while yapping. So I was actually being called tourist before the video, and then the whole tourist video itself, like, the whole tourist stuff was a joke. Joke's a weird word to use. I was rage baiting the people that were calling me tourist. Like, I was like, I'm gonna call these people tourists because they, like, it was a very, like, at no point was it, like, meant to be, like, did I think anyone actually be offended by the term tourist? Because to me, like, the idea of calling anyone a tourist is like, what does that even fucking mean? Because it's just, like, such an absurd thing to hear. Like, what does that mean? Obviously, in that crash out, none of it comes off as, like, unironic. Because some of the crash out is obviously, like, I was being honest with how I felt. But none of the tourist stuff, like, the reason why the tourist meme is so easy to embrace is because, like, it's the word tourist. Of all the insults to be called, it is the softest insult ever, you know? So if I'm the tourist guy, if that's the meme I have to embrace, like, I was an asshole, like, that wasn't cool, I'm sorry about that, but, like, if you're actually offended over the word tourist, which I don't think many people are, that's, like, kind of ridiculous. It's just like memes at this point, right? Like, it's just memes. I don't think anyone can actually be offended at the word tourist. I think they're, like, obviously offended at, like, you know, the tone behind the word. You know, it was definitely, you know, combative. Wow, the sisters were, like, right here. It took me forever to find them. I literally full scouted the entire area, and the sisters were literally 2 feet away from spawn. I just, like, went right by them. Like, look how much I explored to find the sisters, and they were right here at the fucking entrance. I'm a noob, man. I'm a fucking noob. I am a tourist. That's true. I'm gonna be a tourist in New Zealand, though. I'm excited about that. A fan of Town Hall episode 1. I love a good Zoya rant. Was fucking epic. Well, we're gonna keep those. We're not trying to do those as much anymore, okay? But yeah, I mean, I love the old Town Hall days. It's cool that, like, the name change wasn't intentional. I had just, like, quit content creation forever ago. Like, when I retired from Heroes of the Storm, I quit content creation, I got into web development, and then I eventually started my own game dev studio. But I had fully quit content creation. But in World of Warcraft, I had transferred servers, and my orc was named Zoya, but when we transferred servers, Zoya was taken. And the name Kaltorak is from a book I read when I was little. It's a fantasy novel written by David Eddings called The Belgariad. It was like my favorite fantasy novel growing up, and happened to be rereading it at the time. And the main villain is an evil god named Kaltorak, and that just sounded like an orc's name to me. So I named my character Kaltorak. I ended up just like sticking with that name in WoW for a while, and then Season of Discovery came out. My character's name was Kaltorak in Season of Discovery. I randomly decided to make videos for that, and didn't do it on my old channel, and I just happened to name myself Kaltorak. But people, for some reason, thought that, like, I was hiding who I was, that I was, like, trying to, like, distance myself from the old Heroes of the Storm stuff. That wasn't the truth at all. I loved being a Heroes of the Storm commentator. I love doing Heroes and StarCraft stuff. It was like like everything about me making content. This is kind of like a weird accident that I got back into it. I don't know about accident, but not intended. Oh, I'm glad you found me from Try. I mean, I love Try, so yeah, Try's a great guy. Why, it was spelled Zoia, like that. And it was from when I used to, so my original gamer tag was Strider because of Lord of the Rings. I loved Aragorn. I used to go by Strider. But obviously that was taken in WoW, and I was using random names in WoW, like I was using like Strider X and stuff. But at one point, my friend Caleb and we made gnome mages together. And we wanted to have, like, you know, we were like little kids at the time, we're like 15, 16, and we wanted to have like matching names and be matching gnomes and stuff. So he named himself Xoia, and I named myself Zoia. And that gnome happened to be the first character I got to endgame. It ended up being my main into TBC, into Wrath of the Lich King. So that just happened to be the name of the gnome I made at that time. And then that name just stuck forever as a handle. And then, yeah. Everything with this channel is like a weird accident with Kaltorak as well, so... Alright, I didn't turn the passive points.
I hear you.
That's funny.
You found a when blessings.
I love me some battle royales.
Take your time.
If Blizzard call you to cast a Heroes of the Storm BlizzCon tournament, could you do it? I mean, if they asked me right now and I like started playing Heroes of the Storm every day and started prepping as like a commentator, for sure. If they were to ask me though, I would probably turn them down because I know there are still people like Kaldor and other people who still cast Heroes of the Storm every year despite there not being BlizzCon. So like, if Blizzard were for whatever reason offer me, I would feel fucking like excited, and I think, dude, I want to go back into commentating so bad. There's no way I get into commentating speedrunning ever in this. Like, there's no outlet for that for me in this game. So like if like I'm always on the prowl for a new esport that I would love to commentate. But if like Blizzard were to like, they would not offer me to cast BlizzCon. But if they were, I would probably turn it down and be like, hey, you should be asking these guys who have still been casting for the last, you know, 7 years. But I was never a big enough caster or a big enough personality in Heroes of the Storm to like, I was like a B tier caster. Maybe C tier. You know, I was never amongst the tops of the tops. Whenever I got to cast events, when I look back on my casting, I was not very good. I was very loud and like I am on the podcast. I'm loud and emotional. I had no volume control. I think I was very analytical. I was good at the analytics side of things. But I don't think I was a good commentator. I was an okay commentator, and there were plenty of really good commentators that they would definitely pry out before me. I was the guy that got invited whenever like there was an extra slot and they needed one extra commentator and someone had to back out because they were busy or whatever. I was never the first choice. I think every major event I actually got to, this is not me pouting, this is just me being honest. Like every major event I got commentated to, except for one DreamHack. One DreamHack I made the initial roster right out the gate. Like I was, one DreamHack, it was DreamHack Dallas, 2012 I think. I was like the main line, I was in the main lineup of casters. That was the only event that happened. Every other, or like for major events, right? Online events, you know, I casted those all the time, like as the, you know, main lineup, but like for major LAN events. Every other major LAN event I did, it was always like, okay, we have room for extra casters. Okay, we'll squeeze in one or two more. Let's bring in like Zoya and someone else. Or like Kubi can't make this event because of his job, and you know, Caldor can't make it because like they don't want to pay the international fees, so you know we need the extra, right? So I was never good enough. Like, and I'm just being honest. Like, I when I look back on my old casting, I think I could be a lot better now because I'm more mature and understand a lot of that stuff better. But I was not a good enough caster to like warrant recommendation for BlizzCon this late, like after this much time of not casting, right? Like someone like Jake, Gillyweed, Caldor, like them going a long ass time without casting, and them getting offered to cast, that makes sense. But I was not that good of a commentator. I was mainly known because of the podcast, B, I was a manager coach for Tempo Storm. And then did some casting on the side. But, yeah. I would love to get into casting esports stuff again. There was so, David Kim, he was the main balance designer on StarCraft 2. He started doing a new RTS game. It was called Battle Aces. It was being managed by NetEase, and in the first few alphas, it was one of the most fun RTS games I've ever played. But in the third alpha test they did, they introduced one of the most egregious and awful monetization systems I had ever seen. And it almost immediately killed the game and all of its hype. It was by far the, like, think of an RTS game where you have an army of units, right? You have an army of units, but you have to unlock the units like you unlock them in League of Legends. So you're going into this ladder fighting people who have $300 spent on units, but it's like an army-based RTS game. It like completely, it was awful. And of course that was ruined by NetEase. After that patch, their player base completely tanked, and they pulled the plug on the studio in the game. David Kim is now hosting his own studio, and he recently announced that a lot of the Battle Aces team are in part of it. It's going to be essentially a remake of Battle Aces, and there's no involvement from our publisher. So that's the game I currently have my eye on that, like, when it comes out, I will absolutely be posting like commentaries on my YouTube channel. Oh, I'm about to die. Oh my god, that was close. That was almost my first death on the character. But yeah, that like random side tangent. But if I were to get back into commentating, it would be with like whatever David Kim's making next. Okay. About to do Jamin Raw. Let me check. My resistances are ass. We have a negative lightning res. I've been yapping too much for me to be focusing on this being a good solo self-found run. So I haven't been vendoring, I haven't been changing out gear, so gonna be an interesting boss fight. At least get a new life flask.
Tastes like daggerberries. Stay
Need
inside.
something? Thank you. Take care.
Don't want to see that. Okay, that ended up being okay. I got my lightning res a little bit higher. Alright, we're just gonna YOLO this. I've seen a few gemlings. Like, Miso and League started gemling, so I don't think gemlings are that rare. I think Acolyte Shilos are definitely more rare. That's funny. I mean, gemlings are definitely rare. That's true. They are fucking rare. What's your opinion about level up vendor reset with how much we have to rely on vendors for campaign upgrades? I don't mind it because that's just like kind of like how PoE 1 has always, like, it's a little bit too mandatory for solo self-found, but it's also kind of just how PoE 1's been played, so I don't think that should go away. Like, if anything, it should just be easier to craft without vendor hugging, but I get why it exists. A lot of people like that playstyle. I'm really bad at it. I've like checked the vendor. What level am I? 31. I've checked the vendor maybe 7 times. Like, I'm really bad at vendor checking.
You again.
How you secure funding for your games? I don't.
Wait, do you even know what's
I don't. I have no funding for any of my games. They are all
far more capable?
funded with like $0. Like, spending $40 for something is an extreme ask. Like, every single, like, we spend money on essentials, so like bank fees. If we need something that's like if we need something like that's a pre-built system that saves us time, but like we have no money for our games. All our games are purely, oh, I have no flask. We're gonna respawn at checkpoint. I'm not gonna risk my first death because I didn't refresh my flask. But no, all my games, like, no one's funded any of them. Like, me and my friend that work on them, we put some of our own money in it. Like, sometimes some of my Mobilytics money goes into it. Like, what did I buy recently? Oh, like, so the NPCs, right? They're like, someone online sold, like, they created an NPC generating system where it has, they create the art for it, but they also coded out a, like, way you can modify and, like, generate your own NPCs. I bought access to his system for our game. So all of our NPCs in our game, they're not our art, they're his art, but we like own the rights to his art because I paid him for that. Like that came from like out of pocket, right? We don't have any publishers or any fundings. I'm not 100% against taking investors from a, like, if someone wanted to donate like money to where we can repay the get rid of all our AI art in the game, like I would be okay to talk like that, but I am pretty actively against any publisher involvement whatsoever. The main reason why I've gotten into game development is because I was tired of games being ruined by shitheads who are not gamers, that don't play games, they don't know what they're doing, they're just after money. There's like Blizzard, like there's 1,000 examples, you all know it. Like even like not like money grubbers, but like people just trying to like almost ride a trend in a way. Like you, like how many times have you played a game and it's fun for like 10 hours, but then when you get to like the 15-20 hour mark, when you start getting late into the system, it becomes obvious that nobody actually played the game more than 20 hours. No one actually tested the endgame viability of these systems. And it's because oftentimes the people making decisions aren't gamers anymore. Like, it very frequently feels like games are not made by degenerate gamers anymore. They're made by good programmers. They're made by people who have been in the industry for a while, but they don't necessarily grind games anymore because they're in their 50s and they're like, you know, not degen gamers anymore. But then also, that's where GG is absolutely the exception. That's why I love that, like, I'm just in awe of them. They are absolutely the exception. Oh, this is good. I just got a dodge roll right now. But I don't want to ever... The reason I made my own company instead of trying to get a job at another company or something is because I never want anyone to ever be able to tell me what I can and can't do with my game. Like, I know what the game needs. I know what it wants. And there's a lot that publishers can help with that are amazing, right? Like, GGG has a publisher for a reason. Like, they help with a lot. Localizing, like, sales. Like, there's so much that GGG doesn't have to manage because they have a publisher. It helps them a lot. There's a lot of reasons why I would want a publisher. It would have to be a very specific deal, but that being said, it's like I've reached out to publishers before. I've reached out to investors before, and it's as an indie game, the best way to explain this is there are a lot of people out there, and I'm sure each one of you is one of them, right? Everybody out there has an idea for a video game. And you know what? It is super fucking easy to have an idea. I want to make a cozy simulation game that's about, like, that you're owning a bookstore and you're selling romance novels. Like, on paper, like, it's very easy to come up with an idea and a theme and be like, the mechanics are this and the mechanics are that. Like, ideas are easy to have. And publishers are constantly pitched ideas. Constantly. Like, on paper, my game sounds great, right? Like, it's a 3D simulator where you're opening card packs on stream, yada, 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 yada. Like, all of these ideas sound good, and these developers are pitched good ideas all the time. And sometimes ideas that are pitched to them are fucking fantastic, but they have limited money. So if you're an indie studio with an idea, that's not good enough. No one's going to give that fucking money because literally every bozo out there has an idea. Everyone does. So you have to somehow make a game that can prove you have an idea right now, which makes sense, right? So you essentially have to just... It's almost impossible for somebody with no... You have no prototype. You have no gameplay loop. You have no systems. You have no design at all. It is virtually impossible for you to get funding. So you have to actually make a game first, and then go to the game developers with some form of prototype. But now that we're like, it's gotten even more complex than that, because now, because of like all the people who do the bullshit AI coding slop stuff, it's very easy to submit prototypes to developers now. So now, or publishers now. So now most publishers, when you're submitting to them, they want to know how many wish lists you have, how many people are in your Discord. It's not just about already having a prototype now. You need to have a player base, and you need to show interest in the game you're making. If you don't have 50,000 wish lists, good luck getting a publisher to invest into your game. But how are you going to get 50,000 wish lists without any money? So it's incredibly hard for an indie developer, of any budget type, to get a publisher, because you almost need to have money beforehand or experience beforehand to get a publisher's money at this point. Like, when people say it's like right now is the hardest time to be into game development, it's because like what you need to get a publisher's money is like that you literally will be asking you for 25,000 plus wish lists. That means you already have to have the Steam store page. And to have a Steam store page, you can't just submit screenshots. To have a Steam store page, you have to submit a build to Steam, and Steam play test it to confirm there's actually a game there, there's actually content, it's actually, like, they're not just fishing for wish lists. Like there's so many checks for this, so you have to, like, and then also, good luck getting a job in game development if you don't have a resume. Like, every game studio out there, even the small bum ones, like, they want somebody with, like, 6 to 10 years in the industry, and they want people who are specialized in certain stuff. So, like, even just getting a job at a game development company, you're almost forced into getting a QA role, which really isn't game development. It's like, it is game development, but it's like, oftentimes when you get introduced into QA, it's essentially bug testing. And you have to prove yourself to get a game development job. But if you have 4 years in QA, that's not going to be good enough to get you a game development job. You have to get, like, it's so hard to break in. But TLDR, we don't have an investor. We don't have an investor. I'm not, like, again, I'm opposed to one, but honestly, my hope is that one of my games one day, someone's browsing on stream that's a streamer, they find one of my games, they give it a try, and it just naturally blows up. Because if you look at my game Castle Warriors, a year, like, right now it's got a 71% review. When we were updating it, like, weekly, and it wasn't in early access abandonment, which, like, essentially is abandoned at this moment, it had a 96% review. It had good reviews. We still couldn't get, it had like 80 plus reviews, and it was at 96%, which is insanely hard to do. That was our first game, and we still couldn't get publisher investment. And now, Card Collection Simulator, it's got a 93% review. And anyone who's played that genre says they like it. So my hope is that eventually people play it, and it blows up naturally, and then I can use money from sales to, like, polish it up, and then hire advertisement money at that point. But that might be impossible, and if someone's like, hey, we'll give you money, but you have to, like, you know, give up rights to the company and something. If it comes to that eventually, like, if my dream is to be a game developer and it comes down to that, that might be what has to happen. But I'm actively trying to avoid that as best I can. I would love to just... I don't trust publishers. I just don't. Like, I feel like the last 20 years of game development shows, and gaming history shows, that, like, why should I trust a publisher? And it's not about, like, me getting scammed out of money. I'm not worried about that. Like, if the money's not my concern. Like, if I have to sign over half of my money to somebody, I don't give a fuck. I'm not giving anybody the decision-making over my game and my product. That's what I'm actively avoiding. And good luck finding a publisher that's, like, not going to be asking for monetization, say, or, you know, stuff like that. It's, yeah. I think you guys understand. But, yes, like, right now, let me show you guys my game. Like, we got good reviews, 94%. We're pushing close to 1,000 sales. You know, anyone who likes the genre, like, it's very good reviews. The most sleeper card collecting. I don't know if you guys know the streamer Josh OG. He was an old school FPS streamer from back in the day, the Counter-Strike days. He was the first streamer to check out our game, and he absolutely loves it. He says it's the best card simulator he's played. You know, we got good reviews, so it's like, fingers crossed that one day we get a little bit of exposure and it causes a snowball effect. I mean, that happens with a lot of indie games. Like, but what I was wanting to say is that the downside, like the thing I want money for is, I feel like the biggest deterring factor is the art. It is a game about collecting cards, and all the art is AI because we have no budget. So it's like, there's always that asterisk next. Like, some people just won't even support AI games, but like, if I could get money to hire some artists to redraw all of the cards, I feel like that alone levels the game up so massively. The gameplay loop is super fun, and the art isn't awful, but if we had good art for the cards, if the, like, this is a UI scheme that we found online in a pack that we could pay money for, like the card art scheme, and then we just slotted card arts into this UI. Like, even the UI for the cards isn't even like a real card art. It's just like something we bought from a pack online. So like, if we were able to hire an actual artist who has experience drawing card UIs, and then we had a bunch of artists come in and redraw all the cards and stuff, I feel like that's just such a big level up for it. But it's a cool idea. You stream your card, you go to Card Convention Simulator, Card Convention. You open card packs on stream. Like, there's an actual stream that you like open your card packs on. They'll chat with you. We plan on doing Twitch chat integration. But this game was an accident, so I just want it finished. I want to finish it and move on to the next game. So, but yeah, random little game development rant. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna end the stream there, guys. This was supposed to be like a 3 to 4 hour stream. It ended up being a 7-hour one. I had a lot of fun. Is Crimson live? It doesn't look like it, so I might host Timmy. But thanks for hanging out today, guys. I won't be playing this character off stream. I will probably be playing this character more tomorrow. If not tomorrow, we'll be live Monday. But despite us just yapping our ass off, that was actually a pretty chill Act 1 and 2. That was a very so clear. Obviously, fucking 7 hours to get to Act 3 is horribly slow, but for how much we were talking and getting distracted, not too bad. But thanks for hanging out, you guys. That was a fun little stream. Thanks for listening to me yap about all the random stuff and listening to me talk about game development. Oh no, and the thing is, Total Recall, like I don't want to buy cheap art at all. It'd be more than $5,000 because we have over 200 cards in our game, and I'm not gonna want to spend like $5 per cards, right? Like, I'm gonna want to like get quality art that makes the game last for a while, and even if it's not like the best artist, right? I want to pay them well. So like, art, like redrawing all the cards the way I would want to invest into it, it would be $50,000 to $100,000 easily just on the artist, potentially more. Like, I would not want to do like cheap art at all, because if I could do cheap art, I would do that right now. I could easily just like save up a couple Mobalytics checks and then spend 5,000, you know, like the next 3 seasons. If I just didn't spend any of the money I got from Mobalytics, $5,000, I could like spend that on cards. But if I'm getting $5,000 across 200 cards, you're not gonna get much value. Like, not for what I'm wanting to do. You know, I would rather pay like, yeah, I'd rather pay really good money for the art. So It's tough. It's tough. What can you do? I'm gonna send you guys over to Mr. Timmy. So enjoy some hardcore group play with Mizyol Chime. I might see you guys tomorrow. If I don't see you guys tomorrow, I will see y'all. I'll see you guys either Monday or on the podcast. Bye, guys.